Yang Kai looked away from the picture of the Chancellor and shifted his gaze to Yun Heilan. Although her face was expressionless, he knew that her heart abounded with all sorts of sinister schemes and plots. Yang Kai's cultivation base had reached a profound level in which he was fairly certain he could sense danger. And right now, he knew that Yun Heilan was already completely fed up with him. There was no doubt in his mind that she was already contemplating ways to get rid of him. Originally, this should have been a very important day for her, a day in which she could bask in her glory, and be cheered by the students from the Crown Prince Society. And yet, her triumphant rise to the elite student level had been completely ruined by Yang Kai. If it had been some random person who accidentally interfered, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal. But Yang Kai was someone she had personally toyed with in the past. I don't care how you plot against me. Like the old saying goes, when soldiers come, send a general to stop them. When floodwaters come, use earth to block them. I'll adopt whatever measures are appropriate to the situation. In the end, it will all come down to who is stronger. He chuckled coldly in his heart. Fu Tange's dead, and when the time comes, I'll make my move, and make sure you end up just like him. 3 sets of 3 kowtows. Bow to the patriarchs. Both Yun Hale and Yang Kai quickly dropped to their knees and offered 3 sets of 3 kowtows. After that, they lit incense and went about the various other formalities. The audience looked on in complete and utter silence. This was a formal session of obeisance to the patriarchs, and anyone who dared to disturb the peace would be immediately imprisoned. Although the students from the Crown Prince Society were extremely displeased with Yang Kai, there was no way they would dare to violate the Institute's rules to do anything about it right now. After the kowtows and other formalities were finished, the 5 elders nodded. Bells rang out twice, drifting far and wide in the Institute, announcing that 2 students had been promoted. The ceremony is concluded. Elder War Soldier said, you are now officially elite students of the Institute. You will be given your own temple in which to practice your cultivation. You are also free to recruit followers and establish your own societies, all for the sake of serving the Institute and promoting peace in heaven and earth. Remember, our Institute is devoted to bringing peace, prosperity, and health to the common people. Anytime an opportunity presents itself to further that cause, you are expected to drop what you're doing and help. If you do, the Institute will take good care of you. All students of the Demi-Immortal Institute have a responsibility to rid the world of devils and demons, to punish those who abuse power, and keep the commoners safe. Yes, sir. Yang Kai replied, struck by the righteous and orthodox nature of the words. The Demi-Immortal Institute was devoted to morality and ethics, as well as peace. It was intended to be a just and righteous organization, the likes other smaller sects and groups couldn't possibly match up to. Now that the ceremony was over, Yun Heilan gave a final glance to the 5 elders and said, if we're done, I'll take my leave. As she turned away, she looked at Yang Kai, cold laughter in her eyes that seemed to say, let's wait and see what happens in the end. Yang Kai looked back at, and his unsaid words were just as clear. I'll be waiting. Their gazes were only locked for a moment before they parted, and Yun Heilan left, escorted like a celebrity by the members of the Crown Prince Society. Lai He and the others hurried over to Yang Kai, who people now looked at very differently than before. The envy and jealousy in their eyes were clear, and the attitude of the young woman in the green garment had completely changed. Walking over awkwardly, she said, Elder Brother Yang Kai, I know I offended you just now. I hope you're a believer in the adage a great man does not remember a petty person's trespasses. Oh. Yang Kai looked over at her, and was suddenly acutely aware of his change in status. Don't worry about it, I'm not going to cause problems for you. Carry on. Many thanks, Elder Brother, many thanks, she said happily, before hurrying away. Nearly bursting with excitement, Lai He said, Yang Kai, now you can go to the College of Elite Students, where you'll have an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. Your cultivation is going to progress even more quickly than before, and you can also learn about the various Taos of spell formations. Soon, you'll be able to set up grand spell formations of your own. It goes without saying that I'll figure out how to set up energy formations for you, Yang Kai replied. We need to get your cultivation bases stronger as quickly as possible. The sooner you reach the life-seizing level, the better. I've offended the Crown Prince Society in Yun Heilan, and now I've dragged you all into it. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure all of you stay safe. Yang Kai knew that Yun Heilan would definitely harm his friends if she felt it would advance her purposes, and in fact, he was also fairly certain it wouldn't be long before she made a move on the Yang clan in Yanhaven. Although the Yang clan controlled Yanhaven now, they weren't much when compared to the powerful Yun Heilan and the Crown Prince Society. As for what exactly to do about the situation, he needed to put more thought into it. Right now, the most important task at hand was to get his 4 brothers into the life-seizing level. With them as elite students, and with the backing of their clans, they would be extremely influential, and would be of vital importance in protecting Yanhaven. Lai He, use your powers within your clan to send word to Yanhaven. Let them know I've reached the life-seizing level and am now an elite student. Sure thing. Lie, he said. He could already tell what Yang Kai was thinking. Although Yan Haven was currently impregnable to most of its current enemies, there were plenty of powerful individuals who could still cause trouble for them. At the very most, the Yang clan was experiencing a temporary respite from danger. Come on, Yang Kai said with the wave of his hand. I'll take you into the College of Elite Students to look around. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The incident between Yang Kai and the Crown Prince Society was the talk of the Institute. Everyone assumed that the Crown Prince Society would start causing problems for Yang Kai, and yet, before long, the waves died down, and nothing happened. However, people in the know were aware that it was only the calm before the storm. Yang Kai now had a castle-like temple in the College of Elite Students, just like Yang Suzu. It was his own official permanent residence, complete with an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. During the 10 days that passed, he focused heavily on cultivation, both on coming to a deeper understanding of his abilities as a life-seizer, and also on his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. Every few days, he would go help he and the others fortify their spell formations to further their cultivation. He also spent time attending classes in the institute. The elders and professors spoke on a variety of topics, such as astronomy, geography, medicinal pills, vital energy, morality, history, meridians, acupoints, magical treasures, equipment forging, and more. Being an elite student came with a lot of privileges, such as being able to attend class for free. Freshman students, outer campus students, and even inner campus students all had to spend merit points to do so. Elite students were also provided with an abundance of resources. For example, his temple came complete with giant servants who came in regularly to tidy and clean the place. Not only was he able to live like a prince, he was also able to focus more fully on cultivation. Because of all that, he simply focused on getting stronger and waiting for Yunheilan and the Crown Prince Society to make their move. At the same time, he kept an ear out for news about his Aunt Suzu. After acquiring the Sage Devil painting, she had sought out her master, and then went into a session of secluded cultivation, with her goal being to achieve secondary or perhaps even tertiary life-seizing. However, after months with no news, Yang Kai was starting to get nervous about the situation. Yang Kai was now no less powerful than Yang Suzu, and in fact, he had surpassed her. That meant that he could definitely be of help to her, except for the fact that he had no idea where she was. Meanwhile, far, far away from the Demi-Immortal Institute in Yan Haven, Yang Zhan was contemplating how to manage clan affairs and push the clan to further glory. Now that Yan Haven belonged to the Yang clan, he was the new city magistrate. The Yang clan had occupied the city magistrate's mansion that had once belonged to Yan Gufeng, and had earned the allegiance of the millions of residents of the city, as well as the support of the other rich and powerful clans. Yang Zhan was at the peak of the Master of Energy level, and Yang Yunchang and Yang Hualong were now both Masters of Energy. Yang Kai had acquired all sorts of miraculous medicinal pills from the vampire brigands, such as the Golden 9 Transformations pills. All of them were astronomically valuable, but he had sent them to his father and brothers, which had pushed their cultivation forward rapidly. They were now the top figures in the Yang clan. Yang Zhan had the power of his Air Mastery plant, the 4 Seasons swordplay, and the Chiliokaza mirror. With all of that, it seemed very likely that he would reach the life-seizing level soon. He wasn't just the top expert in the Yang clan, he was the most powerful individual in Yan Haven. Not even 4 or 5 masters of energy working together would be a match for him. Deep in the city magistrate's mansion, in a large meeting hall, he was currently holding an important meeting. Present were the clan lords from countless clans that existed within the 500-kilometer jurisdiction of Yan Haven. The Chen clan had been exterminated, and the Yan clan had been driven out. But there were still the Zhu clan, Wang clan, Kang clan, Chuan clan, and more, dozens of rich and powerful clans. Greetings, gentlemen, Yang Zhan said, causing profound silence to fall over the hall. No one knew how Yang Zhan had pulled it off, but he had acquired the assistance of 30 masters of energy and hundreds of 8th phase experts. It was with that force that he had defeated the Yan clan and became the new city magistrate. The spectacular battle, which had been fought, was still vivid in the minds of everyone present. Yan Diafeng had been in the possession of an incredible thumb ring that doubled his reserve of true energy, and yet despite that, had still been defeated by Yang Zhan. That moment ensured that Yang Zhan would henceforth be the most respected person in the city. Looking around at the assembled clan lords, Yang Zhan nodded and said, "We are in a bit of a strange situation. The time has come for all the aristocratic clans in Yan Haven to unite and work together. We can no longer be constantly bickering and at odds. Therefore, I have decided to establish a formal royal court. I will be the king, and you aristocratic clans will be appointed as vassals and government ministers. We need to discuss exactly how to administer affairs in the 500-kilometer region surrounding Yan Haven. Gentlemen, do any of you have any good suggestions?" His words broke the silence like a boulder dropping onto the surface of a placid lake. Impossible, one of the clan lords said, rising to his feet. City Magistrate Yang, you want our clans to be government ministers? You think we'll just give you life or death power over us? It was no surprise that the aristocratic clans would be unhappy about Yang Zhan calling himself a king and appointing them all as vassals and ministers. By doing that, they would be acknowledging that the Yang clan was superior to them, and could even execute them if they wanted. Furthermore, the clan's military forces would be under the control of the Yang clan, and the new royal court would control all of the clan's income, provisions, weapons, medicinal pills, and the like. They would also appoint and dispatch officials to oversee the lands. In the past, the clans controlled their own territory, and could do whatever they wanted therein. At that time, they were like emperors unto their own. But now, they were being told to be part of a royal court. The sage ancestor dynasty had little real power, and was also on the decline. City magistrates throughout the rich, lush continent, as well as the various powerful clans, were all independent. Some were declaring their cities to be nations and setting up their own governments. And at long last, that was happening here in Yan Haven with the Yang clan. The Yan clan had also attempted such a thing, but had been defeated and driven away. Now the other clans were being asked to participate in the Yang clan's arrangement of military and civil officialdom. Without such a formal hierarchy, there would be little point to establishing a nation. Unless the clans agreed to follow governmental decrees, chaos would ensue. If other powerful forces invaded at that time, the aristocratic clans would be a major weakness. But with the clans serving as officials and ministers, with law in place, and with a standing army ready to fight, then it would be a very different story. The newly founded state of Yang would immediately be 10 times as powerful as before. Unfortunately, founding a new nation was no easy task, and the powerful clans would not give in easily. When Yang Zhan saw that the clan lords were offering such staunch resistance, he sighed inwardly. He had known all along that something like this would happen. After all, if Yang Yufeng had been the one to make an announcement like this, he would have fought back just as fiercely. City Magistrate Yang, one of the clan lords said passionately, "It's my duty to follow you as a city magistrate. But do you really think you can just declare yourself king over all of and confiscate our belongings and property? You might as well just execute us all." "We absolutely do not agree. This crosses the line. The aristocratic clans will pay you tribute, but will not become your state officials. There is absolutely, positively no way we will give you the power of life or death over us." "That's right, City Magistrate Yang. Your son might be a student at the Demi-Immortal Institute, but our Bai clan has the backing of the House of the White Dragon. If you push things too far, you'll be signing your own death warrant." "Exactly. If you want to found your own nation, that means you're our enemy. Besides, what makes you think the Yang clan can even hold on to the position of city magistrate?" "Humpies. Back when the Yang clan was planning this sort of thing, we didn't do anything. And we also didn't do anything when your Yang clan routed the Yan clan. But don't think that we'll let you just run amok. No matter what happens, we're not going to let the Yang clan gain any more power." "Found a nation? Really?" The clan lords were all talking at the same time, and their opposition only seemed to grow stronger by the moment. In fact, some of the individuals present, chief elders who were masters of energy, began to secretly circulate their energy in preparation to attack. Yan Yunchang and Yang Hualong were both starting to sweat a bit at the sight of it all. Back when they had fought the Yan clan, they had more than 30 masters of energy on their side, plus over 100 8th phase experts. Afterward, the state of Yan had stopped expanding territory, and all those experts had returned home. If all of these aristocratic clans joined forces against them now, there was no way they could fight back. "Well, what are you going to do?" Yang Zhan said coolly. "Don't tell me you want to maintain the status quo. If we do and someone invades us, we'll all end up dead. Even our ancestral shrines will be destroyed." One of the chief elders rose to his feet and said, "If there's an invasion, we can join forces to fight back. But founding a nation means stripping us of our power, and we'd rather die than let that happen. We refuse to accept such an arrangement." As the arguing in the hall grew more heated, a whooshing sound could be heard outside the city magistrate's mansion. Shocked, the clan lords and chief elders rushed out to see a host of men dressed in black garments, with black masks on their faces. These men were all masters of energy, and from the way they looked at the clan lords and chief elders, they clearly viewed them as nothing more than country yokels. These were experts from the sage ancestor dynasty's capital city, a place that Yan Haven couldn't even compare to. Despite that, when they finally caught sight of Yang Zhan, the respect in their eyes was clear for all to see. One of the black-garbed men tore the mask off his face, stepped forward and said, "City Magistrate Yang, please, allow me to offer greetings." Yang Zhan recognized this man. He was one of the masters of energy who had been sent to help deal with the Yan clan and the state of Yan, an expert from the Hua clan. "Well," he said, "if it isn't the Goldstone Soulcatcher, Mr. Hua Gang." The Hua clan was a very domineering force back in capital city, and Yang Kai's sworn brother Hua Yinhu was a young lord from that very clan. As for this Hua, a gang, he was a mere servant from that clan. Despite his status, he was a master of energy. Why exactly have you come today, mister? Hua, a gang? Yang Zhan asked, clearly a bit surprised. Why, to offer my congratulations, of course, City Magistrate Yang. With that, he bowed formally at the waist, accompanied by all the other masters of energy who had come with him. Stunned, Yang Zhan said, Please, none of that. How could I accept such treatment as this? He was truly confused as to why these people from capital city would be acting with such courtesy. Hua gang rushed forward to prevent Yang Zhan from bowing in return. It's only natural for a father to derive glory from the accomplishments of his son, he said. Last month, your son Yang Kai reached the life-seizing level, making him one of the top experts in the land. Furthermore, the Demi-Immortal Institute recognized his accomplishment, tested him, and deemed him fit to become an elite student. Young Lord Hua Yinhu from our Hua clan is the sworn brother of Yang Kai, and he asked us to come bring the news. What? Yang Zhan said, so excited that his knees began to tremble. What did you just say? He reached the life-seizing level and became an elite student? Although he had long since known that Yang Kai had come across some sort of miraculous fortune, and had surpassed him in cultivation, this good news was so shocking that he couldn't hide his delight. As for the chief elders and clan lords present, they felt like they were being struck by lightning. What? Life Caesar? Elite student. That was what everyone was thinking. Perhaps they didn't know what it meant to be an elite student in the Demi-Immortal Institute, but they definitely knew what the life-seizing level was. As far as they were concerned, Life Caesars were invincible gods, the type of individuals they couldn't possibly move against. Life Caesars could destroy cities and exterminate entire armies. It's absolutely true, Hua Zhen continued. It won't be long before the sage ancestor dynasty hears of the matter and issues an official proclamation about the matter. In any case, our clans were notified early, and came here to deliver the news. Gesturing at the men behind him, he continued, our group represents the Hua, Lai, He, and Liang clans. Not only have we brought letters of congratulations, we also have a few meager gifts. Brother Yang Zhan, please do accept them. Oh, another thing. The clan lords of our respective clans told us to follow any orders you might give us now that we're here. That's right, said another of the black-garbed men. Young Lord Yang Kai has provided help to the young lords of our own clans, and hopes to propel them all to the life-seizing level. If the matter is a success, then all of our clans will owe the Yang clan a big debt. Therefore, we will do everything we can to make sure your clan is the most domineering force in these parts. Heaven is showering the Yang clan with blessings, Yang Zhan murmured. At this point, Clan Lord Wang stepped forward, dropped to one knee and saluted Yang Zhan formally. The Wang clan is absolutely behind your effort to found a nation. Damn it, Clan Lord Wang sure reacted quickly. Who could have predicted that? That was what the other dissenting clan lords and chief elders were all thinking. At this point, all of them knew that if they didn't submit to Yang Zhan, it would mean disaster for them, and were cursing Clan Lord Wang for seizing the spotlight. Without hesitation, they all began to rush forward and kneel. Moments ago, they had been vehemently opposing Yang Zhan, but now they were acting as meekly as sheep. That was the result of the news of Yang Kai reaching the life-seizing level. After all, a single life Caesar could destroy their clans as easily as blowing away some dust. Some masters of energy would work for 100 years without successfully being able to reach that level. Very well, gentlemen, Yang Zhan said. Since all of you are willing to acknowledge me as your king, I accept. And considering you're all here, let's discuss the important matters of establishing the civil and military officialdom, army structure, finances, land ownership, and the like. Another month went by as summer approached, and the lands began to heat up. Yang Kai stood atop the roof of his temple, enjoying the warm breeze. In his hands was a letter from his father, detailing events in Yanhaven over the past month. Yang Zhan had declared himself king, and had unified the aristocratic clans under his leadership. Everything for 500 kilometers surrounding Yanhaven was now controlled by him, including all of the various cities, towns, villages, and hamlets. According to the letter, Yang Zhan planned to formally declare the founding of a nation in a few months, and was interested in Yang Kai's opinion about what to name it. The end of the letter contained something else very important, secret matters regarding Yang Kai's mother that Yang Zhan had long promised to reveal. Here, as you know, your mother comes from the holy land of the demon folk, the Hanging Mountain, which is a divine location beyond the heavens. Your mother is no ordinary person there. She is a holy daughter of the demon folk, and truth be told, I don't even know her true name. I only know her nickname, Green Shura. Supposedly, she was connected to me by destiny. I'll never forget the words she spoke the day we left. The day you become the ruler of the rich, lush continent is the day we will meet again. For years, I assumed we would never see each other again. But with a son like you, perhaps there's hope. Yang Kai looked down at the handwritten letter from his father. Heart pounding, he murmured, "My mother's nickname is Greenshura?" Most shocking of all was the last line that mentioned being the ruler of the entire rich, lush continent. A host of feelings rose up in Yang Kai's heart. Only an extraordinary person could possibly rule the entire rich, lush continent. Right now, that ruler was the emperor of the sage ancestor dynasty. Although the dynasty was on the decline, there was still an emperor who had occupied the throne for more than 1,000 years already. Although he rarely made public appearances, and left most affairs of state to the imperial princes to handle, the dynasty was still widely respected and feared. The emperor's cultivation base was mysterious and unfathomable, although it was known that it had already been 1,000 years since he became a legendary. Considering how much time had passed since then, it was impossible to say his current level. Perhaps he had gone beyond the legendary level, and had surpassed the mortal and entered the saintly. For all anyone knew, he was in the great sage level or even higher. Considering how much Yang Kai had progressed in cultivation, he already knew that after the life-seizing level was the legendary level. Although he wasn't sure how many sub-levels were in that level, he did know that progressing through them was incredibly difficult. Beyond legendaries were the great sages, invincible individuals who were essentially saints and were powerful beyond imagination. In the distant past, when the demon folk ran rampant, some of their most powerful experts reached the great sage level and left the world to roam space-time. As for what lay beyond it, Yang Kai wasn't sure. In any case, if someone wanted to become the ruler of the entire rich, lush continent, they would definitely have to wipe out the sage ancestor dynasty and execute its emperor. And that meant that such an individual would definitely need to be as strong as one of those great sages from the distant past. Who exactly is my mother? She must be very important, if the prerequisite to see her is to be the ruler of this entire continent. How did she end up involved with father? In terms of status, the two of them are about as different as heaven and earth. Well, once my cultivation base is high enough, I'll go to the Hanging Mountain and ask her myself. Filled with more questions than answers, Yang Kai waved his hand, causing the letter to burst into flames. Because of the important secrets it contained, Yang Zhan had specifically directed him to dispose of it after reading it. Calming himself, Yang Kai looked out at the beautiful scenery which surrounded his temple, as well as the abundant spirit energy. In the middle of the temple was the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, which he found to be particularly intriguing. It was a formation created out of pure energy, designed to temper the physical body, strengthen the cultivation base, improve the meridians, and build up the energy of the Tao of Monarchs. Remaining in the formation for long periods of time could even affect one's personality and thoughts, causing one to think like a monarch. It could make one's thoughts more clear, one's vision more expansive, and could help a person to become a better leader. Thus were the marvelous abilities of an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. Unfortunately, ordinary life-seizers would be incapable of putting such a formation together. Besides, they required massive amounts of resources and true energy to construct. Despite 2 months of intensive study, Yang Kai only had a vague understanding of how they were made. He had attended many classes regarding spell formations, and thus knew much more about them than he had in the past. For example, he knew that many energy arts could be used in conjunction with spell formations. That included the Four Seasons swordplay, which he could now use in a way that was 10 times as powerful as the art normally was. In the 2 months since he had become an elite student, Yang Kai had progressed rapidly. He knew 10 times as much as he had in the past, perhaps even 100. And of course, his strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth was growing even more refined. In fact, he was fairly certain that he would soon have enough life force quintessence built up to achieve secondary life-seizing. When working on his cultivation in the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, he could sense subterranean spirit loads. When it came to the so-called spirit energy of heaven and earth, heaven had the free-flowing spirit energy, and the earth had spirit loads. Usually, locations with spirit loads were the best place to practice cultivation, build mansion grottos and circulate energy. And of course, the Demi-Immortal Institute in general was built in the best location possible. It was located in the very middle of the rich lush continent, on top of an enormous spirit load. And it was that very energy that Yang Kai could sense below him. On a few occasions, he had attempted to tap into it, but it was too powerful, and eventually, he was forced to give up. After all, that was why the College of Elite Students had energy formations of the Tao of Monarchs to begin with. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to bring his 4 friends in to use the formation. If he did, and it were found out, he would be severely punished. Therefore, he was doing his research into spell formations in the hope of setting up small-scale versions for them on the outside. If they had energy formations of the Tao of Monarchs, they would definitely advance much more rapidly, and would soon be able to reach the life-seizing level themselves. The true essence of the Tao of Monarchs, encapsulated eternally in a spell formation. After studying the spell formation for a bit longer, he suddenly produced a handful of white demon cores from his thumb ring. Crushing them, he took the resulting white energy flow and sent it swirling into a very specific pattern. He did not seal the energy, but let it continue to flow. At its current level, it was almost like the power of a dozen Lysizers all working together, causing powerful winds to scream through Yonkai's temple. Wham! Bam! Just like that, a small version of an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs took shape, the result of Yonkai's 2 months of research into spell formations. Spell formations could be used at any time. In fact, some spell formation masters could create spell formation cycles that could be placed into the internal organs, muscles, and bones to make themselves far stronger than ordinary. Furthermore, demon cores were often used in formation deployment. The cores he had just used came from demonlings and the Master of Energy level, which he had acquired from the treasure stores of the vampire brigands. Almost immediately, the small spell formation began to absorb the local energy of the Tao of Monarchs. Besides, Yonkai could sense that it was also drawing upon the vital energy from the subterranean energy lodes. Most life seizers cannot control the vital energy in the subterranean spirit lodes. In fact, their true energy would be completely destroyed by it. But with my strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth, I have unique control over the ground beneath my feet. Now, I can actually connect to the subterranean spirit lodes. This technique makes me like the Lord of Earth. As he drew upon the quintessence of his energy arts, true energy gathered above his head in the shape of a god mammoth, whose trunk then slammed into the ground and immediately connected to the spirit lode beneath. If other top experts in the institute could see what was happening, they would be completely shocked. As for the spirit energy that flowed up, it was almost pure white, indicating how incredibly strong it was. The Lord of the Earth. The words actually echoed out from the true energy god mammoth itself. The Lord of Hell would naturally be the Lord of the Earth. The pure white subterranean spirit energy flowed into the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, causing the smaller formation Yonkai had created to grow larger, until it actually contained the entire true energy god mammoth. For now I can store the formation in my thumb ring. The dimension inside his thumb ring was definitely big enough to contain the formation, and once inside, it wouldn't dissipate. In contrast, if he left it in his room and didn't watch over it constantly, it would gradually fade away, and making another one would be quite troublesome. Even inside the ring, it still continued to absorb the subterranean vital energy and convert it into the energy of the Tao of Monarchs. If I leave it in there for too long, it might develop a spirit of its own. I'd better get it to lie he and the others as soon as possible. Deactivating the larger spell formation in his room, he blurred into motion, heading out of the College of Elite Students and toward the outer campus. Meanwhile, in another location in the College of Elite Students, someone watched as Yonkai left. The observer was none other than Gu Fengxian, who Yonkai recently humiliated. He was with several other elite students, all of them members of the Crown Prince Society. Considering the shifty glints in their eyes, it seemed they were hatching some scheme or another. We've been secretly watching Yonkai for almost 2 months now, Gu Fengxian, one of the students said. Have you seen anything suspicious? I have this feeling that he's actually a lot stronger than he's letting on. He's definitely talented, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to accept him into our Crown Prince Society. However, considering how many invitations he's turned down from us over the past months, it seems he's the ambitious type who doesn't want to acknowledge allegiance to anyone. If he's going to cause problems for us in the future, the best thing would be to get rid of him now. The Crown Prince himself has taken a liking to Yunhelan, and she hates Yonkai to death. Why don't we just finish things now? Get rid of him? Gu Fengxian growled. I doubt we could assassinate him. He's an elite student now, and the higher-ups in the institute are no fools. They would definitely suspect us right away. And the punishment for killing fellow students is severe. Even if the Crown Prince interfered, I'd bet they'd still cripple our martial arts. And that would be a fate worse than death. Well, there's no rush, another student said. Eyes flickering with sinister light, he continued. We'll figure out something eventually. Students die all the time. There's no way the institute investigates all of the deaths in detail, right? Why don't we get someone else to do the dirty work? For example, the inter-institute martial arts competition is coming up. What if we got a student from one of the other institutes to do it for us? Good point. Crown Prince Society has been in operation for years, and we have agents in all the other institutes. We should be able to arrange something like that easily. As soon as Yonkai was out in the open, he could sense that numerous hostile gazes had locked onto him. Must be the Crown Prince Society. They're the only ones who have a beef with me. Furthermore, one of the gazes seemed to burn with fire that could immolate immortals. Clearly, Gu Fengxian was not willing to let matters drop and wanted revenge. He came from an aristocratic clan, and was inherently petty and arrogant. His clan had once possessed an imperial-class energy art, and had produced many legendaries. In fact, the founder of the clan had been a great sage. Because of that, Gu Fengxian had always felt superior, and was used to people acquiescing to him in all situations. How could he not seek vengeance for the defeat he had suffered at the Academy of Sage Studies? Yang Kai had no doubts in his mind that he would, and thus, was fully on guard. For the entire 2 months that he had been an elite student, he had been waiting for the Crown Prince Society to do something against him, and it was for that reason that he hadn't left the Demi-Immortal Institute. Instead, he focused on study and on spell formations. That way, when the time came to clash with the Crown Prince Society, he would be ready to show them how strong he truly was. Now that he was in the College of Elite Students, he would eventually be able to reveal the true level of his energy arts and cultivation base. It was a long-standing tradition in the Institute to leave elite students alone. They were expected to harbor secrets, and not even the professors and elders in the Institute were allowed to investigate such matters. In fact, the longer one remained an elite student, the more secrets they were expected to keep. Yang Kai was currently expecting to wait 4 or 5 years and do his best to stabilize his position. At that point, he wouldn't need to hold back as much. If you didn't have the Crown Prince Society to back you up, Yun Heilan, I would have already given you what you deserve. One of these days, my Sage Monarch Society will surpass the Crown Prince Society. Then you'll see that all the power you've worked to accumulate is nothing more than a joke. And no matter how much you beg and plead, I won't give you any second chances. No hope. As Yang Kai made his way to the outer campus, he kept his senses focused on whether or not he was being followed. Given the level of his energy arts and cultivation base, he could tell if hostile gazes were locked onto him. Even if the people watching him remained in hiding, he would still detect their gazes. After all, Gu Fengxian and his friends were no match for him in terms of energy arts. They were all life seizers, but Yang Kai was dozens of times more powerful than them. Therefore, it was only natural that he would be able to detect them watching him. However, Gu Fengxian was under the impression that Yang Kai had no idea about being surveilled. Little did he know that, not only was Yang Kai aware of his actions, he could also sense exactly where Gu Fengxian was, and also could hear what he was saying. After confirming that he had lost them, Yang Kai entered the room where he and the others were working on their cultivation. During the 2 months which had passed, all 4 of them had made significant progress. They had all sorts of relevant resources stacked up around the room, such as spirit medicines, pill furnaces, and the like. These weren't things provided by the Institute, but rather treasured items given them by their clans. All 4 of them had taken time to return to their clans for assessment by their clan seniors. Considering their progress, their clans now had deep hope that they would reach the life-seizing level. Unless the leadership in their clans were complete fools, they would definitely do everything they could to support such rising stars. Of course, Yang Kai realized that news of him reaching the life-seizing level and becoming an elite student had been spread to his friends' clans, and that they had sent expressions of goodwill to his father. In fact, in his letter, his father had asked him to offer thanks to he and the others. As of this point, they were all mutually benefiting from their various relationships. That was one reason why Yang Kai had worked so hard to research energy formations of the Tao of Monarchs. If his friends could advance a bit further in their cultivation, it would make their alliance even stronger. If their group consisted of 5 elite students, then they might not be able to rival the Crown Prince Society, the Gentleman's Society, or the Divine Ability Society, but at least those societies would hesitate before causing trouble for them. As soon as he entered the room, his friend's eyes went wide at the obvious progress he had made. How has your cultivation gone in the past 2 months, Yang Kai? He said. I finished creating an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. It's right here in my heart of the Sea Thumb Ring. Let's set it up here, and the 4 of you can try it out. Let's see how similar it is to the ones in the College of Elite Students. Afterwards, I'm hoping you can help me get it to Yan Haven so that my father and brothers can use it, and possibly some of the young talented ones in the clan. With that, Yang Kai waved his finger, pulling the spell formation out into the room. Pure white spirit energy flowed through the air, looking almost like milk. Instantly, the spirit energy began to pour into his 4 friends. Within that energy was the energy of the Tao of Monarchs, which purified their minds and hearts. It's really an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. Lang Dong exclaimed. How did you make it, Yang Kai? Lots of students have tried to do this, but none of them ever succeeded. You need pure subterranean spirit energy to do so, and that stuff is wild and powerful. Not even quaternary life seizers would be able to extract it. But you did. The only explanation Yang Kai offered was a mysterious smile. Because of the way the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth let him control matters of the earth, he could do things that many top masters could not. That's not important, he said. Come on, start with your cultivation. I'll help out. Who knows, we might even be able to get Liang Dong into the life-seizing level right now. Let's do it. They all sat down cross-legged and got to work. Yang Kai sat in the middle, his hands flowing through the air as he sent streams of inborn energy into the milky white spirit energy. Drawing out the true essence of the Tao of monarchs, he turned the spirit energy into what looked like snakes that began to pour into his friend's body. Instantly, their bodies began to transform, all the way down to their bones. Their blood began to turn as white as the spiritual energy itself, and the power of their cosmic sunflare sword began to build. By this point, the four of them had abandoned the use of true energy to practice cultivation, and instead focused purely on the cosmic sunflare sword. As such, whenever they used their sword energy, it pulsed with the sensation of the cosmos and the heat of a flaring sun. Cultivating this sword technique was very taxing on the body. Sword energy was inherently sharp and would damage the meridians upon passing through them. But now, with the help of Yang Kai's energy formation of the Tao of monarchs, and the milky white spirit energy that was coursing through their blood, their bodies were being remolded. Now, the sword energy of the cosmic sunflare sword could move through them much more smoothly and quickly. In its ultimate form, sword energy could rage to the heights of the sky, destroy vital energy, and use ability to seize life from the heavens. As for Yang Kai, he had used raw power to vanquish the vital energy and seize life. But ability was different from raw power. Ability was about sharpness and accuracy, and the skill to slice apart anything and everything. Raw power was just the ability to crush or destroy. Ability was like an assassin, and raw power was like an emperor. In the modern world, few people used raw power to try to seize life. After all, raw power was something that belonged to the devils of the distant past, and the legion of gods in heaven. It was almost profane for humans to attempt to use it. Therefore, few people would ever do what Yang Kai did. Generally speaking, ability was the orthodox method among humans. The entire group of four was completely focused on their cultivation. Although they didn't compare much at all to the other powerful organizations in the Demi-Immortal Institute, one day, they would be able to unleash their true power. Before, the four of them would never have even been able to dream of using an energy formation of the Tao of monarchs, and thus, would never have reached the life-seizing level. Yang Kai was definitely a major outlier. He had overcome many dangerous situations, killed Chu Tianj, completed his Hellfire Crucible, and built up significant reserves before heading out onto the ocean to reach the life-seizing level. For others, things could never go so smoothly. For example, Yun Heilin only succeeded because she had attracted the attention of the legendary Crown Prince, who had bestowed her with life force, spring water. Whoosh! Even as they worked on their cultivation, they all sensed something odd. Sure enough, it was possible to see a radiant light hovering outside of the window, which looked like a paper crane made of pure energy. It was exquisite, and very lifelike, and seemed to be honed in on Yang Kai's aura. At the same time, Yang Kai could sense Yang Suzu's aura on it. Aunt Suzu is out of seclusion. She's using that energy crane to let me know? He waved his hand, causing the window to open, and simultaneously sent out a manifestation of humanoid true energy to take control of the spell formation. Then, he leapt up and flew out the window. Instantly, the energy crane flew some distance away, then turned and looked at him, as if waiting for him to follow. Without any hesitation, he flew after the creature, passing through numerous buildings, toward the depths of the Institute. Hundreds of kilometers inside the Demi-Immortal Institute, there were no temples and pagodas. Instead, there were mountains, wreathed with mist and covered with flowers and vegetation. The mountains stretched out in all directions, too many of them to count, almost like the scales on a dragon. This was a very significant part of the Institute, the Heaven Lode Mountains. According to the legends, this had once been a so-called dragon lode in the rich lush continent. In primeval times it had been very mysterious and also very famous. Later, it came to be occupied by the Demi-Immortal Institute. The highest level members lived here, including conclave students and holy neophytes. Is this where Aunt Suzu has been working on her cultivation? It seems her master must be a very important person. Yang Kai flew through the mountains, not daring to stray off the path led by the crane. Obviously, it was a dangerous location, filled with deadly spell formations and other things that could kill him instantly. And thus, their discussion continued. As soon as Yang Kai was out in the open, he could sense that numerous hostile gazes had locked onto him. Must be the Crown Prince Society. They're the only ones who have a beef with me. Furthermore, one of the gazes seemed to burn with fire that could immolate immortals. Clearly, Gu Fengxian was not willing to let matters drop and wanted revenge. He came from an aristocratic clan and was inherently petty and arrogant. His clan had once possessed an imperial-class energy art and had produced many legendaries. In fact, the founder of the clan had been a great sage. Because of that, Gu Fengxian had always felt superior and was used to people acquiescing to him in all situations. How could he not seek vengeance for the defeat he had suffered at the Academy of Sage Studies? Yang Kai had no doubts in his mind that he would, and thus, was fully on guard. For the entire 2 months that he had been an elite student, he had been waiting for the Crown Prince Society to do something against him, and it was for that reason that he hadn't left the Demi-Immortal Institute. Instead, he focused on study and on spell formations. That way, when the time came to clash with the Crown Prince Society, he would be ready to show them how strong he truly was. Now that he was in the College of Elite Students, he would eventually be able to reveal the true level of his energy arts and cultivation base. It was a long-standing tradition in the Institute to leave elite students alone. They were expected to harbor secrets, and not even the professors and elders in the Institute were allowed to investigate such matters. In fact, the longer one remained an elite student, the more secrets they were expected to keep. Yang Kai was currently expecting to wait 4 or 5 years and do his best to stabilize his position. At that point, he wouldn't need to hold back as much. If you didn't have the Crown Prince Society to back you up, unyielding, I would have already given you what you deserve. One of these days, my Sage Monarch Society will surpass the Crown Prince Society. Then you'll see that all the power you've worked to accumulate is nothing more than a joke. And no matter how much you beg and plead, I won't give you any second chances. No hope. As Yang Kai made his way to the outer campus, he kept his senses focused on whether or not he was being followed. Given the level of his energy arts and cultivation base, he could tell if hostile gazes were locked onto him. Even if the people watching him remained in hiding, he would still detect their gazes. After all, Gu Fengxian and his friends were no match for him in terms of energy arts. They were all life seizers, but Yang Kai was dozens of times more powerful than them. Therefore, it was only natural that he would be able to detect them watching him. However, Gu Fengxian was under the impression that Yang Kai had no idea about being surveilled. Little did he know that, not only was Yang Kai aware of his actions, he could also sense exactly where Gu Fengxian was, and also could hear what he was saying. After confirming that he had lost them, Yang Kai entered the room where he and the others were working on their cultivation. During the 2 months which had passed, all 4 of them had made significant progress. They had all sorts of relevant resources stacked up around the room, such as spirit medicines, pill furnaces, and the like. These weren't things provided by the Institute, but rather treasured items given them by their clans. All 4 of them had taken time to return to their clans for assessment by their clan seniors. Considering their progress, their clans now had deep hope that they would reach the life-seizing level. Unless the leadership in their clans were complete fools, they would definitely do everything they could to support such rising stars. Of course, Yang Kai realized that news of him reaching the life-seizing level and becoming an elite student had been spread to his friends' clans, and that they had sent expressions of goodwill to his father. In fact, in his letter, his father had asked him to offer thanks to he and the others. As of this point, they were all mutually benefiting from their various relationships. That was one reason why Yang Kai had worked so hard to research energy formations of the Tao of Monarchs. If his friends could advance a bit further in their cultivation, it would make their alliance even stronger. If their group consisted of 5 elite students, then they might not be able to rival the Crown Prince Society, the Gentleman's Society, or the Divine Ability Society, but at least those societies would hesitate before causing trouble for them. As soon as he entered the room, his friend's eyes went wide at the obvious progress he had made. "How has your cultivation gone in the past 2 months, Yang Kai?" He said. "I finished creating an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. It's right here in my heart of the Sea Thumb Ring. Let's set it up here, and the 4 of you can try it out. Let's see how similar it is to the ones in the College of Elite Students. Afterwards, I'm hoping you can help me get it to Yan Haven so that my father and brothers can use it, and possibly some of the young talented ones in the clan." With that, Yang Kai waved his finger, pulling the spell formation out into the room. Pure white spirit energy flowed through the air, looking almost like milk. Instantly, the spirit energy began to pour into his 4 friends. Within that energy was the energy of the Tao of Monarchs, which purified their minds and hearts. "It's really an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs," Langdong exclaimed. "How did you make it, Yang Kai?" "Lots of students have tried to do this, but none of them ever succeeded. You need pure subterranean spirit energy to do so, and that stuff is wild and powerful. Not even quaternary life seizers would be able to extract it. But you did." The only explanation Yang Kai offered was a mysterious smile. Because of the way the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth let him control matters of the earth, he could do things that many top masters could not. "That's not important," he said. "Come on, start with your cultivation. I'll help out. Who knows, we might even be able to get Liang Dong into the life-seizing level right now." "Let's do it." They all sat down cross-legged and got to work. Yang Kai sat in the middle, his hands flowing through the air as he sent streams of inborn energy into the milky white spirit energy. Drawing out the true essence of the Tao of Monarchs, he turned the spirit energy into what looked like snakes that began to pour into his friend's body. Instantly, their bodies began to transform all the way down to their bones. Their blood began to turn as white as the spiritual energy itself, and the power of their cosmic sunflare sword began to build. By this point, The four of them had abandoned the use of true energy to practice cultivation, and instead focused purely on the cosmic sunflare sword. As such, whenever they used their sword energy, it pulsed with the sensation of the cosmos and the heat of a flaring sun. Cultivating this sword technique was very taxing on the body. Sword energy was inherently sharp and would damage the meridians upon passing through them. But now, with the help of Yang Kai's energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, and the milky white spirit energy that was coursing through their blood, their bodies were being remolded. Now, the sword energy of the cosmic sunflare sword could move through them much more smoothly and quickly. In its ultimate form, sword energy could rage to the heights of the sky, destroy vital energy, and use ability to seize life from the heavens. As for Yang Kai, he had used raw power to vanquish the vital energy and seize life. But ability was different from raw power. Ability was about sharpness and accuracy, and the skill to slice apart anything and everything. Raw power was just the ability to crush or destroy. Ability was like an assassin, and raw power was like an emperor. In the modern world, few people used raw power to try to seize life. After all, raw power was something that belonged to the devils of the distant past, and the legion of gods in heaven. It was almost profane for humans to attempt to use it. Therefore, few people would ever do what Yang Kai did. Generally speaking, ability was the orthodox method among humans. The entire group of four was completely focused on their cultivation. Although they didn't compare much at all to the other powerful organizations in the Demi-Immortal Institute, one day, they would be able to unleash their true power. Before, the four of them would never have even been able to dream of using an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, and thus, would never have reached the life-seizing level. Yang Kai was definitely a major outlier. He had overcome many dangerous situations, killed Chu Tianj, completed his Hellfire Crucible, and built up significant reserves before heading out onto the ocean to reach the life-seizing level. For others, things could never go so smoothly. For example, Yun Haolin only succeeded because she had attracted the attention of the legendary Crown Prince, who had bestowed her with life force, spring water. Whoosh! Even as they worked on their cultivation, they all sensed something odd. Sure enough, it was possible to see a radiant light hovering outside of the window, which looked like a paper crane made of pure energy. It was exquisite, and very lifelike, and seemed to be honed in on Yang Kai's aura. At the same time, Yang Kai could sense Yang Suzu's aura on it. "Aunt Suzu is out of seclusion. She's using that energy crane to let me know?" He waved his hand, causing the window to open, and simultaneously sent out a manifestation of humanoid true energy to take control of the spell formation. Then, he leapt up and flew out the window. Instantly, the energy crane flew some distance away, then turned and looked at him, as if waiting for him to follow. Without any hesitation, he flew after the creature, passing through numerous buildings, toward the depths of the Institute. Hundreds of kilometers inside the Demi-Immortal Institute, there were no temples and pagodas. Instead, there were mountains, wreathed with mist and covered with flowers and vegetation. The mountains stretched out in all directions, too many of them to count, almost like the scales on a dragon. This was a very significant part of the Institute, the Heaven Lode Mountains. According to the legends, this had once been a so-called dragon lode in the rich lush continent. In primeval times it had been very mysterious and also very famous. Later, it came to be occupied by the Demi-Immortal Institute. The highest level members lived here, including conclave students and holy neophytes. Is this where Aunt Suzu has been working on her cultivation? It seems her master must be a very important person. Yang Kai flew through the mountains, not daring to stray off the path led by the crane. Obviously, it was a dangerous location, filled with deadly spell formations and other things that could kill him instantly. The chirping and twittering of birds drifted about in the mountainous forests. Beautiful flowers abounded, like brightly brocaded cloth. It all looked like a profoundly beautiful painting. The colorful birds flitted about, and butterflies fluttered here and there. Some of the butterflies were enormous, and Yang Kai even spotted one that was the size of a human. As it flew through the air, pollen swirled off its wings, making it look almost unreal. That butterfly is a demon spirit, a type of deviling with a master of energy cultivation base. The butterfly noticed Yang Kai and flapped its wings, sending a stream of true energy toward him. However, as soon as it sensed his life-seizer aura, it retracted the energy, turned, and drifted away in the opposite direction. Yang Kai smiled faintly. After all, these mountains were part of the Demi-Immortal Institute, and the devilings here wouldn't randomly go around hurting people. Most of them were raised as pets by the experts who lived here. Eventually, he found himself following the energy crane up a path lined with countless flowers. Considering how complex the twists and turns were, Yang Kai got the feeling it was a spell formation, and that if he wasn't following the crane, he would have been snared by it. They were making their way toward the top of one particular mountain in the Heaven Lode Mountains, one that was completely covered with bright flowers. From the look of it, those flowers would remain in bloom all year, no matter the weather. After all, this mountain was covered by a warm flow of energy from top to bottom. With it in place, the mountain would remain as warm as spring throughout the year. As for the dirt, it was made up of millions of years' worth of fallen flower petals, and thus was both fragrant and inherently medicinal in quality. Yang Kai took in the sights as he proceeded along, marveling at how impressive it was. Whoever had made this mountain clearly had energy arts that surpassed his in every way. Don't tell me this is really where Aunt Suzu has been practicing cultivation. Did her master make this mountain? That energy crane definitely had Aunt Suzu's aura on it. He followed the crane for more than 2 hours as it led him higher and higher up the mountain, until the mists were so thick that sometimes it was difficult to see anything beyond 10 paces. Yang Kai actually had no idea where he was, and didn't dare to fly up into the air to try to find out. He knew that he had to stick close to the crane. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as they emerged from the mists into bright sunshine. At this point, Yang Kai could tell that he was about halfway up the mountain, at an enormous stone platform. It was almost like a public square, large enough to fit hundreds of thousands of people. At the far end was a mansion grotto, almost like a palace. However, it wasn't constructed on the surface of the mountain, but rather carved directly into it. The ground of the platform was sparkling and translucent, like porcelain, its surface filled with innumerable complex floral designs. With a single glance, it was obvious that it had been crafted with powerful energy arts. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what level of power it would take to create a palace like this out of a mountain. There were quite a few people present, although they weren't students from the Demi-Immortal Institute. The first thing that jumped out to Yang Kai was that their garments were embroidered with shining moons and blazing suns, as well as writing in an ancient script. Surprisingly, these were students from another of the ancient institutes in the rich, lush continent, the Sun Moon Institute. Furthermore, all of them were male. Apparently, they had come to pay a formal visit. Even more noteworthy, they were all dignified and imposing, without a single one of them being a weakling. These were all elite students. There were 4 institutes of learning in the rich, lush continent: the Demi-Immortal Institute, True Dragon Institute, Sun Moon Institute, and Sea God Institute. Yan Guofeng's daughter Yan Feixia was a student at the True Dragon Institute. Hu Qi, who Yang Kai had killed, was from the Sea God Institute, but he had never met anyone from the Sun Moon Institute. Some of the students caught sight of him walking up the path, and one of them shouted, "Stop right there." Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 of them burst into motion, flying over to block Yang Kai's path. "Who are you?" one of them said coldly. "This is Mana Flower's Peak. Our elder brother is here on business, so don't take a single step forward. Trespassing is not permitted." Yang Kai was not amused at all. This was Demi-Immortal Institute territory, and yet students from the Sun Moon Institute were trying to order him around. After looking the 2 students over, he frowned and said, "This is the Demi-Immortal Institute, and you're from another institute. You've got a lot of guts to go around blocking my path." "How impudent," the second student growled. "What's your name, criminal? Tell me immediately so I can report you to the Demi-Immortal Institute elders. They'll definitely punish you. Our elder brother is here to propose to Holy Daughter Manaflower's apprentice, Yang Suzu. This could affect relations between our institutes at the highest level. How dare an insignificant runt like you cause a commotion at a time like this?" Yang Kai's heart thumped, and a grim expression overtook his face. Propose? As in marriage? Although he wasn't sure why, rage was already burning inside of him. Some punk from the Sun Moon Institute wants to propose to my Aunt Suzu? What surprises me most is that he thinks he's worthy to do so. His words were so biting that the students from the Sun Moon Institute initially couldn't believe what they were hearing, and didn't know how to respond. What did you just say? What gall?" Another of the students shouted in fury. "Prepare to die." Suddenly, a fireball appeared in his hand, pulsing with destructive power that could put an end to anything and everything. And as the fireball rotated, it slowly began to morph into the shape of a saber. However, Yang Kai didn't care what shape it took. Waving his finger, he sent a stream of sword energy out from the cosmic sunflare sword, which he could now use openly. However, this was no ordinary cosmic sunflare sword. He had combined the technique with the 4 seasons swordplay, and had added in elements based on his own enlightenment. The result, refined with his Hellfire Crucible, was a type of sword technique that no one could possibly recognize. Essentially, it was a consummate discipline created by Yang Kai himself. This sword technique contained the burning true energy of the cosmic sunflare sword, as well as the numerous variations of spring, summer, autumn, and winter that came with the 4 seasons swordplay. Life sprouted, lightning crashed, frost spread, and snow filled the sky. Swish! The other student's energy arts were quickly vanquished, and he was sent flying more than 1,000 paces backward. There, he landed hard onto his back, having lost all face. Damn it. I can't believe he used such a vicious move. What sword technique was that? How could it be so profound? He actually attacked us. Surround him and kill him. He's an elite student here. This is open provocation. How dare he insult the dignity of the Sun Moon Institute? Instantly, several of the Sun Moon Institute students flew over and surrounded Yang Kai. Others flew over to help up their comrade who had just been defeated, sending true energy into him to heal his wounds. Of the 7 students facing Yang Kai, all were life seizers, elite students of the Sun Moon Institute. As they stood in formation around him, swords bared, they seemed on the verge of unleashing a deadly attack. Yang Kai stood there looking coldly at them. Considering that he was in the Demi-Immortal Institute, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if deadly fighting did break out, he clearly occupied the moral high ground. When the other students saw the killing intent flickering in his eyes, they suddenly got the sensation they were facing some primeval beast. At this point, a melodious voice rang out from within the palace. "Stay your hand. What do you people think you're doing?" Then, Yang Suzu herself appeared. The power radiating off of her was clear. Yang Kai could tell that she had advanced significantly since their previous meeting. Her true energy seemed 3 or 4 times stronger, and her life force seemed to have transformed into something completely different than before. Clearly, she had used the Sage Devil painting to reach secondary life seizing. When she saw Yang Kai, her eyes flickered with delight, and she said, "Kier, what's going on? Why are you arguing with the Sun Moon Institute students? I heard that you reached the life seizing level 2 months ago and became an elite student. Unfortunately, I couldn't emerge from seclusion and had no way to congratulate you. I just came out of meditation 2 days ago and sent that energy crane to notify you." "Aunt Suzu, what's going on with these Sun Moon Institute students? They said an elder brother of theirs came to propose to you, and then they dared to block my path? This is the Demi-Immortal Institute, not the Sun Moon Institute. For them to treat an elite student like myself this way is an insult to our institute. Besides, who's this elder brother they're talking about? Mind if I say hello to him? Is he superhuman or something? How dare he look down on the Demi-Immortal Institute so blatantly?" Here, Yang Suzu could never have guessed that Yang Kai would say things like this, and leave the Sun Moon Institute students with no room to back down. Looking at Yang Kai, she was about to speak when, all of a sudden, a voice thundered out from the palace. "Suzu, is this the genius nephew you talked about? If he keeps acting this domineering, he's going to get himself killed. I can't believe he picked a fight with our institute. How dare a puny elite student cause friction between our 2 institutes? Well, since he wants to say hello, then I'll just drag him inside." Whiz! All of a sudden, a flow of energy erupted out, becoming a huge hand that began to drop toward Yang Kai. Someone important was making a move. The booming voice combined with the massive hand made Yang Kai felt like he was suffocating. At play was an energy arc that surpassed the level of any life seizer he had ever encountered. This person had clearly achieved multiple life seizings, and was on a similar level as the elders at the Academy of Sage Studies. It was no wonder this person was so arrogant. Despite that, Yang Kai didn't show an ounce of fear. Laughing coldly, he said, "Go in and say hello? You think you qualify to be honored like that? Who are you trying to impress anyway? My ass? If you want to propose to my Aunt Suzu, you have to get past me first. If you can't, then kindly screw the hell off." With that, Yang Kai stamped his foot onto the ground. Rumble! Countless streams of true energy erupted from his foot, which merged together above him into an enormous, ever-growing sphere. "How utterly useless," the voice said, booming even louder than before. Suddenly, an enormous pagoda of true energy appeared in the palm of the true energy megahand. It was 9 stories tall, and pulsed with an aura that seemed capable of crushing any and all demon devils. Yang Suzu recognized the technique immediately. "That's the profound yellow pagoda from the great Emperor energy art. Longshuan Yi, if you dare to harm my nephew, then you and I are going to have a serious problem. Don't worry, Suzu. I just need to teach this over-arrogant nephew of yours a bit of a lesson. If he goes around with his nose stuck in the air like this, he's going to lose his life eventually." However, the true energy at play didn't change at all, and in fact, the pagoda grew larger and larger, making it seem as though a great emperor were descending, causing the entire square to tremble and shake. "Aunt Suzu, this guy sure talks big. I'm afraid I have no choice but to destroy this supposed profound yellow pagoda." Yang Kai simply stood there looking like some sort of god as his sphere of true energy exploded, becoming millions upon millions of streams of sword energy that shot toward the pagoda. "A voice said, clearly shocked. "Not bad. Your sword technique has reached the point of perfection. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to overcome me. This pagoda is powered by a great emperor." Rumble! The massive pagoda descended, smashing into Yang Kai's sword energy, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. With every moment that passed, the pagoda grew larger and larger. It was now several meters tall, seemed just on the verge of completely crushing Yang Kai. Furthermore, it was now just barely possible to see what appeared to be some sort of god within it, formed from true energy, like a great emperor from the distant past, ready to guide the pagoda in crushing a host of wretched devils. Boundless, majestic power caused a heavenly thrumming sound to fill the area. Anyone could tell that this was a completely invincible attack. After all, this was the legendary Great Emperor energy art, which was imperial class. The profound yellow pagoda was an aspect of the technique, just like the infernal deity spear was an aspect of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. A sound like a massive, booming bell filled the square as Yang Kai looked up at the pagoda. Even the wind had been completely stilled. There was no way that Yang Kai could evade this blow. Don't worry about your nephew Yang Suzu. I won't kill him. I'll lock him in the profound yellow pagoda for 3 days and 3 nights. Once he acknowledges how powerful I am, I'll take him back to the Sun Moon Institute to offer a formal apology. After that I'll let him go. Very well, come back inside so we can continue to discuss the marriage proposal. Even as he spoke, the pagoda descended completely onto Yang Kai. However, that was when something completely unexpected happened. From within the yellow pagoda of true energy, Yang Kai's voice emerged. You're Longshuan Yi, right? You think you're going to imprison me for 3 days and 3 nights? Are you shitting me? Be destroyed! Kaboom! Cracks spread out over the surface of the profound yellow pagoda, and then Yang Kai burst out from inside, surging with so much power that no one could possibly do anything against him. He had completely destroyed the pagoda. The chaotic energy that was unleashing raged like tornadoes, slamming into some of the off-guard Sun Moon Institute students, provoking agonized shrieks as their skin was flayed from their bodies. They were powerful life seizers, but the conflict between Yang Kai and Longshuan Yi was beyond shocking. Furthermore, just when they had assumed everything was over, a massive shockwave roiled out, completely destroying their defensive true energy. What? An angry voice growled. You destroyed my pagoda? At that point, a yellow blur of light shot out from the palace. At long last, Longshuan Yi was appearing in person. He wore garments as yellow as the moon, embroidered with 5 clawed dragons, making him look like the picture of an imperial prince. Not only did he thrum with extraordinary power, he actually looked like a great emperor from the heavens. Completely ignoring Longshuan Yi, Yang Suzu looked with delight at Yang Kai and said, Kier, when did you get so strong? She knew that Longshuan Yi was well known in the Sun Moon Institute for being extremely powerful. He was already at tertiary life seizing, and with his great emperor energy art, could easily kill other life seizers of a similar level as himself. Considering that Yang Kai had just completely vanquished the profound yellow pagoda, didn't that indicate that he was at the same level as a tertiary life seizer? Heavens, what good fortune did Kier encounter? Of course Yang Suzu had been aware that, even as a master of energy, Yang Kai had been able to tangle with life seizers. This was even more shocking than that. After all, the gap between primary and secondary life seizers was massive, much less tertiary. Not bad, Longshuan Yi said, looking up at Yang Kai. Not bad at all. I've never met a primary life seizer who can vanquish my great emperor energy art. That said, I'm tired of your showboating. I only used 30% of my true energy just now. You think it would have made a difference if you used 100%? Yang Kai said coldly. If you've got what it takes, why don't we have a real competition? Don't do anything rash, Kier, Yang Suzu said. We can have a competition. Longshuan Yi said, his expression tinged with killing intent. As long as you don't regret the outcome. However, not today. When the time comes for conflict between our 2 institutes, then you'd better not back down from the fight. Come on, everyone. Let's go. With that, he flicked his sleeve and left with the other Sun Moon Institute students. Having completely failed to deal with Yang Kai, he had lost so much face that he had no other choice but to leave. Furthermore, there was no way he could actually kill Yang Kai while on the grounds of the Demi-Immortal Institute. After Longshuan Yi and the other students were gone, Yang Suzu breathed a sigh of relief. What was that all about, Aunt Suzu? Yang Kai asked. She shrugged. I met Longshuan Yi once when I was out hunting demonlings. We joined forces for a while at the time, and afterward, he wouldn't stop pestering me. Recently, he came to ask my master for my hand in marriage. Thankfully, I was in secluded meditation at the time, and didn't have time to see him, but he stuck around all the way until now. Thankfully, you showed up and saved me a lot of hassle. Next time I run into a guy like that, I'll kill him, Yang Kai growled. By the way, did you finish with the Sage Devil painting? Did you reach secondary life seizing? I did after gaining enlightenment of sages and devils. In fact, I'm just on the verge of tertiary. Once I reach tertiary life seizing, then according to the rules of the institute, I can apply to be a conclave student. Actually, that Longshuan Yi just recently reached tertiary life seizing, which is why he came to propose marriage. Kier, you're simply terrifying. How could you possibly be strong enough to defeat someone like him? If I go all out, then I could definitely defeat a tertiary life seizer. But please keep that a secret, Aunt Suzu. It wouldn't be good if word got out. Of course. Eventually, when you're strong enough, you'll be able to use your energy arts publicly. By the way, you really need to find a master that you can rely on. That will make your position much more stable. My master's holy daughter Manaflowers, a grand elder in the institute. She should be coming out of secluded meditation very soon. Once she is, I'll ask for her to introduce you to some potential masters. Considering your amazing energy arts and cultivation base, I'd imagine that countless elders would be willing to accept you. Oh, the idea of having a powerful expert as a master was quite intriguing, and would definitely bode well for the future. At this point, young Suzu led him into Manaflower's palace, of which he was the current sole occupant. There was no one else on the entire mountain other than her and the various Devillings. Being a grand elder, holy daughter Manaflowers had a similar rank as War Soldier and his brethren. Years ago, Yang Kai had been furious that someone had taken his aunt Suzu away from him. Later, his anger had cooled, and he had begun to grow curious to see what that person was like. As it turned out, she valued silence, which was why she spent her time on a lonely mountain. In fact, if she hadn't been in seclusion, she would personally have driven away Longshuan Yi and the other students. And the reason Longshuan Yi was so quick to make an escape was that he feared what might happen if she appeared. Atop Manaflower's peak, two streams of sword energy back and forth. One was like a dragon, surrounded by the mysterious transformations of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The 4 seasons. Occasionally, the sword energy would fall like rain. Other times it would become like snowflakes, and other times it would crackle like lightning and thunder. The other stream of energy was like the blossoming of countless flowers. There were peonies, hibiscuses, roses, lilies, orchids, and more. The swirl of innumerable flower petals was filled with a profoundly threatening true energy. The first stream of sword energy belonged to Yang Kai, and the second his aunt, Yang Suzu. He was using the combined cosmic sunflare sword and 4 seasons swordplay, both of them royal class energy arts refined and transformed by his hellfire crucible. Of course, top experts would still be able to identify the various elements making it up, but right now he wasn't worried about that. After all, given his current level, he could actually purchase the 4 seasons swordplay from the institute if he wanted to. Of course he hadn't, but considering it was freely available, and he was an elite student, no one would be suspicious about him using it. Furthermore, the institute allowed elite students to harbor personal secrets. Bam! The streams of sword energy collided, then separated. Shocked, Yang Suzu said, "Kier, your energy arts really are incredible. You're only in primary life seizing, but you can dominate secondary life seizers, and even hold your own against tertiary." "This is nothing, Aunt Suzu. When the time is right, I'll show you how truly powerful I am." Right now, the two of them were alone on Manaflower's peak, and had no need to fear prying eyes. "Considering your talents, I think that even some legendaries might be interested in taking you as an apprentice. Once my master is out of meditation, I'll ask her to help in that regard." "Oh right, I heard the Yang clan took over Yan Haven. How are things going there?" "Father has already established a nation, with himself as the king. Right now he's trying to decide what to call the nation." "Oh Aunt Suzu, considering how long you've been at the Demi-Immortal Institute, do you know anything about the Hanging Mountain?" Yang Suzu's expression flickered. "The Hanging Mountain? What exactly do you want to know?" "The forbidden location." In the hopes of learning more about where the place actually was, Yang Kai had attended quite a few classes on astronomy and geography. Unfortunately, he hadn't heard a single mention of it, and he wasn't sure who to go ask about it. After a moment of thought, he looked at Yang Suzu with a very serious expression and said, "You know about my mother, right?" "Your mother?" She thought for a moment. "Back when we used to play as youngsters, I don't remember seeing her even once. I'm pretty sure she left as soon as you were born. I was too young at that time to be privy to such matters. Then I came here to the Demi-Immortal Institute and didn't have much to do with family affairs." "Why? Don't tell me your mother has something to do with the Hanging Mountain." "She does. Father told me that she has a very impressive background. Apparently, she's a holy daughter there." "What? A holy daughter from the Hanging Mountain? How is that even possible? You know what kind of place the Hanging Mountain is, right? It's a holy land to the demon folk, a place with numerous great sages. And do you know what their holy daughters are? They're the best of the best among the demon folk. Compared to that place, the Yang clan is less significant than a bunch of ants. If your mother is a holy daughter there, why would she possibly have been in a relationship with your father? That would be like someone from heaven getting together with someone from the earth. The disparity is just too immense." "I know," Yang Kai replied, a bitter smile on his face. "That's why I want to get more information. Even if I have to go to the Hanging Mountain itself to find out the truth, I will." Apparently, my mother told my father that they would reunite when he became the ruler of the entire continent. "The ruler of the entire rich, lush continent?" "Yeah, right. Do you know how many powerful forces there are here? There are the 4 institutes, the Sage Ancestor Dynasty, numerous other powerful sects and organizations, the Sea Folk, demon devils of all sorts. and they're all interested in gaining dominance. In fact, there isn't even a true ruler of the continent. The sage ancestor dynasty claims the position of emperor, but it's really in name only. None of the 4 institutes really have to answer to anyone. What about the Hanging Mountain though? Yang Kai said. As far as he was concerned, that was the most important topic at hand. What kind of place is it? The Hanging Mountain is transcendent. It's not a location anywhere on our continent. It exists in another part of space-time. The rich, lush continent is of only minimal importance to them. That said, the rich, lush continent does have the demon kings of the 72 grottos, who are subordinates of the Hanging Mountain. Each and every demon king is already a legendary, and that's only one tiny fraction of the forces at the command of the Hanging Mountain. They also have a presence in other continents. Well, since you already know about the Hanging Mountain, I'll tell you everything I know about it. You see, in the most ancient times, our rich, lush continent wasn't a continent at all. It was called Rich Prefecture, and was only one part of the massive Your Wilds continent. It all stretches back to the god-devil apocalypse, which destroyed lands near and far. During the destruction, the rich, lush continent broke away from the Your Wilds continent, making a new continent of its own. Of course, it wasn't the only one. It was also during that great war of primeval times, when space-time was in chaos, that the Hanging Mountain created a new world. So does that give you an idea of how incredible it is? So that's how it is, Yang Kai muttered, nodding. He looked up into the sky, and thought about how his mother was there out there somewhere far, far away. It all seemed like a fairy tale, in which his mother, an immortal, somehow got involved with a mortal, his father. Now more than ever he yearned to reunite with her. As far as he was concerned, the Hanging Mountain was essentially heaven. Right now, he was only in the life-seizing level, but as he continued to practice cultivation, he would add more and more lifespan to his longevity. As such, he wasn't in a hurry. During the brief lull in the conversation, the sound of a tolling bell suddenly rang out from the cloud-wreathed top of the mountain. Then, a wave of true energy rolled out to cover the mountain, causing countless demonlings to look up into light. Massive butterflies flew up into the air, almost as if to welcome the arrival of an important figure. Master is out of seclusion, Yang Suzu said. Dragging Yang Kai with her, she dropped to her knees to kowtow. Yang Kai surreptitiously sent out a stream of true energy to observe what was happening, and saw an enormous energy projection of a woman in the clouds above. She was dozens of meters tall, almost like a god from heaven. However, moments later, the projection vanished without a trace. Then, an energy field shot down toward the palace, whereupon a young woman appeared, clad in a many-flowered garment. She was actually very young, seemingly only 15 or 16 years old. However, there was awe-inspiring dignity to her that, coupled with the powerful energy field that surrounded her, was sufficient to instantly scatter Yang Kai's true energy. So strong, he thought. I'm definitely not a match for her. Even if I used all of my true energy at once, I couldn't hold my own against her. What level is she? Non-Ari life-seizing? At this point, young Suzu leaned over and whispered, "My master is a non-Ari life-seizer, and she gained enlightenment of that level 20 years ago. Of all the grand elders in the institute, she's the most likely to become a legendary. And believe it or not, she's not very old. She became famous when she was 40, so she's not like the other old fogies in the institute who are hundreds of years old." Looking at Yang Kai, Holy Daughter Manaflowers frowned and said, "Suzu, why is there a man here on Manaflower's Peak?" A stream of true energy suddenly swept over Yang Kai, making him feel almost like he was naked, completely incapable of harboring any secrets. Thankfully, he had already mastered his God-Devil seal, making it impossible for Holy Daughter Manaflowers to perceive his true marvelous qualities. Rising to her feet, Yang Suzu smiled and said, "Master, this is my nephew from the Yang clan. He's a real genius. He reached the life-seizing level at only 19 years of age. He's already an elite student here at the Demi-Immortal Institute, and I was hoping you could introduce him to a good master." Clearly, Yang Suzu had a very warm, close relationship with her master. Oh, a life-seizer at only 19? Visibly taken aback, she looked Yang Kai up and down. Not many elite students are only 19. You know, there's an unwritten rule in the rich, lush continent that anyone who becomes a life-seizer before 20 is a genius. Seems we have a genius on our hands here. Similarly rising to his feet, Yang Kai respectfully said, "Please, you're being too generous, Grand Elder. I wouldn't dare accept praise like that." Even though he was an elite student, there were still protocols in the way he should address Holy Daughter Manaflowers. "Master, that Longshuan Yi from the Sun Moon Institute came again. He just broke through to tertiary life-seizing, and wanted to ask for my hand in marriage. Thankfully, Gear drove him off. Could you possibly get in touch with the Sun Moon Institute about it? I really want him to stop harassing me." "How impudent." Holy Daughter Manaflower said, her expression turning grim. "That Longshuan Yi is impossibly dense. No apprentice of mine is going to get married. I require devotion to energy arts, not distraction because of love. Wait, what did you just say? You drove away a tertiary life Caesar? How is that even possible? Looking over at Yang Kai, she said, your name is Yang Kai, right? As an elite student, you're already worthy of the attention of an elder like me. But how did you possibly defeat Long Xuanyi, a tertiary life Caesar, when you yourself are only in the primary life seizing level? Upon seeing that Yang Kai was hesitating, Yang Suzu said, Kier, you can trust my master. If you need to say something, just say it. Besides, whatever good fortune you came across can't be that amazing. You might have reached the life seizing level at 19, but my master did even better than that. She did it at age 15. She was at non-Ari life seizing at 24, and now, she's working on the Tao of the legendary level. Yang Kai was shocked to hear Holy Daughter Maniflower's background. Obviously, she was favored by the heavens. A life Caesar at 15? How was such progress even possible? It was hard for him to even wrap his mind around. After all, in the countryside Yanhaven, something like that was literally impossible. As for reaching non-Ari life seizing by 24, that was even more unimaginable. He was obviously far more powerful than he was. Of course, that didn't mean that he was willing to tell the truth about his godly class energy art. If word got out about that, people in the Demi-Immortal Institute would likely faint from shock. Besides, if he had been born with that technique, then he probably would have reached the life-seizing level as an infant. And how could Holy Daughter Maniflowers possibly compare to that? Grand Elder, the truth is that I was struck by lightning. It strengthened my meridians and expanded my sea of energy. My true energy is far more vigorous than an ordinary person in the same level as me, and my fleshly body is about 10 times as powerful. It was for those reasons that I was able to smash Long Xuanyi. At this point, he relaxed his god devil seal a bit to reveal some of the faint golden color of his blood. Oh really? Struck by lightning? And you got that strong? With that, she sent some true energy into Yang Kai, and immediately noticed the golden blood, his abnormally large meridians, and his sea of energy, which was roughly 10 times as expansive as it should be. Well, it seems you're telling the truth. Although a lot of people get struck by lightning, but don't benefit in this way. There must be more to the story. Having some lightning elements to your energy arts will help, but not to the extent you've shown. Despite her suspicions, the god devil seal ensured that she wasn't able to see anything that Yang Kai didn't want her to. During the lightning strike, I noticed a beam of light enter me that I'm fairly certain was humanoid true energy. Truth be told, the golden imp in his forehead only seemed to become active when it wanted to, and he still had no idea what exactly it was. Revealing a bit of the truth to Holy Daughter Maniflowers would be worth it if she could shed some light on the subject. Some humanoid true energy entered your body? Holy Daughter Maniflowers was visibly shocked. Ah, now I understand. Some powerful expert must have been going through an energy arts tribulation, and during the process, was killed by a lightning strike. In the last moments, he managed to save some of his life force quintessence, which was absorbed by that lightning. When it went on to strike you, the quintessence was passed on to you. Things like this don't happen often, but aren't unheard of. The life-seizing level, legendary level, and even the great sage level all involve tribulations. If you don't pass them successfully, your souls will disperse and your life force quintessence will scatter. If another person can acquire that life force, then they can advance by leaps and bounds. It seems you really got lucky. At long last, Yang Kai understood what had happened. Apparently, the lightning mammoth that had come to rest inside of him was pure life force quintessence. As for the golden imp, it was likely a fragment of the soul of some powerful expert, which had contained parts of a cultivation technique. However, that didn't answer the question of what type of person had been cultivating the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth to begin with. After all, Yang Kai had never even heard whispers of godly class energy arts existing in the rich, lush continent. In fact, not even heavenly class arts were seen, and even saintly class arts were little more than the thing of stories. For all intents and purposes, imperial class energy arts were the most heaven-shaking, earth-shattering things in existence. For example, Gu Fengxian's 5 volumes of immortal immolation were called imperial class, but were actually incomplete. At best, they could probably count as royal class. Not bad at all, Holy Daughter Maniflower said. Not only did you encounter some good fortune, but you're also naturally talented. However, the next thing you have to worry about is the life-seizing level, in which you will be treading a thin line between life and death. As I'm sure you know, the life-seizing level features enormous tribulations. Sometimes the vital energy of heaven and earth takes the shape of terrifying monsters who try to wrest control of your body, causing you to turn into a depraved, murderous monster yourself. It will all come down to your hard work, wisdom, temperament, and perseverance. If you break through all of the obstacles, you'll eventually reach the legendary level. By this point, Yang Kai could tell that he had earned Holy Daughter Maniflower's approval. I understand, Grand Elder. I definitely won't slack off in my cultivation. By now, he could actually release the full level of his strength, and as long as he didn't actually reveal the true form of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth, no one would suspect that he had a godly class energy art. Most likely, not even the founders of the Demi-Immortal Institute had ever seen such an art. Very well. Considering that Suzu has asked me to find a master for you, and that you're talented enough for some of the old-timers to take an interest, I'll take you to see some of them. As for whether or not they end up taking you in, that will depend on you. With that, she waved her hand, causing millions upon millions of flower petals from throughout the mountain to swirl together into the shape of an enormous lotus throne. Yang Kai and Yang Suzu joined Holy Daughter Mana Flowers on the throne, which then began to fly through the mountains. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod in admiration at how perfectly she controlled her energy arts. In fact, he couldn't even sense any energy fluctuations from it, as though it existed in perfect harmony with nature, its true energy one with heaven and earth. Even the flower petals seemed to thrum with intelligence and move of their own accord. As the lotus throne sped through the clouds and mountains, Yang Kai looked over the edge at the scenery. There were simply too many mountain peaks to count, some of them sharp, jagged, and sinister looking. Others were covered with massive trees and looked ancient to the extreme. Others featured flowing streams and waterfalls, making them look very elegant. Some rose so high, they seemed to connect with the sky itself. According to the rules of the Institute, it was only after performing 5 life seasons that one could take up residence in the Heaven-Lode Mountains. This was where most conclave students practiced their cultivation. This mountainous area is actually just the periphery of the Demi-Immortal Institute, Holy Daughter Mana Flowers explained. Deep in the Heaven-Lode Mountains, there is a unique dimension set up by the founders, a place called the Minor Cosm World. It is the true core of the Institute. Only people in the legendary level can go there, for example my own master. Suzu, you've been here for 10 years and yet, I've never had a chance to take you there. Well, keep your eyes open. This could be of great benefit to your cultivation. Eventually, Holy Daughter Mana Flowers waved her hands, causing the mist and clouds up ahead to part. Then, the lotus throne flew higher and higher until it rose over a crest of mountains, revealing a sea of clouds. The mere sight of it caused Yang Kai's eyes to widen. There, in the middle of all the clouds, was a massive stone gate. It was fully 3,000 meters tall, and dozens of kilometers wide, and stood completely alone among the sea of clouds. Compared to that gate, Yang Kai felt like he was an ant, or even smaller, like a grain of sand. This door leads to the Minor Cosm World. Come on, let's go. Holy Daughter Mana Flowers didn't seem impressed at all by the gate as she led them onto the sea of clouds. This stone gate is called the Mystery Gate of Heaven and Earth, an incomparably powerful magical item that controls the destiny of the Demi-Immortal Institute and also contains a unique world inside. The gate was closed tight, giving Yang Kai a perfect view of the complex designs that covered its surface. Although he couldn't tell what it was constructed of, it was obviously some sort of divine stone that pulsed with the power of heaven and earth. The designs were so profound that Yang Kai could tell they contained mysteries within mysteries. Furthermore, the clouds beneath his feet thrummed with a powerful energy that would be too much for a master of energy to fly over safely. Only life seizers could possibly do so, and even that with much difficulty. The slightest misstep would obviously lead to one's bones being crushed to dust. Because of the effects of the ancient stone gate, whatever dangerous powers in the sea of clouds were negated, and they were transformed into a solid form, almost like white jade. Each step they took across the clouds caused muffled rumbling to echo out. From what Yang Kai could tell, there was no way his sword energy could possibly penetrate those clouds. Never before in his life had he seen something like this. Guarding the gate was a legion of giants, each of them dozens of meters tall, with razor-sharp weapons in hand. All of them had life-seizing cultivation bases, and were clearly the most elite troops of the Demi-Immortal Institute. At the very bottom of the enormous stone gate was a little door that was also tightly sealed. Obviously, that was the most commonly used entrance. The entire gate itself would only be opened on extremely important occasions. When the leader of the giants caught sight of them, he stepped forward with a slight smile on his face. Then, he dropped to one knee, showing just how much his position in the Institute differed from Holy Daughter Mana Flowers. Well, if it isn't Holy Daughter Mana Flowers, what brings you here today? Visiting friends in the Minor Cosm World? You're nearly in the legendary level, aren't you? Fairly soon, you'll be able to come here at will to practice cultivation. Very well, open the door, Holy Daughter Mana Flowers said with the wave of her hand. Yes, ma'am. Not daring to defy her orders, the giant pulled out a huge silver key which he inserted into the small door. However, it was in that very moment that a bright beam of light appeared off in the distance. After landing on the sea of clouds, a blur of motion could be seen heading toward them, and an old man became visible, broad-shouldered as a bear and as tough-looking as a lion, with flowing white hair. In that respect, He almost looked like Yang Xingxi. However, his aura was so far beyond Yang Xingxi's that they could hardly compare to each other. Clearly, this man had performed multiple life seizings. At the very least, he was someone who Yang Kai couldn't possibly contend with. However, Yang Kai hardly noticed the old man. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the individual following him, a spectacularly beautiful young woman wearing blue garments. Yun Halen. As fate would have it, the two rivals were facing off again. The ground beneath their feet was as smooth as glass, and seemed to be filled with a marvelous true energy. In fact, as they walked along it, it chimed as surely as gold or jade. Suzu, the divinity-piercing immortal light here in the minor cosm world can pierce into your nascent divinity and drive impure thoughts or desires out. When practicing cultivation here, you can do so without any fear of developing inner devils. A year of cultivation here is worth 100 outside. With that, Holy Daughter Mana Flowers extended her hand into a flow of 9-colored energy that was rife with the feeling of immortals. The minor cosm world also has something called 9 Yang immortal energy, which comes from an alternate dimension, and is composed of 9 types of pure Yang vital energy. It can significantly bolster your true energy, improve your flesh and blood, and cleanse your sea of energy. Cultivating with it over a long period of time can be extremely beneficial. Clearly, the 9-colored energy flow swirling through Holy Daughter Mana Flower's fingers was the very 9 Yang immortal energy she was talking about. Yang Kai looked around at the abundance of energy flows, and then took in a deep breath to absorb some of the 9 Yang immortal energy. It flowed through him, reaching his sea of energy, except nothing happened. "What's going on?" he murmured, confused. Glancing coolly at Yang Kai, Holy Daughter Mana Flowers said, 9 Yang immortal energy is nothing to be taken lightly. Our Demi-Immortal Institute sends top professors into numerous alternate dimensions to harvest it. After all, it's a type of vital energy that doesn't even exist in our current heaven and earth. And only legendaries can actually absorb it and make it part of their own true energy. Part of the reason for that is it requires a basic understanding of space-time to do so. If anyone could use it, then would it be special to begin with? Besides, students aren't usually allowed in here to begin with. Not allowed in? Yang Kai murmured. Oh, so carefully, he loosened his devil god seal, allowing a tiny version of his hellfire crucible to appear in his sea of energy. Considering he couldn't absorb the 9 Yang immortal energy into his true energy, it was already about to vanish from his sea of energy. However, by drawing on some of the power of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, he quickly shoved it into his crucible. It was almost as if the immortal energy could sense the danger it was in, and tried to shove its way out, blasting back and forth against the inside of the hellfire crucible. It's so strong, but my hellfire crucible is the lord of the netherworld. It uses the power of a legion of gods to melt and refine all sorts of divine beings. Without further hesitation, he unleashed more of the power of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, focusing it all on the hellfire crucible. Closing his eyes, he looked into the hellfire crucible and saw the image of a god. Unexpectedly, it had an elephantine head, the body of a human, and massive limbs. It was clad in a suit of armor, and was so powerful that it was actually holding a mountain above its shoulders, a mountain of gods so large that it seemed to fill the heavens. This was a god Mammoth. In the ancient myths, a god Mammoth was responsible for shouldering the mountain of the legion of gods. Not only did the god Mammoth give the gods the glory of being able to oversee the heavens, but it crushed countless devils beneath its feet. Essentially, it supported the heavens and crushed the earth. Now that Yang Kai was in the life-seizing level, his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth had reached a new level, and within the hellfire crucible existed a god Mammoth with an elephantine head and a human body. The god Mammoth opened its mouth and breathed in, sucking in the 9 Yang immortal energy. A moment later, it exhaled through its trunk, producing a blast of lava like true flame, laced with hissing 9 Yang immortal energy. The remaining 9 Yang immortal energy couldn't withstand the heat and broke apart, creating 9 small dragons that began to fly back and forth in the hellfire crucible. Each of those dragons was an energy flow of a different color. 9 colors. 9 dragons. Red, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black, orange, gold. The 9 dragons swirled within his true energy, seemingly on the verge of merging into it, and thus his body. Prick, crack. A resonance sprang up with the 30th particle inside of him, which seemed just on the verge of absorbing the 9 dragons. The fact that the 9 dragons formed a resonance with one of the particles indicated that it was possible for him to transform 9 Yang immortal energy into life force quintessence. As of now, he had 29 particles awake within him, which put him at somewhat of a bottleneck. If he woke up 30 particles, he would break through into secondary life-seizing. Each of the 9 life-seizings required different levels of power, a fact which was even more pronounced with Yang Kai. Normally speaking, cultivating a godly class energy art like his was incredibly difficult. In recent days, he had been working very hard at his cultivation. Sadly, even with the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, he had made almost no progress. And yet, here in the minor cosm world, he could absorb and use 9 yang immortal energy, an energy flow from an alternate dimension which ran contrary to the essences and magical laws of the world in which he lived. Normally speaking, it would be impossible to use it for cultivation before becoming a legendary. And yet, with his godly class energy art, Yang Ke could refine it into 9 colored dragons that burst with life force quintessence. It was a matter that no one could have ever predicted. This is incredible. Who could ever have thought that I would be able to use this energy from the minor cosm world? If I could cultivate here long term, I would be virtually invincible. Secondary and even tertiary life seizing would be just around the corner. Heart pounding with excitement, he sent the 9 colored dragons directly into the 30th particle, which stirred even more vigorously. The powerful 9 yang immortal energy blasted right into the bottleneck, although it didn't break through it. As that happened, Yang Kai looked out of the corner of his eye at Holy Daughter Mana Flowers and Yang Suzu. However, neither of them seemed to be paying attention to him. Therefore, he secretly continued to pull 9 yang immortal energy into his Hellfire Crucible, which went much more smoothly each time he did it. Furthermore, refining it into 9 dragons was easier. More and more of the dragons appeared in the Hellfire Crucible with every moment that passed. Instead of sending them into the particles in his body though, he decided to save them up to use all at once. With enough power, he could definitely break through to secondary life seizing. A few dozen breaths worth of time passed, after which he had over 100 tiny dragons in the Hellfire Crucible. By this point, the God Mammoth could refine the 9 yang immortal energy with complete ease. All of a sudden, Yang Ke realized that dragons were actually very much like mammoths, causing an expression to pop into his mind. The power of Drakmammoths. Work harder, he shouted inwardly. The more of this energy I absorb, the more life force quintessence I'll have to work with. And then, when the time finally comes to go all out, it will be even more effective. I doubt even Yun Hale, and could fathom that the minor cosm world would be so beneficial to me. Holding back in this moment will prevent any of the top experts from figuring out what I'm doing. After I'm able to leave, I can easily reach secondary life seizing. And if I'm in here long enough, I can definitely get enough to reach tertiary life seizing and possibly even quaternary. How strong will I be then? At the moment, his main focus was trying to absorb as much of the energy as he possibly could. I'm going to take you to see 2 old-timers, Yang Kai, Holy Daughter Manaflower said. Collectively, they're called the Patriarchs Wind and Cloud. They're both legendaries, and have a very high rank in the Demi-Immortal Institute. For a while now, it's been public knowledge that they're looking for an apprentice to pass on their legacy to. I have the feeling that Kadra Godhawk is taking Yun Halen to see them, so, you'd better not lose face for me. Make sure you become their apprentice. Yes ma'am, Yang Kai replied. Although he was immersed in the process of absorbing the 9 yang immortal energy, he was still paying attention to everything around him. Who exactly are these Patriarchs Wind and Cloud? He thought. Legendaries, huh? Well, I'm intrigued. I've never seen legendaries before. Up ahead is their Wind and Cloud Pagoda, Holy Daughter Maneflower said. Remember, be respectful. In front of them was an enormous pagoda, made from wood. It had 9 levels and was surrounded by a network of mountains, rivers and the like. It was very beautiful. At the highest level of the pagoda were 2 middle-aged men playing Go. One of them wore white robes that drifted around him like clouds. The other wore gray garments that fluttered like the wind. Strangely, their auras were impossible to sense, making them seem almost like 2 ordinary people who knew nothing about energy arts. These are legendaries? Yang Kai wondered. Standing right next to the 2 middle-aged men were Yun Halen and Grand Elder Godhawk. As Yang Kai arrived with Holy Daughter Manaflowers and Yang Suzu, Yun Halen looked down at them and smiled sarcastically. Looking up, Holy Daughter Manaflowers said, Holy Daughter Manaflowers is here to offer formal greetings, Patriarchs Wind and Cloud. So, it's Holy Daughter Manaflowers, said the man in white, his gaze shooting out toward the group below. Those were eyes that could see all secrets. Thankfully, Yang Kai already had his God Devil seal activated. The gaze swept over him, then left, whereupon the white-robed patriarch said, If you're here to try to get us to accept an apprentice, just save your breath. We Patriarchs Wind and Cloud have already accepted a fine new apprentice, and don't need a second. Yun Halen's eyes glittered as she looked down at Yang Kai, the derision in them growing stronger by the moment. It was just like the old saying, it is always on a narrow, cramped road that enemies meet. That was exactly what Yang Kai was thinking as he laid eyes on her. She noticed him at the same time, and when their eyes met, the proverbial sparks were already flying. When Holy Daughter Manaflower saw the old man, her expression flickered and she said, Grand Elder Godhawk, why might you be bringing the student to the minor cosm world? Grand Elder Godhawk stopped and looked over at her. She's spectacularly talented, that's why. I was entrusted with the task of bringing her here for the old ones to inspect. Hopefully one of them will take her as an apprentice. You've made significant progress in your cultivation, holy daughter Manaflowers. When will you be breaking through to the legendary level? I'm very curious about that. Considering the sharp tone both of them were using, it was obvious there was some friction between them. Snorting coldly, holy daughter Manaflower said, I'll reach the legendary level before you, Grand Elder Godhawk. You've been stuck in non-Ari life seizing for 100 years already. I doubt you'll achieve that next break through it all in this life. Grand Elder Godhawk burst out laughing. Unfortunately, you have that all wrong, holy daughter Manaflowers. I've secured aid from the Crown Prince himself. He gave me a bottle gourd of life force spring water, which has stirred my waning life force. In 2 days, I'll reverse my aging and reform my physical body. As of now, there's no question at all whether or not I'll reach the legendary level. As it turns out, you're the slow one. Why don't you just wait until you're old and doddering like I am now? Then maybe you'll succeed. Life force spring water? Holy daughter Manaflower said, shocked. I can't believe the Crown Prince gave you something so valuable. What did you agree to do for him? Convince one of the old-timers to take this girl as an apprentice. I'm friends with them from years ago, you know. Besides, now that I'm a Dharmic guard in the Crown Prince Society, it's only natural that the Crown Prince would help me out a bit. So, holy daughter Manaflower said disdainfully, a Grand Elder has stooped to the level of licking the Crown Prince Society's dirty boots. Students join the Crown Prince Society for their own personal interest. We elders aren't supposed to participate in those sorts of things. People do what they have to get ahead in the world, Grand Elder Godhawk replied, and in the Demi-Immortal Institute too. Crown Prince is a celestial genius and favored by the heavens. He'll only continue to bask in greater and greater glory. Before long, our institute's current chancellor will rise to a higher level, and when that happens, the Crown Prince will definitely succeed him. What's so wrong with helping him out? Holy daughter Manaflowers chuckled sarcastically. Quite the show-off the Crown Prince is. Thinks he's going to become the next chancellor just like that? Enough jibber-jabber, Grand Elder Godhawk said, flicking his sleeve. I have appointments to keep. At this point, Yun-Halen took a step forward and said, Come over here, Yang Kai. I have something I want to say to you in private. With that, she walked off to the side. Heart-thumping, Yang Kai looked over at Yang Suzu, who nodded. Gritting his teeth, he walked over until he was about 9 meters away from Yun-Halen. It's always on a narrow, cramped road that enemies meet. Isn't that right, Yun-Halen? We met at the Academy of Sage Studies, and yet again in the heart of the Demi-Immortal Institute, right in front of the minor cosm world. Whatever it is you want to say, spit it out. It's always on a narrow, cramped road that enemies meet. Yun-Hale, and brushed her hair behind her ear. She had a musky smell that resembled orchids, something that would drive most men mad, and only seemed to grow more and more mysterious as time went by. Perhaps it was because of the blood of the sea god in her veins, but she only seemed to get more beautiful and more divine. Perhaps that was how she attracted the attention of the fabled Crown Prince. As you know, Yang Kai, she said quietly, I've earned the favor of the Crown Prince, and he's completely focused on helping me advance my cultivation. The Crown Prince Society is the top society in existence. It holds sway not just over the Institute, but over the rich, lush continent as a whole. It doesn't matter what sort of good fortune you came across, to the Crown Prince, you're still like the mantis trying to stop a war chariot. Yeah, the what? You think that because you're sucking up to someone powerful that I'm afraid of you? If you really believe that after what you did to me I'll give up on trying to get revenge, well, you couldn't be more wrong. I'm telling you this for your own good, young Kai, she replied airily. I've already cut you some slack, you know, both you and Yan Haven. Let me tell you, I know everything there is to know about your old home. Your father plans to establish his own nation, except, it's a farce, it'll never happen. How could Yang Kai not pick up on the threat in her words? I dare you to do something to my clan. Believe me, if you do, I'll kill you. Hilmi, you think that you and your paltry energy arts are enough to take me on? Oh, you beat Gu Fengxian, so you think you can beat me, is that right? Listen well, Yang Kai. My energy arts and cultivation base are beyond your comprehension. She seemed both utterly arrogant and supremely self-confident. I don't care if your aunt is a secondary life seizer. Not even she's a match for me. If I felt like it, I could nip things in the bud right now and kill both of you. Go ahead and try, Yang Kai said calmly. Although he was completely furious, he managed to hide it and keep a cool head. After everything he had been through, he had mastered that ability quite well. I know you've worked yourself up in the world, Yun-Halen, but in the end, the only things that matter are personal power and strength. Schemes and plans will only get you so far. Well said, she replied in an icy voice. Personal strength and power are the only way to get ahead. And that's why I used you like the chump you are. That's all you are, a measly, useless patsy. And now that you aren't useful to me anymore, I'm done with you. Having said her piece, her voice warmed up again as she continued, Come on, Yang Kai. You shouldn't take all of this so seriously. It was just a latent dragon pill after all, right? I can make it up to you many times over in the future. All you have to do is join me. Become one of my subordinates. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Not only would the Crown Prince Society leave you alone, but your father would be safe and sound in Yanhaven. Or at the very least, your clan won't be wiped off the map. Threatening me will only make me despise you more, Yanhaolan, he said, his voice as sharp as a blade. You should feel lucky I was such a fool back when we first met. You want me dead and my clan exterminated? All right, let's see you try. At this point, Yanhaolan's voice turned hard again. Since you insist on being pig-headed, don't blame me for what happens. Are you hoping that gang of scoundrels you've put together can help you? What are their names again? Oh right, Laihe, Lang Dong, Hu, Ayinu, Hijili. You think their clans can protect you? That's a joke if I've ever heard one. Even the lowliest member of the Crown Prince Society has better clan backing than those four. For example, Gu Fengxian. The Gu clan has the blood of an ancient great sage, and when they stomp their feet, the entire rich lush continent trembles. If they go on the warpath, those small fries you call your friends will be crushed like porcelain. The only reason they haven't already is because I told them not to. I wanted to give you a chance to come to your senses and acknowledge allegiance to me. But since you're set on being obstinate, don't blame me for changing my mind. You touch one of my brothers, and I'll kill your whole clan, Yang Kai said, his voice trembling with killing intent. If you even insult them, I'll cut you down. You have a choice to make. Live, or die. Acknowledge allegiance to me, or watch everyone you know be exterminated. Ah, Yang Kai, you really have no idea what I'm capable of. Holy Daughter Manaflowers brought you here to get a master, right? Well, unless you acknowledge allegiance, I'll make sure you never get a master. Yang Kai spat in contempt. What? Do you run the Demi-Immortal Institute or something? You're with the trashy Crown Prince Society, so you think you can just do whatever you want. There's nothing in the entire world that works as simply as that. Frog in a well, Yanhaolan said. With that, she turned to Grand Elder Godhawk. Grand Elder, let's go in. Very well. Laughing loudly, Grand Elder Godhawk blurred into motion and headed into the door. Holy Daughter Manaflowers snorted coldly and followed. As for Yang Kai, he was sure based on the conversation that Yanhaolan was preparing to truly bare her teeth. Not only would he need to be careful going forward, so would all of his friends. I need to think of a way to kill her, just like I killed Chu Tange. Otherwise, I'll never be able to get a good night's rest. Whiz. Mind buzzing with deadly thoughts, he entered the Minorcosm world. However, as soon as he was inside, his mind went completely still. The first thing he saw was blinding light, which gradually dissolved into a scene of shimmering beams of brightness falling from above. There wasn't even a speck of darkness in this place. Everything was filled with light bright enough to shock one to the core. What is that light? Can it help temper the mind and heart? Based on what he could tell, the light was 10 or even 100 times more effective than an energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. The ground beneath their feet was as smooth as glass, and seemed to be filled with a marvelous true energy. In fact, as they walked along it, it chimed as surely as gold or jade. Suzu, the divinity-piercing immortal light here in the Minorcosm world can pierce into your nascent divinity and drive impure thoughts or desires out. When practicing cultivation here, you can do so without any fear of developing inner devils. A year of cultivation here is worth 100 outside. With that, Holy Daughter Manaflowers extended her hand into a flow of 9-colored energy that was rife with the feeling of immortals. The Minorcosm world also has something called 9-yang immortal energy, which comes from an alternate dimension, and is composed of 9 types of pure yang vital energy. It can significantly bolster your true energy, improve your flesh and blood, and cleanse your sea of energy. Cultivating with it over a long period of time can be extremely beneficial. Clearly, the 9-colored energy flow swirling through Holy Daughter Manaflower's fingers was the very 9-yang immortal energy she was talking about. Yang Kai looked around at the abundance of energy flows, and then took in a deep breath to absorb some of the 9-yang immortal energy. It flowed through him, reaching his sea of energy, except nothing happened. What's going on? He murmured, confused. Glancing coolly at Yang Kai, Holy Daughter Manaflowers said, 9-yang immortal energy is nothing to be taken lightly. Our Demi-Immortal Institute sends top professors into numerous alternate dimensions to harvest it. After all, it's a type of vital energy that doesn't even exist in our current heaven and earth, and only legendaries can actually absorb it and make it part of their own true energy. Part of the reason for that is it requires a basic understanding of space-time to do so. If anyone could use it, then would it be special to begin with? Besides, students aren't usually allowed in here to begin with. Not allowed in? Yang Kai murmured. Oh, so carefully, he loosened his devil god seal, allowing a tiny version of his hellfire crucible to appear in his sea of energy. Considering he couldn't absorb the 9-yang immortal energy into his true energy, it was already about to vanish from his sea of energy. However, by drawing on some of the power of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, he quickly shoved it into his crucible. It was almost as if the immortal energy could sense the danger it was in, and tried to shove its way out, blasting back and forth against the inside of the Hellfire Crucible. It's so strong, but my Hellfire Crucible is the Lord of the Netherworld. It uses the power of a legion of gods to melt and refine all sorts of divine beings. Without further hesitation, he unleashed more of the power of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, focusing it all on the Hellfire Crucible. Closing his eyes, he looked into the Hellfire Crucible and saw the image of a god. Unexpectedly, it had an elephantine head, the body of a human, and massive limbs. It was clad in a suit of armor, and was so powerful that it was actually holding a mountain above its shoulders, a mountain of gods so large that it seemed to fill the heavens. This was a god Mammoth. In the ancient myths, a god Mammoth was responsible for shouldering the mountain of the legion of gods. Not only did the god Mammoth give the gods the glory of being able to oversee the heavens, but it crushed countless devils beneath its feet. Essentially, it supported the heavens and crushed the earth. Now that Yong-kai was in the life-seizing level, his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth had reached a new level, and within the Hellfire Crucible existed a god Mammoth with an elephantine head and a human body. The god Mammoth opened its mouth and breathed in, sucking in the 9 yang immortal energy. A moment later, it exhaled through its trunk, producing a blast of lava like true flame, laced with hissing 9 yang immortal energy. The remaining 9 yang immortal energy couldn't withstand the heat and broke apart, creating 9 small dragons that began to fly back and forth in the Hellfire Crucible. Each of those dragons was an energy flow of a different color. 9 colors. 9 dragons. Red, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black, orange, gold. The 9 dragons swirled within his true energy, seemingly on the verge of merging into it, and thus his body. Crick, crack. A resonance sprang up with the 30th particle inside of him, which seemed just on the verge of absorbing the 9 dragons. The fact that the 9 dragons formed a resonance with one of the particles indicated that it was possible for him to transform 9 yang immortal energy into life force quintessence. As of now, he had 29 particles awake within him, which put him at somewhat of a bottleneck. If he woke up 30 particles, he would break through into secondary life-seizing. Each of the 9 life-seizings required different levels of power, a fact which was even more pronounced with Yong-kai. Normally speaking, cultivating a godly class energy art like his was incredibly difficult. In recent days, he had been working very hard at his cultivation. Sadly, even with the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, he had made almost no progress. And yet, here in the minor cosm world, he could absorb and use 9 yang immortal energy, an energy flow from an alternate dimension which ran contrary to the essences and magical laws of the world in which he lived. Normally speaking, it would be impossible to use it for cultivation before becoming a legendary. And yet, with his godly class energy art, Yong-kai could refine it into 9 colored dragons that burst with life force quintessence. It was a matter that no one could have ever predicted. This is incredible. Who could ever have thought that I would be able to use this energy from the minor cosm world? If I could cultivate here long term, I would be virtually invincible. Secondary and even tertiary life-seizing would be just around the corner. Heart pounding with excitement, he sent the 9 colored dragons directly into the 30th particle, which stirred even more vigorously. The powerful 9 yang immortal energy blasted right into the bottleneck, although it didn't break through it. As that happened, Yong-kai looked out of the corner of his eye at Holy Daughter Manaflowers and Yong-suzu. However, neither of them seemed to be paying attention to him. Therefore, he secretly continued to pull 9 yang immortal energy into his Hellfire Crucible, which went much more smoothly each time he did it. Furthermore, refining it into 9 dragons was easier. More and more of the dragons appeared in the Hellfire Crucible with every moment that passed. Instead of sending them into the particles in his body though, he decided to save them up to use all at once. With enough power, he could definitely break through to secondary life-seizing. A few dozen breaths worth of time passed, after which he had over 100 tiny dragons in the Hellfire Crucible. By this point, the god Mammoth could refine the 9 yang immortal energy with complete ease. All of a sudden, Yong-kai realized that dragons were actually very much like mammoths, causing an expression to pop into his mind. The power of Drachamammoths. Work harder, he shouted inwardly. The more of this energy I absorb, the more life force quintessence I'll have to work with. And then, when the time finally comes to go all out, it will be even more effective. I doubt even Yun-hail, and could fathom that the minor cosm world would be so beneficial to me. Holding back in this moment will prevent any of the top experts from figuring out what I'm doing. After I'm able to leave, I can easily reach secondary life-seizing. And if I'm in here long enough, I can definitely get enough to reach tertiary life-seizing and possibly even quaternary. How strong will I be then? At the moment, his main focus was trying to absorb as much of the energy as he possibly could. I'm going to take you to see 2 old-timers, Yong-kai, Holy Daughter Manaflower said. Collectively, they're called the Patriarchs Wind and Cloud. They're both legendaries and have a very high rank in the Demi-Immortal Institute. For a while now, it's been public knowledge that they're looking for an apprentice to pass on their legacy to. I have the feeling that Kadra Godhawk is taking Yunhalen to see them, so you'd better not lose face for me. Make sure you become their apprentice. Yes, ma'am, Yang Kai replied. Although he was immersed in the process of absorbing the 9 Yang immortal energy, he was still paying attention to everything around him. Who exactly are these patriarchs Wind and Cloud? He thought. Legendaries, huh? Well, I'm intrigued. I've never seen legendaries before. Up ahead is their Wind and Cloud Pagoda, Holy Daughter Maniflower said. Remember, be respectful. In front of them was an enormous pagoda, made from wood. It had 9 levels and was surrounded by a network of mountains, rivers and the like. It was very beautiful. At the highest level of the pagoda were 2 middle-aged men playing Go. One of them wore white robes that drifted around him like clouds. The other wore gray garments that fluttered like the wind. Strangely, their auras were impossible to sense, making them seem almost like 2 ordinary people who knew nothing about energy arts. These are legendaries? Yang Kai wondered. Standing right next to the 2 middle-aged men were Yunhalen and Grand Elder Godhawk. As Yang Kai arrived with Holy Daughter Maniflowers and Yang Suzu, Yunhalen looked down at them and smiled sarcastically. Looking up, Holy Daughter Maniflowers said, Holy Daughter Maniflowers is here to offer formal greetings, Patriarchs Wind and Cloud. So, it's Holy Daughter Maniflowers, said the man in white, his gaze shooting out toward the group below. Those were eyes that could see all secrets. Thankfully, Yang Kai already had his God Devil seal activated. The gaze swept over him, then left, whereupon the white-robed patriarch said, If you're here to try to get us to accept an apprentice, just save your breath. We Patriarchs Wind and Cloud have already accepted a fine new apprentice, and don't need a second. Yunhalen's eyes glittered as she looked down at Yang Kai, the derision in them growing stronger by the moment. What? Holy Daughter Maniflowers said with a frown. Patriarchs Wind and Cloud, are you sure you don't want to think about the matter a bit longer? Grand Elder Godhawk burst out laughing in response. That brat you brought along with you is no genius, Holy Daughter Maniflowers. Did you really think that Patriarchs Wind and Clouds would take him seriously? What a joke. Considering that Grand Elder Godhawk had never gotten along with Holy Daughter Maniflowers, it was no surprise that he took advantage of the moment to ridicule her. You! Holy Daughter Maniflowers shot back, her eyes afire. Godhawk, you old codger, is it really true that a dignified Grand Elder like yourself has turned into a Crown Prince Society brownnoser? That's enough, said the gray-robed Patriarch Wind. There will be no quarreling here in Wind and Cloud Pagoda. I don't want our game of Go disturbed, understand? Holy Daughter Maniflowers, that brat of yours is clearly a far cry from being Yunhalen's equal. The two of us can see that as clear as day. Exactly. Grand Elder Godhawk added with a mocking smile. I guess you're only capable of finding middle-of-the-road people, Holy Daughter Maniflowers. For example, your apprentice Yang Suzu, who hasn't even passed secondary life seizing after 10 years. If she was an actual genius, she would have achieved 7 or 8 life seizings already. My apprentice is no way deficient. Holy Daughter Maniflowers said coldly. Maybe you think this Yunhalen is some sort of genius, but she can't compare to even a hair on my apprentice's head. Smack! Shooting to his feet, Patriarch Wind threw his game piece onto the board, scattering the other pieces. Damn it. I said not to disturb our game, didn't I? I had a great strategy prepared, only to have it ruined by you brats. Silence reigned. Grand Elder Godhawk and Holy Daughter Maniflowers were both visibly taken aback by the fury of Patriarch Wind. Master, there's no need for you to be so angry, Yunhalen said. Grand Elder Maniflowers simply meant that you have poor judgment. She thinks that the apprentice you personally selected isn't as good as her own apprentice. Actually, I'm a bit curious to see if she's right. Is your apprentice better? Or is hers? I failed to bring gifts to offer upon becoming your apprentice, so allow me to earn some face for you. What do you say? Very well, my apprentice. Do as you wish. Patriarch Wind sat down, looking a bit calmer than before. This Yunhalen really knows how to stir things up, Yang Kai thought, a cold smile slowly spreading out on his face. Unfortunately, with so many other top experts here, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to speak up. Obviously, Patriarchs Wind and Cloud were both catering to Yunhalen for the sake of the enigmatic Crown Prince. If it weren't for that, there was no way she could have earned their favor and been accepted as an apprentice so quickly. In all likelihood, the Crown Prince had contacted Patriarchs Wind and Cloud ahead of time to arrange things. That would also explain why Yunhalen had been so confident before entering the minor cosm. Master, why not allow Grand Elder Holy Daughter Maniflower's apprentice Yang Suzu and I to exchange a few fighting tips? Then we can truly assess the level of her cultivation base. Unless I'm mistaken, Yang Suzu is already a secondary life seizer. I, on the other hand, only just reached the life seizing level. Primary and secondary life seizers are so different you can hardly even discuss them at the same time. Even still, I'm very interested to see if her energy arts are better or mine. Up to this point, she had spoken in a very cool tone, but all of a sudden, her wording turned sharp. Young Suzu, I hereby challenge you to a duel, right here in Wind and Cloud Pagoda. Do you accept, or not? Fine, I accept. Yang Suzu chuckled coldly. You used despicable methods to deceive my Kier, which resulted in his martial arts being crippled. I think today is the perfect opportunity to teach you a little lesson. In the future, you should avoid using plots and schemes to try to win glory. At this point, Yang Kai's eyes flickered and he said, Aunt Suzu, why don't you let me accept the challenge for you? I'd prefer to solve my issues on my own. Yang Kai was getting a very strange feeling from Yun Heilan, and was certain that she had some powerful hidden assets that were giving her the confidence to handle Yang Suzu. He couldn't quite tell the level of her cultivation base, but he knew that she was far too adept at keeping secrets and hiding her strength. Although he didn't want to reveal the full extent of his power right now, he also didn't want to see Yang Suzu in danger. Stand down, Suzu, Holy Daughter Maniflower said. Yes, Master. The inter-institutional martial arts competition is just around the corner. Defeat her in a fair contest there, in front of all eyes. That's the way to earn praise. Unexpectedly, Holy Daughter Maniflowers was actually preventing her apprentice from accepting the duel. Apparently, Yun Heilan hadn't anticipated that Holy Daughter Maniflowers would reject the offer to duel, and wasn't willing to let the matter drop. If you're strong enough, what's there to be afraid of? I'm ready to compete whenever and wherever. She's right, Holy Daughter Maniflowers, Patriarch Wind said coldly. You just said your apprentice is stronger than my new apprentice. You brought this whole thing up and now you're backing down? Patriarch Cloud let out a loud, impolite snort. You, a little girl who isn't even a legendary, brings two babies still wet behind the ears to disturb affairs at Wind and Cloud Pagoda? She even ruined our game of Go. Just leave, Holy Daughter Maniflowers. Come back when you're a legendary. You have your apprentice Patriarchs Wind and Cloud, but it won't be long before the martial arts competition comes, and I'll show just how bad your judgment is. And this young man who I was going to recommend to you will definitely surpass that apprentice of yours. Holy Daughter Maniflower's words seemed to be filled with gunpowder. Legendary? I'll definitely break through soon. And when that happens, I'll challenge the both of you, and we'll see who has a better understanding of magical law. Oh, big talk, Holy Daughter Maniflowers. Not even a legendary, and yet still you dare to call our sense of judgment into question? Are you conceited or just arrogant? Compete with us? Do you know how many years we've been legendaries? It doesn't matter. Just wait until the competition. Everything will be made clear then. Turning to Yang Suzu and Yang Kai, she said, let's go. We're leaving this minor cosm world, but it won't be long before I'm back. Permanently. Flicking her sleeve, she left Wind and Cloud Pagoda, followed by Yang Kai and Yang Suzu. Yun Heilan watched her go, her eyes flickering with disappointment. See? Grand Elder Godhawk said, clearly trying to add fuel to the fire. Patriarchs, that Holy Daughter Maniflowers is wildly arrogant, wouldn't you say? I can't believe she dared to treat you with such disrespect. She definitely deserves a harsh punishment. She's simply too haughty, Patriarch Wind said. However, she did reach non-Ari life seizing before 40, and is already about to break through to the legendary level. She's definitely talented. That attitude of hers came from the fact that we stripped her of a bit of face by not accepting that young man as a disciple. He chuckled coldly. If we were out of the institute, we would teach her a bit of a lesson. But since we're in the minor cosm world, we'll just let it slide. If we did something here, and the other old-timers noticed, they would accuse us of bullying. Very well, Yun Heilan. Now that you're our apprentice, we'll do everything we can to help you progress. And when the time comes for the inter-institutional martial arts competition, you can drag Yang Suzu down from her little pedestal. Maybe you can even teach Holy Daughter Maniflowers a lesson. Understand? Actually, Patriarch Cloud added, this Holy Daughter Maniflowers is quite shrewd. It seems to me she could tell that you used life force spring water on your dragon pearl to transform it into the nascent divinity of a divine dragon. With that, you have the power to dry up rivers and drain seas. She wasn't actually convinced her own apprentice could handle you, and thus backed down. Patriarchs, the two of you are profoundly insightful, Yun Heilan said, her eyes glittering. Well, enough of that nonsense. The time has come to pass on one of our energy arts to you, and then bolster your cultivation base. In 2 hours, you can leave. According to the Institute's rules, you can come to the minor cosm world every 7 days for 2 hours. Only legendaries can stay in for longer than that. Anyone else will be forcibly ejected by the magical laws here. After you leave, could you please tell the Crown Prince we already attended to the matter we promised to handle, and we hope that he will follow through with what he agreed to do. Of course, Yun Heilan said, smiling. Crown Prince is currently in another area of space-time working on his cultivation. Apparently, he's collected the remains of an ancient god devil for the purpose of creating a magical item. I'm sure that he'll live up to his end of the agreement as soon as he returns. By the way, what was that young man's name? Grand Elder Godhawk said. You seem wary of him. His cultivation base appears to be fairly advanced, although not as much as yours. His name is Yang Kai, Unhealing said coldly. When I first met him, he was nothing more than a fool. However, he got lucky and stumbled across some good fortune. I can handle him alone. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, Grand Elder, or you masters. Of course, Patriarch Wind said. Considering our status, it wouldn't be appropriate to do anything to someone of the younger generation. You young ones can handle such matters on your own. Now, sit there cross-legged. As soon as they were away from Wind and Cloud Pagoda, Yang Suzu said, Master, why did you prevent me from having a match with Yun Helan? Yun Hail, and has incredible power brewing in her. Something wild, from times of yore. It's almost as if a primeval divine dragon has been resurrected inside of her. I'm afraid she's acquired the legacy of a divine dragon, as well as either a dragon pearl or a dragon egg. If that's the case, then you're no match for her. Considering how conniving she is, and how strong, you need to be careful of her in the future. Continuing to absorb 9 Yang immortal energy as they went along, Yang Kai said, Aunt Suzu, I'm going to kill that Yun Helan one day. Don't worry. And as far as getting a master is concerned, it's not a big deal. Masters can be a crutch, and I'd prefer to do things on my own. By this point, he had so many colorful dragons in his Hellfire Crucible that it was almost completely full. Although he had failed to find a master, the 9 Yang immortal energy that Yongkai had acquired in the minor cosm world was far more valuable. On the one hand, he was trying to absorb as much of it as he could. On the other hand, he was thinking about a way to get back into the minor cosm world as soon as possible. At the moment, the only way to get in would be to be taken by Holy Daughter Mana Flowers. That said, the amount that he currently had stored up in his Hellfire Crucible was more than enough for the time being. By this point, thousands of colorful dragons were swirling about there. In fact, he was fairly certain that he would be able to generate enough life force quintessence to reach secondary life seizing and perhaps even push past that. The first thing he would do upon leaving the minor cosm world was find a quiet, secluded place to achieve his breakthrough. He definitely couldn't let anyone find out about it, not even Yang Suzu or Holy Daughter Mana Flowers. As for how powerful he would be in secondary life seizing, not even he was sure. All he did know was that it was a level that could shake heaven and earth, and leave both ghosts and gods perplexed. All Holy Daughter Mana Flowers knew was that he had benefited from the life force quintessence of some powerful expert who had failed to pass a tribulation. Never could she imagine that he had the strength of the hell-crushing Godmamoth, a godly class energy art. If she found out, it was impossible to say what might happen. Okay, Suzu, Holy Daughter Mana Flowers said, her voice trembling with determination. The time has come for you to cultivate a top-notch energy art alongside me. You must surpass Yun Helan and win some face for me in the big competition. And you need to make sure Patriarchs Wind and Cloud lose as much face as possible. Master really is set on reaching the legendary level right away, Yang Suzu thought, shaken. He had never seen Holy Daughter Mana Flowers acting so seriously before. As for you, Yang Kai, when you have the time, come to Mana Flowers Peak, so that I can help you with your cultivation base. At the moment, you're definitely not strong enough to deal with Yun Helan. She already has the aura of an ancient divine dragon. Combine that with Patriarchs Wind and Cloud helping to improve her cultivation base, and I'm afraid that over the next few days, she'll only continue to get stronger and stronger. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks, Grand Elder. With that, the three of them left the minor cosm world. Upon returning to Mana Flowers Peak, both Holy Daughter Mana Flowers and Yang Suzu prepared to go into seclusion. The time had come for farewells. Be careful, Kier, Yang Suzu said, clearly concerned for his safety. Yun Hail, and has really made a name for herself. She's working with the Crown Prince Society and now she has the support of Patriarchs Wind and Cloud, 2 legendaries. She's in her element now, and will only become more difficult to deal with as time goes by. Yang Kai nodded. I know what you mean. However, her arrogance will only last for so long. He was well aware that Yun Hail and was making a name for herself, and seemingly overcoming all obstacles. Considering she was getting help from the Crown Prince, it wouldn't be long before the upper echelons of leadership in the Demi-Immortal Institute would also throw their support behind her. Then she would be even more capable of stirring up trouble. Yang Kai was definitely not the simpleton he had been in the past. Considering the Crown Prince built up an organization like the Crown Prince Society, there's no way he's an idiot. He wouldn't be so childish as to be taken in by Yun Hail and's good looks. There must be other secrets to her. After leaving Mana Flowers Peak, mist sprang up around the mountain, locking it down tight and making it impossible for him to go back. Clearly, Yang Suzu and her master were now officially in secluded meditation. The trip to the minor cosm had had a profound effect on the two of them. Now, they were both determined to achieve another breakthrough. With that, Yang Kai left the Heaven-Lode Mountains. His trip to the minor cosm world had really opened his eyes. Now he realized how much of a countryside hick he had been in the past. Back then, he didn't even realize that places like the microcosm world existed, an alternate dimension floating in a sea of clouds. Gaining understanding about such things would definitely be a big help to his cultivation. I need to get away from the Demi-Immortal Institute and find some remote location to reach secondary life seizing. He sped along a few hundred kilometers until the Demi-Immortal Institute was far behind him. At that point, he shot up into the clouds and unfurled his fiend devil wings. As he did, black energy swirled around him, turning the clouds as dark as night. Now that he didn't need to worry about prying eyes, he shot higher up into the air. Eventually, he was above the sea of clouds, and the higher he got, the more powerful the heavenly winds grew. Soon, he was hundreds of thousands of meters in the air, and the vortexes of air grew larger and larger. Normally speaking, vortexes like this would rip people to shreds. And in fact, if Yonkai hadn't used his true energy to protect himself, that is exactly what would have happened to him. Even a mountain made of metal would have been destroyed. Whiz! He sped through the heavenly winds, pushing himself as hard as he could, hoping to push past his limits and break through to secondary life seizing. The energy flows up here were created by nature itself, and the heavenly wind was something that no eyes could pierce. Even most life seizers couldn't go much past the sea of clouds without expending significant effort and wasting a lot of true energy. And if heavenly wind touched them, forcing frigid cold into their meridians, their true energy flow would be hindered, and they would freeze up and fall to their death. It was a truly dangerous activity, and yet, Yonkai only continued to fly higher and higher. Frigid energy poured into him, hoping to freeze his meridians solid. Ice even began to build up on his skin. But Yonkai cultivated the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, which meant that he could send the true flame of hell through his body. As powerful as magma, it easily destroyed the frigid energy from the heavenly winds. Now I understand why the ancients had a different version of the expression, "It's lonely at the top." They would say one can't win against the cold when in high places. It really is freezing up here, but I need to challenge myself. Yen Hale, and has a powerful expert helping her, and has it easy wherever she goes. But I want to push the limits. I want to be a true man. He was really feeling very heroic in this moment. In fact, he was so high that he had left the light and was out in the darkness. Wild energy streams surrounded him, almost like tempests from hell. Vortexes were everywhere, the smallest of them hundreds of kilometers across, the largest hundreds of thousands. The levels of power were so intense that he was being flung about like a rag doll. By this point, his fiend devil wings had shrunk down to only a few meters across, and were shedding sparks as they were eaten away by the winds. However, he remained unruffled. Eventually managing to stabilize himself, he looked inside of himself and began to release the thousands of dragons. One after another, they began to pour into the next particle. Whiz! 31 particles. 32. 33. One by one, they opened up like blooming flowers, filling Yonkai with the power of more ancient mega-mammoths. It was like a herd of the beasts that returned from primeval times, the rulers of the ancient beasts. An aura like the wild lands of yore began to pulsate off him. One by one, the particles awoke and bolstered his true energy. 2 hours later, the little dragons had all been converted into life force quintessence, and then used to add to the true energy of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. No one alive would ever accept the fact that a life Caesar had remained within the heavenly winds for that long. Not even the old-timers back in the Demi-Immortal Institute would have believed it. That was what happened when Yonkai unleashed the true potential, which he normally kept hidden. Patriarchs Wind and Cloud could see Yonkai right now. They would definitely wish they could take back the words they had most recently spoken. 10 explosive booms echoed out as 40 true energy manifestations of megamammoths appeared behind Yonkai. The megamammoths trumpeted, causing a massive energy to explode out in all directions. Shockingly, Yonkai had awoken 10 particles all at the same time. The 9 young immortal energy had pushed him from 30 all the way to 40, which went to show how powerful that fabled energy was. Not even Holy Daughter Mana Flowers could absorb that type of energy, but Yonkai could and could use it to incredible effect. Return to me. 40 megamammoths instantly sank back down into Yonkai. Yonkai was experiencing a major transformation, as dramatic as a cicada shedding its carapace, or a python its skin. Glittering droplets of metallic blood oozed out of his pores, making it look like he had golden skin. This was one of the marvelous things that happened during secondary life seizing. Inner-outer transposition. Rumble. As the process went on, Yonkai's true energy grew more powerful, until it seemed to incite opposition from the vital energy of heaven and earth. Soon, rumbling sounds like that of thunder began to fill the air. Krish. Crash. A massive bolt of lightning smashed into Yonkai, causing his own true energy to destabilize. So, this is the tribulation of the life-seizing level? Yonkai could sense that the vital energy of heaven and earth was definitely resisting him. Well, Lightning is already an integral part of me and my true energy. A bit of puny lightning isn't going to hurt me. In fact, it might help me temper my body. Bring it on! Opening his meridians, he allowed the lightning to course through him, tempering his true energy as it did. Most people feared lightning more than scorpions, but with Yang Kai, it was the exact opposite. Secondary life seizing. Vortexes and tornadoes spun around him, but could do nothing to prevent the spirit energy of heaven and earth from pouring into his body and becoming life force quintessence. He was changing on the most fundamental of levels. It was now the critical moment of secondary life seizing. If he succeeded, he would make a major advancement. Yang Kai was facing the most critical moment of his secondary life-seizing tribulation. The storm around him was building in intensity, sending massive lightning bolts at him, which he simply absorbed into his true energy. Toward the end, the lightning took the form of swords, sabers, hammers, and all sorts of other weapons which bore down on him with reckless abandon. As for Yang Kai, the constant influx of lightning energy was almost intoxicating. Slowly but surely, symbols of lightning began to form around him, the images of gods and devils, of angels and ghosts. In the middle of those angels and devil ghosts was a god of heaven with an elephantine head and a human body, which seemed capable of propping up all the heavens as it crushed hell beneath its feet. This was the invincible might of the god Mammoth. Yang Kai's true energy was now so boundless that it was like an ocean capable of fighting back against heaven and earth. The tribulation that had come with secondary life-seizing wasn't a problem for him at all, and in fact, benefited his true energy, and made him even stronger than before. The golden layer on his skin slowly retreated, leaving behind a powerful aura, as well as sparkling and translucent skin. It seemed flawless in every aspect, almost as if it were carved from the purest crystal. As of now, the blood inside him wasn't dark gold anymore. Instead, it was like platinum. And instead of having a hellish aura, he now seemed like he came from the holy legion of gods in heaven. Whoosh! His widespread wings were no longer pitch black. Instead, they pulsed with a holy aura, and were now laced with streaks of white. His fiend devil wings were progressing toward becoming angel wings. The strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was not an inherently evil energy art. It was a mythical technique that had existed for so long that it had become tainted with bits of evil. However, as progress was made within the technique, those evil aspects would be cleansed and expelled by holiness. The most obvious evidence of that change was how the fiend devil wings were becoming angel wings. Furthermore, the infernal deity spear would also change color, and would become pure and holy like a sage, infused with energy of the Tao of monarchs. Infernal deity spear. The flick of his hand summoned the spear, which was not dark golden anymore. It was also laced with platinum. Now anyone who looked at the spear wouldn't think of it as the result of some evil technique, but rather something orthodox and righteous. Of course, it would take more time to truly expel the evil or at least purify and absorb it. Only a small portion had been cleansed at this point. When his fiend devil wings truly became angel wings, they would be scintillating platinum. And to do that, he would need to seize life multiple times and reach the legendary level, physical transformation and subjugation of evil. Use the power of hell to bolster heaven. Yang Kai's mind was filled with the mental dharma of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, and his meridians were growing even more powerful. Countless bolts of lightning entered him, along with boundless vital energy of heaven and earth. The wind screamed high in the air where he was, a massive storm of vital energy that he forcibly grabbed and shoved into his meridians. His meridians were now twice as large as they had been, and also twice as tough. And his sea of energy really was like a massive sea, overflowing with turbulent true energy. Although the vital energy this high in the sky couldn't compare to Nine Yang immortal energy, it was still useful and incredibly abundant. As it poured into his meridians and went to his sea of energy, it became a mist, which was crushed into a liquid that then became a solid substance. Then, that solid substance was crushed into tiny, nearly invisible bits, which then were absorbed into the existing particles within him. With that vital energy, the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was once again awakening. Boom! The 41st particle within him sent the true energy of a megamammoth pouring through him. Awaken! The power of a megamammoth can prop up the heavens, and its legs can crush the countless hosts of devils in hell. I have accepted your legacy. I am supreme in all creation. Yang Kai felt as though he could dry up rivers and drain seas, or pluck stars and snatch moons. Bam! 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 8 booms resonated as more megamammoths woke up. In the blink of an eye, he went to a total of 49 awakened particles. He was right on the verge of reaching 50. With the power of so many ancient megamammoths coursing through him, Yang Kai didn't feel like himself. He felt like a god in embryonic form. His meridians continued to change, growing larger and tougher. When he closed his eyes and looked inside, he saw that his meridians were now platinum, holy to the extreme, within which flowed platinum true energy, energy that seemed to be on the verge of merging with his blood. According to legend, in the highest levels of cultivation, the practitioner would become one with energy. The practitioner would be energy, and the energy would be the practitioner. That person would then be able to transform at any time, becoming an embodiment of pure energy. It was essentially a state of undying. Of course, not even legendaries could do that. And yet, Yang Kai could tell that he was gradually heading in that direction. Heaps such as Patriarchs Wind and Cloud back in the Demi-Immortal Institute could see what was happening to him. They would be shocked to death. He was truly transforming on all levels. With that, he burst out laughing. At the same time, the violent energy flows around him were swept away, leaving him hovering in the air like a god or devil. "Trident," he said. Suddenly, the rippling blue door leading into his thumb ring opened, and the divine weapon therein flew out. That trident was the weapon that had long since been on the verge of becoming a spirit weapon. What were spirit weapons? They were weapons that developed their own spirit. They were essentially demons with powerful energy arts. Most weapons never became demons. But once they did, and once they developed their own spirit, they could not easily be vanquished by even the most powerful energy artists. A spirit weapon was essentially like an expert in the life-seizing level. As for the trident, it had been forged with cold, 10,000-year-old iron from the bottom of the ocean, bolstered by cecil crystals and the quintessence blood and souls of countless sea demonlings. It was named Trident of the Sea God, and had been infused with medicinal pills for decades, all for the purpose of turning it into a spirit weapon. Yang Kai had learned of the matters pertaining to the trident after attending classes in the Institute. During his time at the Demi-Immortal Institute, he had not only transformed from an ignorant youth into something of a man of learning, he had also learned a bit about equipment forging. The Tao of equipment forging involves manipulating the soul of steel. Clear the meridians, cast the spirit. Alright, Trident. Now that I'm a secondary life seizer, I'll help you form your soul and become a spirit weapon. Whiz. The infernal deity spear suddenly flew out into the open. As true energy poured from the spear into the trident, numerous cracking sounds rang out, as though something inside the trident was opening up. In the end, a huge boom rang out, and the trident began to shine with dazzling light, and pulse with the vital energy of heaven and earth. It was also possible to see in the very depths of the trident something like a blue soul. The trident rose into the air, emanating true energy fluctuations that were equivalent to a primary life seizer. Not a bad weapon. Of course, considering I have my infernal deity spear, I have no need of such a thing. I'll give it to one of my brothers. If Yun Hail and makes a move against them or one of their clans, they will need all the help they can get. Although his fiend devil wings were not angel wings, they were laced with platinum, and were now even more powerful than before. He flapped the wings, not only propelling himself downward, but also sending out a blast of heat. The friction between that heat and the storm around him caused flames to erupt everywhere, making him look like a phoenix speeding down from the sky. That fire moved so fast that the sound of its passage didn't arrive until the fire was more than 50 kilometers away, a truly terrifying level of speed. In fact, it was speed the likes of which meant Yang Kai could kill some life seizers by simply running into them, and not even unleashing an attack. Now that he was fully in secondary life seizing, he was so powerful that if he ran into Longshuanyi again, he could kill him without a second thought. In fact, he could easily hold his own against quaternary or even quinary life seizers. Whoosh! By this point, he was back among the sea of clouds and before long, landed on the ground. It was summer. The air was hot and parched, and the lands were dry, cracked, and covered with dust. Smiling, he circulated his true energy, then turned into a blur that headed back to the Demi-Immortal Institute, leaving behind only a curl of smoke. By the time he arrived, it was night. He didn't go to the College of Elite Students, but instead, to the location where he and the others were in secluded meditation. He had left behind some humanoid true energy to help them operate the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, but had no idea how their cultivation had progressed since he left. As it turned out, the one who benefited the most was Liang Dong, who was rapidly approaching the life-seizing level. Yang Kai's energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs had been constantly active this entire time. Whiz! Liang Dong's aura was rapidly transforming, making him like the fish that wished to leap through the dragon gate and become a dragon itself. Life-seizing level, vital energy conversion, scorching heat immolates the body, shed the flesh, and exchange the bones. Liang Dong let loose a long howl as the true energy surged through his meridians, and the vital energy of heaven and earth coursed into him. Shockingly, flames erupted from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, the manifestation of a tribulation of true flame energy arts. As it turned out, his energy arts were so intensely hot that he lost control of them upon entering the life-seizing level and was bursting into flame himself. The truth was that because of all the help from Yang Kai, Yang Dong's true energy had long since reached the point of being able to enter the life-seizing level. However, he had been hesitating because of his flame-type energy arts. He knew that if he forced a break through, he might burn out and become nothing more than ash. Every year there were people in the Demi-Immortal Institute who burst into flames and died when trying to reach the life-seizing level. But then massive amounts of water vapor erupted from Yang Kai's trident, subjugating the flames. Water was the ultimate core of the Sea God Institute's energy arts, just as scorching heat was the ultimate core of the cosmic sunflare sword. In the blink of an eye, fire and water juxtaposed, and the true flame that had engulfed Liang Dong transformed into a sweet dew of quintessence vitality. His power levels rose, and deep in his sea of energy, a massive sword began to take shape, causing intense rumbling sounds to fill him. At long last, Liang Dong had reached the life-seizing level, and his version of the cosmic sunflare sword technique vastly surpassed that of Chu Tange's. After all, Chu Tange's version had never even come close to reaching its full potential. But Liang Dong had used the power of a sun gem. Furthermore, with the help provided by the spirit weapon that was the trident, his battle prowess was now at a shocking level. Another hour passed, and Liang Dong reigned in his true energy, his eyes sparkling. As of this moment, he didn't care at all what it had taken to reach this point. He was now a life-seizer. Congratulations. Lai, he said, his voice filled with admiration and not the slightest bit of jealousy. Another of us brothers has reached the life-seizing level. Shaking his head to clear it, Liang Dong said, I got there a bit sooner than the rest of you, that's all. Now I understand the situation. We're cultivating the cosmic sunflare sword, the intense heat of which makes the ascension to the life-seizing level incredibly dangerous. If you force the break through without some soft and feminine treasure to help out, there's a 99% chance you'll burn yourself to death. That's right, Yang Kai said. With that kind of treasure, you can all succeed. It won't be long now before you're all life-seizers. Although we won't necessarily be the most domineering force in the Institute, we can at least be strong enough to keep each other safe. It was only after participating in Liang Dong's break through that Yang Kai realized the dangerous flaw in the cosmic sunflare sword. Apparently, Liang Dong could now sense that there was something unusual about Yang Kai. Brother, your aura is so beyond me that I can't even assess it. Oh, I just reached secondary life-seizing, Yang Kai explained. Secondary life-seizing? Already? It's only been a couple months since you first reached the life-seizing level. If word spread, people would pass out from shock. Lai He, Jilly and Huayin who were so astonished that their eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. Yang Kai chuckled. Well, you guys have known for a long time how strong I really am, right? Remember how shocked you were when I killed Chu Tange? At this point, his expression turned serious. Right now, you need to get as strong as you can as quickly as you can. Don't delay in becoming life-seizers. I'll try to find soft and feminine treasures for all of you within the month, and then I'll personally help you with the breakthrough. We'll all become elite students. What happened, brother? What's the rush? His friends could tell that something was amiss, leading them to feel somewhat nervous. Yun Heilan is now the apprentice of Patriarchs Wind and Cloud, and as you know she's allied with the Crown Prince Society. In order to try to clip my wings, she's threatened to do something to your clans and to mine. Not wanting to hide anything from his brothers, he told them everything that had played out with Holy Daughter Manaflowers, the Minor Cosm, and Patriarchs Wind and Cloud. After hearing the whole story, all of his friends sat there in mute shock. A long moment passed, whereupon Liang Dong took a deep breath and said, Minor Cosm World? Patriarchs Wind and Cloud? They're legendaries. That's way beyond our level. We can't possibly deal with people like that. If they wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Not necessarily. Yang Kai said, his eyes glittering. Anybody who wants to try to kill me will have to pay the price in blood, and if anyone tries to hurt my friends, I'll kill them even if I die in the process. Because of his cultivation of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, he was starting to pick up some of the boundlessly domineering characteristics of the technique. Hold on a second. Lai, he said. If I remember correctly, Patriarchs Wind and Cloud are old professors. They won't do anything to students like us. But the fact that the Crown Prince Society has it out for us is really a bit scary. All members of that society have impressive backgrounds, and it wouldn't be impossible for their clans to do something to ours. Our top priority should be to get stronger. We're all masters of energy, and are members of the younger generation. If we become life-seizers and elite students, then everything would be different. At that point, people would definitely think twice before doing something to us. That said, to a colossal monster of an organization like the Crown Prince Society, we would still be nobodies. All of this is because of the grudge between me and Yun Haolan, Yang Kai said. I'm sorry for having dragged you into it, brothers. Brother, you absolutely, positively must not think that way. We're brothers for life. We live together and die together. We share honor and disgrace alike. There's no need to say anything beyond that. We'll overcome these difficulties together, and that's that. On the upside, the martial arts competition is coming up. If we perform well, the Institute will take us more seriously, and it will be harder for our enemies to make a move against us. Fine, the matter's settled, Yang Kai said. Now we need to figure out where to get something to neutralize the cosmic sunflare sword. What kind of water-type treasure can deal with the fire of that technique? Whatever it is, I'll get it so that you can all reach the life-seizing level. I know, Lang Dong said. I know the perfect treasure to deal with the cosmic sunflare sword. What is it? You've heard of the demon kings of the 72 grottos, right? Well, one of those grottos is the Black Floodworm Grotto, which is led by King Black Floodworm himself. The cosmic sunflare sword technique is a consummate discipline from our institute that focuses on intensely hot, true energy. The perfect item to counteract that heat would be Black Floodworm demon cores from the Black Sea. The Black Floodworms from there are particularly fierce and violent. Whenever they come ashore, they cause devastation wherever they go. However, at nighttime, they absorb moonlight and store it in their demon core, where they refine and purify it. If you used that refined moonlight with the cosmic sunflare sword, then it would be the perfect combination of sun and moon. Unfortunately, King Black Floodworm is indeed one of the demon kings of the 72 grottos, and his grotto ranks higher than the Blood Demon Grotto. If anyone from the orthodox institutions enter his territory, the Black Floodworms kill them on sight. It's a very dangerous place. Even worse, our cosmic sunflare sword technique came from both Chu Tange's animatestiny sword manifestation, as well as that sun gem. It would take demon cores from life-seizing level Black Floodworm to neutralize its heat. That would make the hunt even more dangerous. He's right, Liang Dong said. Black Floodworm demon cores are the perfect counterpoint to fire-type techniques. Lots of top experts in the Demi-Immortal Institute use them. However, not many people actually go to the Black Sea to hunt them. The demon kings of the 72 grottos? Yang Kai's heart suddenly started pounding. I've heard of them. They're subsidiaries of the Hanging Mountain, aren't they? Yeah, that's exactly right. In that case, I need to take a trip to the Black Sea. There's no time to lose. I'll leave now. Give me a map. Woo, whoosh, whoosh. A figure blurred across the lands at top speed. It was Yang Kai, flying over roads, rivers, mountains, forests, lakes, and other terrain features. He passed along like a specter, moving so quickly that no one could even see him, his energy arts at such a high level that he was like a god immortal. He wanted to reach the Black Sea as quickly as possible, all in the hopes of getting Hua Yinhu, Hijili, and Lai He into the life-seizing level immediately. His plan was to hunt for black floodworms that were in the life-seizing level and harvest their demon cores. And of course, he was operating alone. At the same time, Yang Dong would go apply to be an elite student, which would also significantly increase the sway of their group as a whole. Furthermore, the fact that the Black Floodworm Grotto was run by one of the 72 Demon Kings subordinate to the Hanging Mountain had Yang Kai's heart pounding with anticipation. Hopefully, this trip would also net him some clues about that mystical mountain, and how to get there. The subject of his mother, and by extent the Hanging Mountain, occupied his thoughts day and night, and he couldn't stop thinking about traveling there. Even his desire to get revenge on Yun Hale counted for almost nothing compared to that. This trip to the Black Floodworm Grotto would not only help him in his fight with Yun Halen, but it could also get him information about his mother. How could he possibly pass up an opportunity like that? He knew that it would be a very dangerous place, but wasn't very worried. He was a secondary life seizer who could kill quaternary life seizers, and maybe even quinary. And by engaging in brutal fights, he would likely become even stronger. Time had come for tempering. Besides, perhaps if he consumed some of the demon cores, he could even reach tertiary life seizing. At that point, even the Brownos or Yun Helen would have a hard time catching up to him. Why wouldn't he want to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? His actual approach to the Black Floodworm Grotto was made, not by flying through the air, but rather on foot. Trying to follow the twists and turns in the road to the Black Sea from up above would be too difficult. He kept to the ground, and constantly referenced his detailed map of the rich, lush continent. The map revealed all the various locations of profound danger, and also the forbidden regions. It was a map produced by the Demi-Immortal Institute itself, and was far beyond ordinary maps available in the rich, lush continent. Just by studying the map, it was possible to learn a lot about the continent. In fact, Yang Kai was thinking of sending a copy of the map back to Yan Haven. A better understanding of geography would definitely help his father when it came time to move troops. A desert, Yang Kai murmured, looking at the seemingly endless sand dunes which stretched out in front of him. This desolate desert was tens upon tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and filled with dunes and sand mountains. All sorts of cactuses could be seen, some mighty trees that stretched for dozens of meters up into the sky, others spherical and roughly the size of an ordinary house. Yang Kai scanned the area up ahead with true energy, and could sense a bit of demon energy from dim endlings. There were snakes, scorpions, centipedes, poisonous insects, and even foxes and wolves, all of them demonlings who were adapted to desert life. However, he had no interests in the little demonlings and didn't want to waste time. Without any hesitation, he headed into the scorching desert, following the map toward his target destination. Surprisingly, the Black Sea was not located out on the open ocean, but rather in the middle of a desert. According to the stories, it was fed by numerous subterranean rivers and channels of spirit energy, making it a holy land for the demon devils and demonlings that lived in the surrounding desert. As for the desert, it was called the Northern Frontier Desert, and was known as a boundless danger zone devoid of any human population. It contained only demonlings and countless bizarre terrain features. About 500 kilometers into the desert, a tornado-filled sandstorm suddenly sprang up, so powerful that the blasts of sand caused sparks to fly off of Yang Kai's defensive true energy. Even though the grains of sand were tiny, when they were propelled by the wind en masse, they could pierce even steel. Luckily, Yang Kai's defensive arts and equipment were far beyond that level and weren't damaged at all. It was now obvious why people didn't live here. Even some of the toughest demonlings would burrow deep into the sand when the tornadoes came, sometimes going as far as the subterranean rivers. Whoosh! Yang Kai waved his hand, sending out a blast of true energy that completely destroyed a massive tornado that was in his path. Having sent his true energy so far ahead of him, he realized that there was a source of water up ahead. The Black Sea, he murmured, and then began to follow that sensation of water. He flew along for hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers until eventually the sandstorms died down, and a sea became visible up ahead. It was pitch black, even the waves, and covered in mists that made it impossible to see very far along its surface. It was so large that Yang Kai couldn't see the ends of it. For a huge sea to be located in the middle of a vast desert went to show how spectacular the works of nature could be. This is the location of the Black Floodworm Grotto. The demon kings of the 72 grottos in the rich, lush continent are all subordinate to the Hanging Mountain. I hope that I can unearth some more secrets here, maybe information about where exactly my mother is. I know her nickname is Greenshura, but what is her real name? As he stood there on the shore of the sea, he kept his true energy reined in, making him seem like nothing more than an ordinary person. As the water lapped against the shore, he knelt down and scooped some up in his hand. Immediately, he could sense a frigid energy that seemed to be thousands of years old. Unexpectedly, this water was freezing and yet hadn't turned to ice. Furthermore, the darkness of the water made it seem like ink. Clearly, this sea was different from ordinary seas. This water has frigid yin energy of a black, baleful nature. Yang Kai was gradually becoming more knowledgeable in the ways of the world, and recognized this as a variation of the more common type of subterranean baleful energy. Black, baleful yin energy could be extremely harmful to humans, but for some water-type demonlings with frigid yin aspects, it was profoundly beneficial. Obviously, lurking in the depths of this sea were demonlings of incredible power and ferocity. Yang Kai looked out thoughtfully at the Black Sea, the water slowly draining through his fingertips. The most important thing to do right now was find the actual location of the Black Floodworm Grotto. According to what his friends had told him, he knew that King Black Floodworm of Black Floodworm Grotto was an actual black floodworm. However, one of the great sages from the Hanging Mountain had magically transformed him, changing his floodworm body into that of a human. He was a powerful legendary, and someone that Yang Kai currently couldn't hope to match up with. King Black Floodworm was vicious to the extreme, and the yearly raids he led resulted in countless lost lives among humans. Even the top experts in the institutes weren't sure what to do about him. Although there were legendaries in the institutes, King Black Floodworm was backed by the Hanging Mountain, an organization so massive that ordinary people didn't even know how large it actually was. If Yang Kai caught the attention of someone like him, he would have a hard time making it out alive. After all, he had no techniques of invisibility. Such arts did exist though. For example, there was the shape-altering art and the form-concealing technique. Such abilities used one's true energy to create a field of distortion around oneself that essentially made one invisible. There were even some that could perfectly hide one's true energy. But Yang Kai had only been in the institute for a short time, and had never had the free time to study such things. Thankfully, the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth innately enabled him to conceal his aura. Waving his hand, he summoned his suit of armor. The infernal deity plate armor appeared, and this time, it was even sturdier than before. In fact, it was so strong that he could swim through lava for 3 days and 3 nights without being hurt. Thus equipped, he leapt into the water, diving down to begin his hunt for black floodworms. He was like a deadly assassin, his aura concealed, his black infernal deity plate armor the perfect color to match the Black Sea around him. As he swam along, he sent out his true energy, filling an area dozens of kilometers around him and enabling him to see everything as clear as day. There were many creatures around him. Strange fish with vicious fangs who absorbed the black, baleful yin energy around them and used it to fuel their powerful water-type energy arts. Down here, the weak were prey to the strong, and not a single creature was docile in any way. Yonkai saw a pitch-black, 9-meter-long fish battling with a water snake. Water surged around them, until the black fish spat out a mouthful of sword light, killing the snake, which it then swallowed whole. Then it sent out energy fluctuations that caused the surrounding demonling fish to tremble in fear. That fish was as powerful as someone in the 8th phase, similar to the white ape Yonkai had fought in his early days in the Black Corpse Mountains. Of course, creatures of that level were of no interest to him now. He needed black floodworms who were in the life-seizing level. With 3 such demon cores, he would have accomplished his mission, and would be able to leave whenever he wanted. This Black Sea is really deep. On the sea floor, it was common to see vents spewing black liquid, which was none other than the water from the subterranean rivers that fed the sea. The armored Yonkai sank deeper and deeper into the black waters, encountering more demonlings as he did. At one point he saw a 5-colored sea snake with a Master of Energy cultivation base. It had created a mansion grotto for itself in the reefs below the surface of the water, and was currently lounging there absorbing the baleful energy around it. There were numerous demonlings in the area that it had obviously subjugated and forced to serve it. The sea snake was as wide as a water bucket and dozens of meters long. It had clearly guided the growth of the reef around it, ensuring that it was a perfect defensive structure within which to practice cultivation. In fact, the reef was so large that it was almost like a city, similar to the kinds built on the surface by humans. Demon folk were innately intelligent and were born with legacy techniques from ancient great sages of the demon folk. Obviously, their cultivation went very different than humans. In fact, Yonkai even noticed that the snake was intelligent enough to have directed some demonlings to grow black, magical mushrooms in the fertile waters of the sea, and also ginseng and other medicinal plants that could be used to make energy convergence pills. Some demonlings were intelligent enough to concoct pills to use in their cultivation, much the same way humans did. The truth was that the demon folk in primeval times had many paths of cultivation, and in the beginning, humans had simply imitated them. As for this sea snake, the projected image of a human rested on its head, formed from true energy, his skin 5-colored, just as the snake's. It was humanoid true energy, and in the position where a human's heart would have been, it had a 5-colored demon core, the size of a fist. It was hard to say how many years of cultivation it would take to develop a demon core that size. The snake immediately sensed the fluctuations indicating Yonkai's presence, and looked over in his direction. "Who's there?" Without waiting for a response, the snake suddenly shot through the water at incredible speed, heading directly toward Yonkai, as if to consume him. A master of energy who was in this situation would likely have been taken out by this demonling before even being able to react. However, Yonkai waved his hand, sending out streams of sword energy into the water, creating a massive sword net that surrounded the sea snake. "Spare me, O greater demon, I beg of you." The sea snake didn't fight back at all. It could tell immediately that it was dealing with a life-seizer. Of course, it didn't speak with words. However, the fluctuations which rolled out of it would be understandable to anyone with a high enough cultivation base. Actually, even people in the 8th phase were already capable of fusing with their own soul to a certain level. With a little effort and enough time, they could understand just about any spoken language. And that power only got greater in the Master of Energy level. Therefore, it wasn't even necessary to mention life-seizers. They could easily use their true energy to communicate with others on the soul level, without even using spoken words. "Spare you? Tell me where the Black Floodworm Grotto is, and where can I find black floodworms in the life-seizing level?" Considering that Yonkai was completely unfamiliar with the Black Sea, he didn't want to waste time blindly searching. It would be much more efficient to find some locals to get information from. "You're looking for Black Floodworm Grotto, O greater demon?" A 5-colored snake shivered inwardly. "It's far, far away in the east of the Black Sea. There's a deep gully there where they've built a massive city. That's where all the top black floodworm experts are." "Oh really?" With that, Yonkai tightened the net, slicing the snake to pieces, causing blood to swirl out and fill the area. The demonlings in the Black Sea were vicious to the core, and frequently came out of the sea itself to hunt and eat humans. Therefore, there was no way Yonkai would let one in the Master of Energy level go free. Reaching out, he took the fist-sized demon core, looked at it, and then crushed it with his true energy. Moments later, his hellfire crucible appeared above his head. He placed the demon core inside, and the bubbling lava immediately began to melt it. Only 10 breaths of time later, it was a stream of true energy that flowed through his meridians to his sea of energy, and then into one of the particles inside him. By this point, his hellfire crucible was strong enough that it could melt demon cores almost immediately and convert them to life force quintessence. It was something most people would find unimaginable. There weren't even any imperial or saintly class energy arts that could do such a thing. Whack, 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 whack. The wave of his hand sent a burst of energy toward the other demonlings in the area, causing them to explode and dragging all of their demon cores into his hellfire crucible. Clearing this part of the sea floor had netted him over 100 cores. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. This was definitely much better than sitting around meditating to further his cultivation, although it wasn't quite as amazing as using 9 Yang immortal energy. Unfortunately, he currently had no valid reason to go to the minor cosm world. Even someone like Holy Daughter Manaflowers could only remain there for a short time without violating sect rules. To him, it seemed like a huge waste that Yun-Hailan was allowed inside. Although, she couldn't absorb 9 Yang immortal energy, so perhaps it didn't matter. Yang Kai could tell that it wouldn't even take a month of working with 9 Yang immortal energy for him to blow past tertiary life seizing and possibly go all the way to Quinary. Unfortunately, it was currently nothing more than a fantasy. Whatever. Since I can't get into the minor cosm world, I'll just hunt demonlings here in the Black Sea. Demon cores are better than nothing. Hopefully I can find some that are in the life seizing level, which will at least be closer to the effectiveness of 9 Yang immortal energy. With that, he headed toward the eastern part of the Black Sea. In that direction, the cities grew more numerous, as did the demonlings. A few 100 kilometers in, he ran into a pack of sea spiders in the middle of hunting some other demonlings. They were as large as horses, and were all in the Master of Energy level. As soon as they saw him, they lunged toward him, sending out silk-like streams of true energy in the form of a net that cut off all avenues of escape. "Welcome," Yang Kai said. Suddenly, the infernal deity spear appeared, sending out streams of lava like true flame that destroyed all of the silk strands. Crack! Fear stabbed through one of the sea spiders, and the intensely hot true energy caused it to explode. As for its demon core, he pulled it into the heart of the sea. Foosh! He shot forward, easily dispatching the rest of the 9 sea spiders, and then harvesting their demon cores. As he proceeded along, he was like a god of death ridding the world of devils and demons. He cut down every demonling in his path. Sea lions, walruses, sea centipedes, sea scorpions, sea wolves. Not a single sea demonling could stand up to the infernal deity's spear. 2 hours later, he had killed over 100 demonlings in the Master of Energy level, and had their demon cores in his thumb ring. After finding a rather remote valley, he sat down cross-legged and pulled out the cores. After melting them in his hellfire crucible to remove the demon energy, he sent the resulting life force quintessence into his body. By this point, he could tell that the 49th particle within him was starting to stir. However, he wouldn't be able to wake it in this fashion. After all, Yang Suzu had used the Sage Devil painting to reach secondary life seizing, and that had contained 10,000 demon cores in the Master of Energy level, and one that was from a life seizer. He would need a massive amount of force to break through. Using a few hundred Master of Energy demon cores would be like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. That said, this experience was giving him a much better practical understanding of the Hellfire Crucible. Rising to his feet, he once again shot through the depths of the sea, a god of death, a bodhisattva of killing. Eventually, he ran into a nest of black snakes in a valley. Almost instantly, vortexes sprang up around the entrance of their nest, sending out shocking energy fluctuations. Then, from within the depths of the valley, a black floodworm appeared. It had long horns, vicious claws, and scales that glittered in a way that vastly surpassed any snakes. He had finally found one. Unfortunately, it was not at the life-seizing level, although it was close, making it worth dozens of Master of Energy demonlings. Demonlings were different from people, and generally had much stronger true energy. I'm finally getting close to Black Floodworm Grotto. After spotting the Black Floodworm, he looked into the depths of the valley, and realized that further in, there were even more powerful auras to be sensed, and he could just barely make out what appeared to be an underwater city. It was the palace of the Black Floodworms, the Black Floodworm Grotto, home to one of the 72 demon kings. The Black Floodworm shot forth, and Yang Kai didn't waste time speaking. He blurred into motion, and before the Black Floodworm could react, its body shattered into countless pieces. Before any of the blood could even flow out, a huge burst of true energy shoved it down into the seafloor, burying it. Everything was over just like that. It was almost as if the mighty Black Floodworm hadn't even appeared to begin with. At the same time, a perfectly spherical demon core appeared in Yang Kai's hand. It was mighty, but not particularly sturdy. In contrast, it was very soft and pliable, almost like an internal organ of some sort. However, it pulsed with profoundly vigorous life force, almost as if there were an infant inside of it about to be born. Supposedly, when some demons reach a high level of cultivation, they could break out of the cycle of reincarnation and create an infant inside of their demon core. Eventually, they could then abandon their demon body and become a perfect human. This black floodworm had not quite reached that level, but its core did thump with life force, almost like a heartbeat, indicating that it was very close to forming that infant. Lunar corona, cosmic sunflare. It was with no warning whatsoever that Yang Kai unleashed the sword energy of the cosmic sunflare sword technique, causing the water around him to bubble and boil. The flaming sword energy hit the demon core, and the opposing forces of water and fire caused a Teiji symbol to appear, as a perfect balance between the sun and moon was unleashed. Black floodworms loved to consume moonlight, which was, of course, the quintessence of the moon above. In contrast, the cosmic sunflare sword ate up the vital energy of the burning sun, providing the perfect complement. Yang Kai threw the core into his hellfire crucible, and it instantly began to melt. Eyes flickering, he looked off into the distance. Is this place a black floodworm nest or something? That's definitely the black floodworm grotto over there. Supposedly, it's even higher ranked than the blood demon grotto. It's definitely a very dangerous place, that's for sure. For most experts, even life seizers, it would be a big waste of true energy to try to stay hidden in the depths of the icy Black Sea. Obviously, humans couldn't breathe underwater. They would need to use true energy to move about. Because of that limitation, most masters of energy would only be able to stay underwater for a short time. Life seizers could last for longer, but of course, if they ended up fighting with demonlings, would have to waste true energy even more. Occasionally, life seizers would enter the Black Sea to help rid the world of devils and demons. But in most instances, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the black floodworm grotto. They would end up getting involved in fighting the various demonlings on the way, run out of true energy, and then be forced to flee. Either that or be killed. But Yang Kai was a terrifying exception to the norm. He wasn't even close to running low on true energy. After all, he could consume the demon cores of the creatures he killed. As such, his true energy was surging, and he was actually in a better position than someone of the sea folk would be here. With his pitch-black infernal deity plate armor, Yang Kai was like a devil ghost from hell. As for his infernal deity spear, the platinum magical symbols that glittered on its surface made it seem like it was a glorious blessing from the legion of gods. Furthermore, the helmet of the infernal deity plate armor had true energy eyes that made it possible for Yang Kai to see everything with utter clarity. He could even see the meridians inside his enemies, and the true energy flowing through them, and he could also see all of the underwater terrain features. There were gullies, mountains, and further into the immense valley, a sprawling plain. And right in the middle of that plain was a collection of temples, crystalline palaces, and the like, which was the black floodworm grotto itself. He could sense countless auras within the mountains, and the way they caused his hackles to rise led him to the conclusion that if he charged blindly ahead, he would be killed. What I need to do now is perfect the Tao of the quick strike. There are definitely black floodworms practicing cultivation in caves. If I catch a few by surprise and kill them quietly, I shouldn't attract any attention. After a short moment of planning, he headed down into one of the gullies, and then in the direction of the palace complex up ahead. Eventually, he caught sight of a black floodworm in the depths of the gully laying there completely motionless. However, its true energy was focused on its head, in humanoid form, holding a rotating pearl in its hands. That pearl was much larger than the demon core Yang Kai had taken from the black floodworm earlier, and was clearly of much higher quality. Shockingly, this floodworm was in the life-seizing level, and it was completely focused on its cultivation. Good. Very good. Yang Kai's heart immediately started pounding. After all, life-seizing demon cores were exactly what he needed to make sure that Lai He, Hua Yinhu, and He Jili achieved their breakthroughs. Killing a life-seizer will be different. I know that I can win, but there's no guarantee it won't manage to send out a cry for help. If that happens and experts from the Black Floodworm Grotto come, I'll be in big trouble. He wanted to make his move, but was still hesitating. If he attacked, he needed to accomplish the kill quickly and cleanly. Even the weakest life seizer who was facing a deadly attack would call upon all of their power to reach a peak state of defense. And at the very least, they would use their power to send out a cry for help. To kill a life seizer so quickly that they didn't know what hit them was very, very difficult. If he were back on land, Yang Kai would have been more confident, but right now, he was in the depths of the Black Sea, and knew that any fluctuations which rolled out through the water could easily attract the attention of nearby experts. From what he could tell, his best bet would be to strike like lightning, then wait to see if anyone noticed. If they did, he would attempt to flee as quickly as possible. What he was doing right now would be exactly the same as if some deadly monster snuck into the Demi-Immortal Institute and tried to assassinate an elite student. It was easy to imagine how things would turn out if the deed were noticed. Whatever. I'm here, so I might as well prepare a killing blow. If it doesn't work the first time, I'll follow up with another attack. Dropping down, he concealed himself in one of the many reefs on the seafloor. His mind filled with thoughts of the Tao of the quick strike, he focused on his sea of energy, and the power of 49 ancient megamammoths that rested there, waiting to be unleashed. This was something new to him. The desire to do battle inside of him was growing so strong that his killing intent threatened to leak out into the open. Keeping a tight grip on it, he continued to build up power. Beneath his suit of true energy armor, he was sweating profusely. He absolutely had to pull this off like an assassination. To make matters worse, black floodworms had abundant life force, perhaps 10 times more than humans. That would make it even more difficult to kill them quickly. This assassination attempt of Yang Kai's was nothing short of heaven-defying. After all, if he succeeded here, then who in the world could be his match? The boundless Tao of the quick strike is about killing in one blow. Put complete focus into the attack. Do something rarely seen, strike with utter mercilessness. This is the perfect opportunity to temper my willpower and determination. As of this moment, his heart was pounding, and 1,000 thoughts were running through his mind. Maybe this isn't a good idea after all. If my strike misses, and the experts from the Black Floodworm Grotto show up, I probably wouldn't be able to escape them. It wasn't easy to get to the level I'm currently at, and I still have plenty of time to cultivate the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. As the saying goes, a wise man foresees the danger and avoids it. That's right, if I ended up getting killed, what would father do? And what about the clan? And my brothers? Yang Kai almost felt like there were two voices inside of him arguing about what to do. With each second that passed by, it seemed backing down might be the best thing to do. After all, he didn't need to put himself in danger to further his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. He could just kill lower-level demonlings and use their cores to advance his cultivation base. At that point, he very nearly abandoned his idea of attempting a quick strike on this floodworm. Crystalline Palace complex up ahead just seemed too dangerous, and he knew that, however dangerous it seemed now, the true danger could erupt like a volcano at any moment. No, he said to himself, forcing away the thoughts of giving up. Ever since my life changed, my cultivation base has advanced steadily, without any major setbacks. I need some difficulty. I need some training. I'm going to go into that cave and kill that floodworm. I'll either succeed or die trying. Only by pushing myself harder can I rest at ease in my heart. Attack! No giving up! Otherwise, how could I hope to prop up heaven and earth as the successor of the god Mammoths, and crush the devilish gods beneath my feet? If I backed down, my heart would be faulty, and how could I possibly continue with cultivation? I'm not weak. I know in my heart that I'm a powerful expert. Only by walking the path between life and death can I free myself from the shackles of doubt. In that moment, he made his decision. Self-confidence blossomed inside of him as his own will fused with the raging spirit of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. All of a sudden, he felt something like a wave of approval from the golden imp in his forehead. It was as if the technique was personally approving of his soul. As of this moment, his willpower was stronger than ever. Never before had he thrummed with such a powerful desire to fight. Maintaining complete and utter silence, he shot forward with his spear. There was no sound. There were no energy fluctuations. He blurred into motion, piercing through the water almost as if he existed in a different world. He moved so quickly that it defied any and all description. And then, his spear stabbed into the black floodworm. In the blink of an eye, the humanoid true energy atop the floodworm's head vanished. It died before it knew what hit it. Yang Kai had succeeded. An exceptionally quick strike. An exceptional assassination. All it took was one spear strike from Yang Kai to end the life of the black floodworm. It was as if the infernal deity spear had truly awoken an infernal deity who was the sovereign of death, to take away the souls of the living. Yang Kai looked down at the enormous corpse and felt confidence and pride rising up in his heart. As he had been preparing for the blow, conflict had erupted within him, essentially an inner devil. Had he shrunk back, it would definitely have caused problems for his progress later on. How could a coward possibly control the hard and unyielding strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth? It took bravery and ferocity to suppress hells, and only someone with the heart of an invincible expert could possibly frighten and control devil gods. Even the slightest step backward could turn one into a coward. But Yang Kai was no coward. He had successfully passed a major milestone in his cultivation, and he had reaped quite a reward. After building up his power, he unleashed an exceptionally quick strike, pushing his life force to the pinnacle, and also developing deep confidence. His aura was transforming on a fundamental level. Apparently, the true energy of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth had acknowledged allegiance to him, and approved of him. In the past, his true energy had been unyielding and able to explode out at any time. That also made it difficult to control. But now things were different. For example, he could now use the Force Season's swordplay in either a hard or a soft fashion. He was now like finely tempered steel. Not a bad demon core. Unfortunately, This is only a floodworm, not a dragon. I wonder how strong dragons are. He looked down at the demon core, which looked like a translucent moon, shimmering with soft light, illuminating the dark waters around him. Everything around him was very quiet, without the slightest energy fluctuation. At the moment that the black floodworm had died, he had pulled the heterogeneous true energy and life force of the massive beast into his hellfire crucible, which immediately began to bubble. Sitting down cross-legged, he proceeded to take the heterogeneous true energy and convert it into the quintessence he needed. Normally speaking, the death of a black floodworm would have led to an explosion of true energy that would send fluctuations out for quite a distance. But with his hellfire crucible, he was able to absorb it instantly. The true energy became like a black dragon which swirled through his meridians, circulating 3 times before it collapsed and was absorbed. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt like his blood had something akin to the power of dragons in it, something that was also fused into his muscles and bones. It was like the power to soar to the highest heavens, or sink to the bottom of the deepest seas. He could even absorb what air existed in the water through his skin. As of this point, he didn't need to use true energy to survive and breathe underwater. He was almost like one of the sea folk. Thus was the benefit of a human absorbing the true energy of a black floodworm. After some more time passed, Yang Kai rose to his feet, feeling very energetic. Not only was he completely recovered, but his true energy and cultivation base were at a new peak. The strike from moments ago was really one of the most ultimate strikes he had ever unleashed. I don't care how strong you are, Yunheilan. This strike of mine will cut you down before you can react. You just wait. In fact, he was confident that very few elite students in the Demi-Immortal Institute could defend against it. Right now, he was only a secondary life seizer, and yet, if he struck quickly enough, could definitely kill or injure even a scenery life seizer who had achieved 6 life seizings. I need to find more black floodworms. With that, he became a dark shadow that was one with the waters of the Black Sea. Prowling through the various mountains and gullies, he was like a world-class assassin. All he had to do was build up his energy, then unleash it in that stunning strike, and he could end the life of any enemy. An hour later, he was getting very close to the Crystalline Palace. At one point, in one particularly deep gully, he came across 2 enormous floodworms that were both in the life-seizing level. Killing one such floodworm unnoticed could be done, but he couldn't quite manage to with complete confidence. It was simply impossible, and therefore he passed them up. Slowly but surely, he proceeded along, killing anything that he came across. Thanks to his recent enlightenment, he could now use both soft and hard aspects of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, making it even easier for him to escape notice. Similarly, his infernal deity plate armor could be softened, allowing him to slip through the water completely undetected. Before long, he found another rather old black floodworm working on cultivation in an underwater river. Apparently, it was at a critical juncture, and was just about to reach secondary life seizing. Shockingly, the black floodworm was covered by multiple layers of yin fire. It was practicing yin fire body refinement to improve its true energy, and then make its break through to secondary life seizing. Heaven is really helping me. Yang Kai slipped into the river, and began to build up his energy to unleash a devastating attack. There was little suspense in it all. The black floodworm collapsed immediately when hit, and even as its true energy exploded out, it was sucked in by the hellfire crucible. Another moon-like demon core floated into Yang Kai's palm. It was a level of energy that far surpassed anything he had acquired from the other black floodworms up to this point, and he almost couldn't take it. However, he had been prepared for that, and immediately set to work wresting control and fusing it into his body and blood. Soon, the heterogeneous true energy was filling him with more power and energy than ever. He could actually see how, within his platinum blood, there were images that resembled dragons. So, every time I kill one of these black floodworms and absorb its demon core, I get some of its heterogeneous true energy. It's actually quite beneficial. I guess since I can't cultivate in the minor cosm world right now, I'll just advance by ridding the world of devils and demons. Sending some true energy sweeping out, he collected the floodworm's tendons, skin, bones, and horns into his thumb ring. Such materials could be used to create armor and weapons, which meant that he could turn them into the Institute in return for a healthy sum of merit points. Obviously, he wouldn't just abandon them. It's too bad my brothers back at the Institute can't benefit from these demon cores the way I can. Maybe I should turn them in for merit points to purchase the help of a legendary for them. These black floodworms were essentially treasures embodied for the life-seizing level, and with his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, Yang Kai could essentially take all of those treasures at will. Luring into motion again, he continued on his way. His aura was so close to that of the Black Seas at this point, that no creatures present would notice him any more than people on the land would notice a faint breeze. With 2 life-seizing black floodworms having fallen under his hand, Yang Kai was now stronger and more deadly than ever. Whiz! Another black floodworm was killed before it knew what was happening. Snap! An old black floodworm in one of the underwater rivers was killed and vanished before even a drop of its blood could seep out. Yang Kai's true energy seemed completely inexhaustible. He now had complete control over his true energy and could make it freezing cold or burning hot at will. Being able to turn mountains into lava was something that ordinary life-seizers weren't capable of. One by one, he slaughtered life-seizing black floodworms, all without being noticed. He was like a god of death in the dark waters, the king of hell out to collect what was his. Only after killing 5 powerful black floodworms in a row did he need to stop for a moment to catch his breath. Even he was somewhat taken aback at how completely heaven-defying this trip was turning out to be. After all, what would happen if a deadly monster snuck into the Demi-Immortal Institute and killed 5 elite students like this? Top experts would definitely be dispatched to track that monster to the ends of the earth to kill it. If King Black Floodworm ever found out he was the one responsible, wouldn't the same happen to him? All of a sudden, he experienced a sense of impending disaster. What if I somehow shift the blame to unyielding? After all, she has the blood of the sea god in her. She could get around just as easily as me here. That would be perfect. Having made up his mind, he looked over at the crystalline black floodworm grotto, which was nearer than ever. If only he could go there and uncover some secrets about the Hanging Mountain. However, considering that there was a legendary level demon king there, it would be too dangerous. Even as he tried to decide what to do, explosive ripples surged through the water around him. What a commotion, he thought. Has someone else entered the Black Sea to kill demon devils? Yang Kai had killed 5 black floodworms that were in the life-seizing level, acquiring 5 demon cores. That was definitely enough to help his 3 brothers reach the life-seizing level. As for the 2 extra, he tossed them into his Hellfire Crucible. Ignoring the energy fluctuations he had just noticed, he focused on absorbing the power of the cores. Each of them was roughly the size of a human head and glowed with the light of the moon, plus an image that looked like a black floodworm consuming the moon. The power in those cores was enough to level a small city. But right now, the quintessence within the cores was converted by the Hellfire Crucible and turned into power for Yang Kai, fusing into his cosmic sunflare sword technique and the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. As it did, the 50th particle within him woke up, giving him access to the power of 50 ancient megamammoths. And that meant that he could now enter tertiary life-seizing. However, after absorbing the 2 black floodworm demon cores, he realized that he was in a bottleneck, which meant that he still needed some more time. Filling his cultivation base, he rose to his feet and looked up toward the surface, which was the source of the fluctuations he had detected. The fluctuations even woke up some of the powerful entities that lurked in the various sea gullies. Yang Kai watched as more than 100 black floodworms in the life-seizing level emerged from the depths of the underwater rivers, unleashing demon energy that flowed toward the source of the fluctuations. At the same time, the enormous, crystalline palace in the center of the plain, the black floodworm grotto, began to pulse with light. Apparently, some huge spell formation was being activated. What a pity, Yang Kai thought, shaking his head at the scene. I just can't proceed any further. It would be madness for him to try to enter the black floodworm grotto now. I wonder what expert has arrived. Is someone really going to try to attack the black floodworm grotto? Is this person really not afraid of King Black Floodworm? I should sneak away and get back to the surface to see what's going on. In the water, the black floodworms have the advantage, but up above, it'll be the other way around. Taking advantage of the chaos, he slipped away and then headed up toward the surface. As soon as he burst out of the water, he unfurled his wings and then flew higher up into the sky. Looking out at the water, he saw massive waves surging back and forth. Various energy arts which were being unleashed caused massive pillars of water to shoot hundreds of meters up into the air before raining back down. Apparently, some huge fight between 2 major experts was playing out under the water. Right now he wasn't afraid at all. Now that he was out of the Black Sea, all it would take would be the flap of his fiend devil wings to escape any enemy who tried to attack him. He could essentially come and go as he pleased. Suddenly, a huge bubble of water formed, then exploded, revealing a young man in blue clothing, holding a long spear in his hand. It was not an energy weapon, but rather corporeal, and surged with spirit energy that indicated it was actually a spirit weapon. It was far more powerful than the trident Yang Kai had finished forging, and the blue-garbed young man was even more powerful than his weapon. Suddenly, his true energy surged out to create a blue suit of armor, as well as a pair of spectacular wings. Furthermore, the pulsing true energy fluctuations which rolled off of him made it seem like he was capable of controlling all water flows under heaven. Whether it was clouds or rain, or even the mist in the Black Sea, this young man could manipulate them all. His aura surpassed that of even the tertiary life-seizer Longshuanyi that Yang Kai had encountered on Manaflower's Peak. From the look of it, he had already performed 5 life-seizings. No wonder he was confident enough to enter the Black Sea and take on the black floodworms. I wonder where this guy is from. He uses water-type energy arts, that's for sure. Even as Yang Kai examined him, the blue-garbed young man turned to face 9 black floodworms. Leading them was one floodworm whose armor, like scales, glistened with bright light. It had 5 claws and swirling horns that made it almost look like a black dragon. Standing atop its head was a boy in a black tunic and trousers, holding a dual crescent-bladed halberd. That boy was not a manifestation of humanoid true energy, but rather a nascent divinity created by the black floodworm's soul, making him much more powerful. This black floodworm leader is incredible. In fact, Yang Kai could tell that he was no weaker than the young man in blue. You really think you can just waltz into the black floodworm grotto, punk? Floodworm said. Do you know how powerful the demon kings of the 72 grottos are? You cultivate Tsunami of the Sea King, right? That's a consummate technique from the Sea God Institute, which makes you like a king of the sea. Unfortunately for you, I'm one of the top cultivation geniuses from the Black Floodworm Grotto. I'm going to capture you, extract your soul, and then rip all your techniques out of it. Dream on, you freakish hellion. The blue-garbed young man spun and then shot off into the distance. As for the 9 black floodworms, they immediately gave chase. Before long, they were nearing the edge of the sea, where the sandy desert once again began. Yang Kai then watched as the entire group entered the desert. The entire time, he kept focused on the depths of the Black Sea, curious to see whether or not the legendary King Black Floodworm would appear. However, he never sensed any legendary aura. He had met legendaries before, namely, Patriarchs Wind and Cloud, and could thus identify such auras. And if he had sensed anything like that, he would have fled at top speed. However, for whatever reason, King Floodworm never appeared. Perhaps he was away, or perhaps he was focused on cultivation, and was ignoring the activities of the younger generation. The Black Sea was located right in the middle of the northern frontier desert, and was surrounded by endless dunes, mountains of sand, and violent storms. At a certain point, the blue-robed young man landed on one of the dunes. Moments later, the black floodworms arrived, black mist swirling around them. As for the incarnation of the leader, he looked coldly at the young man and said, "You think that you can weaken us by luring us out into the desert? Don't forget that you also cultivate water-type energy arts. You'll be limited here just as we are." "So what? I've achieved multiple life seizings. Out here, I can unleash the full potential of my power." "Who exactly are you? Tell me your name so I can report it to my superiors after I kill you." "Zhao Wufeng," the leader said coldly. "What about you?" "I'm Zhen Tianchu, conclave student from the Sea God Institute." Although this Zhen Tianchu spoke in very domineering fashion, he was actually so good-looking that he bordered on pretty. Zhao Wufeng let loose a long laugh. "So, seems I'm going to be performing a big service for the exalted King Black Floodworm. He'd love to offer a conclave student to the emissary from the Hanging Mountain, and I'll earn a hefty reward." Eyes flickering, Zhen Tianchu said, "An emissary from the Hanging Mountain is in the Black Floodworm Grotto? There right now with King Floodworm? How come I didn't sense any such aura?" Zhao Wufeng chuckled. "Trying to squeeze some information out of me? Well, I guess it won't hurt. You're dead anyway." The exalted Black King Floodworm most certainly is entertaining the emissary from the Hanging Mountain. They're in the depths of the subterranean rivers, inspecting the dragonizing grand spell formation. You know, I'd bet money that you're here on a mission for the Sea God Institute, trying to find information about the emissary. Sadly for you, the only thing you'll find is an early grave. Well then, Zhao Wufeng, you're one of the top experts among the demon folk, right? Go ahead and make your move." Instead, Zhao Wufeng snorted coldly and turned to look out into the desert sands. "You've been following us for a while, punk. Are you a friend of this Zhen Tianchu? There's no need to skulk around out there. I noticed you quite a while ago." A bit surprised, Yang Kai stepped out into the open. Considering he was only a secondary life seizer, he didn't seem like much at all compared to the quinary life seizers Zhen Tianchu and Zhao Wufeng. Of course, he was also intentionally masking his true level of strength. Eyes flashing, Zhen Tianchu said, "Brother, I can tell from your garments that you're from the Demi-Immortal Institute. Why don't you come fight by my side? I'll watch your back. We're both from prestigious, orthodox institutes, so we can't let each other get hurt by these hellions." Yang Kai was actually a bit surprised at the kindness he sensed in Zhen Tianchu's words. Thanks to his dealings with people like Yun Hale and Nguchi, he actually had a relatively poor impression of students from the Sea God Institute, and hadn't expected this Zhen Tianchu to immediately offer to protect him. As a quinary life seizer, he truly did qualify to protect someone in secondary life seizing. Already Yang Kai liked this Zhen Tianchu. "Brother Zhen, you're right. I'm from the Demi-Immortal Institute, and I came here to slaughter hellions from the Black Floodworm Grotto." Luring into motion, he flew over and stood at Zhen Tianchu's side. "Excellent energy arts," Zhen Tianchu said, nodding in admiration. "You stay behind me. These beasts are nothing to take lightly. The 9 of them have a spell formation prepared called the 9 Dragons Fatal Strike Array. Even I would be in big trouble if I got stuck in it. Seems you're in secondary life seizing, right? Be careful. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to escape. Even in the desert, these 9 will be able to catch up with you if you fled. Jiao Wufeng burst out laughing. A puny secondary life seizer? What are you going to do? Well, you two are students from the Demi-Immortal and Sea God Institutes with access to the best techniques possible. You know what? I want those techniques. At this point, one of the black floodworms said, Don't waste your breath on these 2 little punks, Boss Wufeng. Let's just attack with our 9 dragons' fatal strike array. There's no way they can escape that. You're right. Set up the formation. Rumble. Jiao Wufeng looked down as the other 8 black floodworms opened their mouths and spat out blasts of true energy, which converged into the shape of numerous flags, all of them embroidered with images of dancing devils. The true energy flags slammed down into the sand, locking down a roughly 5 square kilometer area. All areas of escape were thus completely sealed off. Watch out, brother, Jun Tanchu said. The 9 dragons' fatal strike array is virtually impenetrable. However, even as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai took action. Swish! Energy began to swirl around him, distorting the air until he simply vanished. Shocked, Jun Tianchi murmured, What's going on? A moment later, he caught sight of a spear that seemed to belong to a ghost god from the netherworld, stabbing directly into Jiao Wufeng. Jiao Wufeng had been surrounded by a defensive energy field that was seemingly as impregnable as iron. But this attack of Yang Kai was like the epitome of death, and crushed through his defenses as easily as a hammer crushing an ice cube. Whoosh! The energy field collapsed, and at the same time, the image of an entity with an elephantine head and a human body appeared, its trunk capable of absorbing even the stars in the sky. With a single inhalation, that entity absorbed all of the energy which had just been shattered. Yang Kai had just killed 5 black floodworms in the life-seizing level, all with a single shot. And from the way he attacked now, it was clear that he was very familiar with that method. It didn't matter that Jiao Wufeng was a quinary life seizer. That spear strike was something he could never have dreamed existed. And how could he ever have guessed that a mere secondary life seizer could attack with such force that his defensive energy field would be destroyed instantly? It was the type of strike that could cause ghost gods from hell to weep, and could cast judgment on disgraced gods from heaven. The moment the defensive energy field was destroyed, the infernal deity's spear stabbed into the black floodworm at Jiao Wufeng's feet, causing it to explode into a cloud of blood and gore. Then the spear angled up, heading directly toward the nascent divinity that was Jiao Wufeng himself. That nascent divinity was the embryonic form of Jiao Wufeng's future humanoid form, and it also contained his demon core. Accompanied by an agonized shriek, that huge, moon-like demon core burst out into the open, where it then began to speed off in the hopes of making an escape. Silvery lights spread out in all directions, making it seem very much like an actual moon, and turning the entire world around them pure silver. This demon core was far, far larger than any of the others Yang Kai had collected so far. In comparison, those other demon cores were like clumps of dirt, and this one was like an enormous jewel. This was a quinary life-seizing level demon core. The fact that Yang Kai could slaughter a quinary life seizer in a single shot would leave many powerful experts in the world completely stunned. Damn it. I can't believe you're so strong, you bastard. You tricked me. It was the voice of Jiao Wufeng. Unexpectedly, he actually wasn't dead. Yang Kai's attack had been so devastatingly powerful that it was impossible to defend against. It was the type that could instantly eradicate any black floodworms who were primary or secondary life seizers. But Jiao Wufeng was too powerful to be killed by a single blow. It could only seriously injure him. He was the type of expert who could survive even after being chopped to pieces. His true energy could always form back into a humanoid shape and flee. He could even abandon his fleshly body if he wanted to, and go possess another. Damn. Shockingly, the force released by the destruction of the nascent divinity sent out such powerful reverberations that the infernal deity's spear was shaken. Then, the nascent divinity and the demon core fused into the shattered remnants of the black floodworm body, which began to restore itself. Jiao Wufeng's true form was that enormous black floodworm. He just liked to maintain human form whenever it was convenient. This was actually a weakness among many high-level demon folk. Demon folk experts believed that maintaining human form would earn them respect. And in fact, the individuals who were most respected among the demon folk were humans. Unfortunately, Jiao Wufeng's nascent divinity had been damaged, and his black floodworm body almost completely destroyed. Right now, he had no other choice than to practice cultivation to heal himself before he could think about fighting back. Brother Jun, let's go. Yang Kai said, if we wipe out Jiao Wufeng, then the other Hellions will be easy to take down. Armor rippled out to cover his body, and his faint devil wings sprouted behind him. The infernal deity spear formed again in his hand, only this time bigger and longer. Now, it seemed mighty enough to pierce moons. Furthermore, a tiny black hole sprang into being on the spearhead, which sucked in all light in the area. Yet again, another massive attack surged forth, backed by the spectacular power of a megamammoth. One spear strike. Only one single spear strike. Xiao Wufeng struck out with his floodworm claw, unleashing a variety of martial disciplines unique to demonlings. However, no amount of complex variations could evade Yang Kai's spear. Another agonized shriek rang out as the spear stabbed through his claw. Then Xiao Wufeng said, "Time to go for broke. Devilish floodworm breaks gods. Slaughter immortals and kill devils." 9 cleavings of the Dragon King. Massive amounts of energy erupted from this terrifying, devilish floodworm, a quinary life seizer. He even burned his own life force to unleash a technique created by whatever black dragon was his immortal ancestor. The 9 cleavings of the Dragon King. First cleaving, sever rivers. Second cleaving, part seas. Third cleaving, carve mountains. Fourth cleaving, shatter stars. Fifth cleaving, collapse voids. Sixth cleaving, eradicate immortals. Seventh cleaving, pulverize heaven and earth. Eighth cleaving, fracture the universe. Ninth cleaving, create a great Tao. In the shortest of moments, Xiao Wufeng suddenly transformed into 9 projections, which then swirled together to create a massive axe of true energy. The axe then reared back and toward the incoming Yang Kai, seemingly carrying with it the force to destroy anything and everything. Die! Yang Kai bellowed, fully aware of the power of the axe, and yet not the slightest bit afraid. Tertiary life seizing. Upgrade to invincibility. He knew that this was Xiao Wufeng's final move. Therefore he went all out and held absolutely nothing back. Instantly, the vital energy of heaven and earth in the area erupted into motion. Countless tiny vortexes sprang up, which quickly took recognizable forms. There were devil ghosts, wild beasts, flames, lightning bolts, giant spirits, and more. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, allowing all types of demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters out, as well as other tribulations such as fire and flame. Instantly, the entire area was filled with all destructive power. By going all out, Yang Kai had pushed himself to the level of tertiary life seizing. And of course, heaven and earth would fight back. Thus, countless tribulations of vital energy formed to fight him. Of course, such tribulations also affected Xiao Wufeng. Because of the eruption of all the vital energy, the enormous axe formed by his 9 cleavings of the Dragon King was shattered into bits. As for his enormous floodworm body, it began to collapse. It all happened in the shortest of moments. How could this be happening? What a devastating attack! How could a secondary life seizer do something like this? Is he even human? Zhen Tianqiu had been so bowled over by what was happening that he only now began to recover his composure. Just when he was about to remind Yang Kai to be careful of the 9 cleavings of the Dragon King, he saw tertiary life-seizing tribulation suddenly spring up around him. I need to get rid of those other 8 floodworms. Zhen Tianqiu was a conclave student of the Sea God Institute, which meant that he ranked higher than an elite student. His cultivation base was one of profound mystery, and when he took to action, it caused waves of energy to roll out that formed into the image of a sea king. It was hard to say exactly what type of entity it was, but as soon as it appeared, Zhen Tianqiu burst into action. A primary life seizer black floodworm exploded instantly. After all, Zhen Tianqiu was a quinary life seizer, so opponents like this were far, far beneath him. At that point, Zhen Tianqiu hit out with his harpoon, killing another of the black floodworms. They had no chance to form their 9 dragons' fatal strike array. As soon as their leader was injured by Yang Kai, they were as united as a plate of shifting sand. Roar! Despite the countless vital energy tribulations, Yang Kai wasn't weakening at all. Instead, he was growing fiercer. Platinum light surrounded him, filled with holiness, making him seem like a host of gods from numerous heavens, come to offer blessings of all sorts. Wherever that platinum light shone, the vital energy tribulations vanished. As for his infernal deity spear, it grew larger and more powerful until it was a holy object. Then with a single strike, he stabbed Xiao Wufeng through. Aye! Blood sprayed out everywhere as Xiao Wufeng turned to flee. He knew that this was an enemy he couldn't defeat, and that if he didn't escape, he would end up being buried here. But now, Yang Kai was a tertiary life seizer, faster and even more powerful than he had been moments before. Xiao Wufeng entered the sea of clouds, vanishing from sight as surely as if he had traveled to an alternate dimension. And yet, only a moment later, Yang Kai appeared in front of him, a 300-meter-long spear held in his hand. With a single thrust, he speared Xiao Wufeng, sending him downward to be impaled in the ground. This, Zhen Tianqiu was completely and utterly flabbergasted. In this bitter fight to the end, Yang Kai stabbed Xiao Wufeng through, killing him before he even slammed into the ground. The spear pierced into his mouth and came out of his floodworm tail, turning him into a meat kebab. It would be difficult for most people to conceive how a quinary life-seizer could possibly be killed by someone in the tertiary life-seizing level. And yet, there was no denying the bloody scene which had played out. As for the surviving black floodworms, they were astonished to the core. Now that their leader had been crushed right in front of them, they knew that they were hopelessly outmatched. And thus, Zhen Tianchu, conclave student from the Sea God Institute, cut them down one by one. His harpoon moved like the wind, stabbing through the floodworms with ease. Within mere moments, they fell from the sky, massive amounts of true energy erupting out of them. With the wave of his hand, Zhen Tianchu summoned a blue jade bottle gourd, which began to suck in all of the true energy. Actually, that bottle gourd looked very similar to the heart of the Sethum ring. Meanwhile, Yang Kai dropped down, his infernal deity spear having sucked all of Jiao Wufeng's true energy into his hellfire crucible to be refined. Normally speaking, he wouldn't be able to do anything with that true energy, and it would have dissipated. But now, he was a tertiary life-seizer. Because of that, his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth had undergone massive changes. For example, the lava in his hellfire crucible had become a different color. It was now platinum, with holy flames dancing on its surface, which was none other than sage fire. There were still many mysterious aspects to the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth that Yang Kai wasn't familiar with. However, as his cultivation base grew, such things would be revealed, and would provide him with immense benefit. That was one of the unequaled elements of the godly class energy art. If godly class energy arts were the same as ordinary energy arts, then why were they techniques that were usually cultivated by gods? Common people and gods were simply not on the same level. One existed in the highest heavens, the other wallowed on the face of the earth. Yang Kai extended his hand, causing silvery light to radiate out from Jiao Wufeng's demon core. It almost looked like a real moon, and it contained a massive life force aura that seemed like it was just on the verge of breaking out to form a living being. Demon cores from demonlings in the quinary life-seizing level were considered precious treasures in the Demi-Immortal Institute, and were only accessible to conclave students. For the moment, he couldn't refine it. He could only use his hellfire crucible to slowly chip away at it, and gradually extract its life force quintessence. Even still, now that he was a tertiary life-seizer, every move he made thrummed with power, making him seem so invincibly domineering that even Zhen Tianchu couldn't help but admire him. "Brother, you're nothing less than a peerless talent. Since when did a person like you rise up in the Demi-Immortal Institute?" Who cares about the Demi-Immortal Institute and the Sea God Institute? We're all individuals, right? It was a pleasure to work with you to cut down these hellions, brother. There's nothing more gratifying than punishing evildoers. And what's more important than making good friends? By joining forces to rid the world of devils and demons, we can bring out the best in each other. You know, since we've already started calling each other brother, why not make it official and become sworn siblings? Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood, not only because of reaching tertiary life-seizing, but also because of how good of a person Zhen Tianchu seemed to be. Otherwise, why else would he have offered to protect him so quickly earlier? Become sworn siblings? Zhen Tianchu's eyes glittered. Seemingly infected by Yang Kai's mood, and also impressed by what he had just seen, he replied, "Great idea. We obviously hit it off right from the start. Let's do it right here. We can offer the corpses of the floodworms to heaven as a sacrifice to seal our oath." "That sounds perfect." Yang Kai was of the opinion that making new friends was always a good thing. Waving his hand, he sent out 3 streams of sword energy down into the ground to act in the stead of incense sticks. Zhen Tianchu smiled, using his energy arts to pile the black floodworms up onto a nearby dune to act as their sacrificial offering. With that, the two of them dropped to their knees. "I, Yang Kai, I, Zhen Tianchu." With that, they joined their voices together. "Hereby offer this sacrifice to heaven to become sworn siblings. Henceforth, we shall share honor and disgrace and join forces to fight any enemy. If either of us betrays the other, may we be put to death at the edge of a sword." With that, they kowtowed 8 times. Afterward, they rose to their feet, looked at each other and burst out in contented laughter. It was all a bit unbelievable. The two of them hardly knew each other, but had fought side by side, and thus decided to take each other as sworn siblings. In any case, they were both so advanced in cultivation that it wasn't a big deal to take on a new sworn sibling, if that person was a kindred spirit. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. After taking down Jiao Wufeng, he had been caught up in the moment, and casually suggested to Zhen Tianchu that they become sworn siblings. Who would have thought that he would agree? Now he had a brother in the Sea God Institute. Inwardly, Zhen Tianchu let out a soft sigh. After all, he was a conclave student from the Sea God Institute, a mighty individual whom scores of other students called elder brother. Even students from other institutes would show him the utmost respect. However, he was a shrewd individual, Based on what had just played out, he was sure that Yang Kai was a spectacular genius. It didn't matter that he was from another institute. He had limitless potential, and if he kept on his current path, would likely end up in the higher echelons of the Demi-Immortal Institute. Having a sworn brother like that would be of great benefit down the line. Normally speaking, a person with such potential would have been wary of strangers, but instead, had directly suggested they become brothers. That indicated that either he wasn't interested in gaining power in his institute, or he was the type of person who did whatever he wanted, regardless of what others thought. Either way, his personality appealed to Jun Tanshu. Brother, I'm a conclave student in the Sea God Institute. Considering my high position, if people from the Demi-Immortal Institute found out that you and I are now sworn brothers, well, it could be dangerous for you. Yang Kai chuckled. That doesn't matter. I'm just at the Demi-Immortal Institute temporarily, working on my cultivation. I'm not interested in pursuing power. Institutes are temporary. Brothers are for life. So brother, what do you plan to do with these black floodworms? Well, they're treasures, so I'll take them away with me. His eyes hardened. You know, the corpse of Jiao Wufeng is full of things that can make great ingredients for magical treasures. If I handed his corpse into the Sea God Institute, the reward would be a hefty sum of merit points. Listen, brother, I have an idea. Although I killed the black floodworms, and you killed Jiao Wufeng, you obviously don't have a hoarding item. On the other hand, I have this heart of the sea bottle gourd which can contain all the corpses. So how about I take the corpses, and you take the demon cores? What do you say? Yang Kai nodded. Great idea. I'm in your debt now, brother. I was hoping to get some demon cores, just like these, to help some of my brothers back home, to cultivate the cosmic sunflare sword technique. If you're sure, then I'll take them. Inside, he was thinking that this new brother of his really was a good person. After all, even though the corpses were valuable, the demon cores were definitely more precious. And yet, he made it sound like it was the opposite, to make the matter more acceptable in terms of face. Alright then, you take these 8 demon cores. Jun Tanshu waved his hand and tossed them over. Each and every one was from a life-seizing level floodworm. The cosmic sunflare sword and black floodworm demon cores complement each other like fire and water. Your friends will definitely reach a much higher level. Yang Kai put the demon cores away, then watched as Jun Tanshu sucked the corpses into his blue bottle gourd. From what he could tell, the bottle gourd could definitely hold a lot more than his thumb ring. I guess it's a good thing King Floodworm is entertaining the emissary from the hanging mountain in the depths of the sea. If he had been there in Black Floodworm Grotto, things might have turned out very different. With that, Jun Tanshu looked off into the distance. We shouldn't stick around here for much longer. Let's go. With that, they flew into the air. After flying along for about 2 hours, they landed onto a rather beautiful mountain that jutted up from the desert sands. By the way, brother, Yang Kai said, have you heard any rumors in the Sea God Institute about a girl named Yan Helan? Yan Helan? Him. One of us sea folk who has the blood of a sea god in her. His eyes flickered. Didn't she end up studying at the Demi-Immortal Institute? That's right. She's made quite the name for herself already. She's in the life-seizing level, and even more noteworthy, has earned the favor of the leader of the Crown Prince Society. He also took Patriarchs Wind and Cloud as masters. Earned the favor of the Crown Prince? Jun Tanshu's expression flickered. Apparently he knew who the Crown Prince was. Yang Kai could sense that Jun Tanshu didn't seem to have very positive feelings about the Crown Prince. Wait, are you telling me that even conclave disciples in the Sea God Institute have to worry about the Crown Prince? When it comes to the 4 institutes in the rich, lush continent, geniuses abound. However, when it comes to the Crown Prince from the Demi-Immortal Institute, he's a star among stars. No one in the younger generation can even come close to being his match. That said, brother, I'd say you have even greater potential than me. If you end up finding the right good fortune, you might end up as a rival of the Crown Prince. Who is this guy anyway? Yang Kai asked. I haven't been in the Demi-Immortal Institute for very long, so I don't know much about him. I heard that he's a god from heaven descended into the mortal world. He's not even human. He's literally heavenly. Furthermore, people say that his mother had a dream of a falling star, which was when she came to be pregnant. Even stranger, his mother was a virgin. What? He dreamed of a falling star and got pregnant? Yang Kai couldn't have been more shocked. According to the stories of the distant past, that's how many great sages were born. In the distant past, there were many great sages who were fatherless. In some stories, the mothers became pregnant after dreaming of God's spirits in heaven, or by treading in the footsteps of giants. Others became pregnant after dreaming of falling stars. Such stories were accepted history, and the children that had been born to those mothers were all spectacular geniuses who were favored by heaven and earth. Their rise in cultivation never stopped, and they eventually became great sages. Each and every one was a god from heaven descended into the mortal world. Now, it was said that the Crown Prince was born to a mother who had dreamed of falling stars, and that it was the touch of spirit energy that led to her giving birth to a son. In other words, it seemed the crown prince was also a god from heaven descended into the mortal world. That was no minor identity. And clearly he was destined to reach the great sage level. No wonder the Demi-Immortal Institute cares so much about him, Yang Kai thought. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance to see him in person one day. I may be a tertiary life Caesar who can kill quinary life Caesars, but the crown prince is a legendary. That's far beyond my current level. By the way, brother, what's the deal with that emissary from the Hanging Mountain? The Hanging Mountain holds sway over large numbers of demon folk who live in the rich, lush continent. It looks like they're getting ready for some sort of operation here. There have been some dramatic developments recently, and I suspect there is some ancient secret at play. That's why the ancient demon folk sent an ambassador from their alternate dimension to hatch plans with the demon kings of the 72 grottos and the devil lords of the 36 caves. In fact, that's why I came out here in the hopes of getting some information about what they're planning. The Hanging Mountain is a force to be reckoned with, and is the natural enemy of orthodox groups like our 4 institutes. It's very likely that war will break out with them eventually. Brother, you never know when that might happen, so you need to focus hard on getting stronger and improving your cultivation base. Alright, I have some important matters to attend to, so I think the time has come to part. I look forward to seeing your performance in the upcoming inter-institutional martial arts competition. Alright, I'll take my leave. I need to get these demon cores back to the Demi-Immortal Institute as quickly as possible, and help my other brothers to reach the life-seizing level. With that, Yang Kai clasped hands respectfully. Zhen Tianchu returned the gesture. Take care, brother. I hope we have more chances in the future to stand shoulder to shoulder and rid the world of devils and demons. Oh, one more thing. Here's a spirit talisman I personally created. It's called 4 Corners of the Earth. If you're ever in trouble, inscribe it with a message and then rip the paper. I'll be notified and come to your aid as quickly as I can. I forged it with my own heart blood, so no matter how far away I am, I'll remain connected to it on a spiritual level. With that, Zhen Tianchu handed a sea blue paper talisman to Yang Kai. Then, he flew up into the sea of clouds like a divine dragon where he vanished. The profundity of his energy arts was simply shocking. Yang Kai put away the 4 Corners of the Earth talisman, and then flew into the air to head back to the Demi-Immortal Institute. Up in the sea of clouds, Zhen Tianchu stopped for a moment and looked back at Yang Kai speeding off into the distance. Eyes flickering with complex thoughts, he murmured, who would have thought that I, Zhen Tianchu, would take on a sworn sibling like him. Yang Kai, he's only a tertiary life Caesar, but he managed to kill Jiao Wufeng, a quinary life Caesar. Another genius is rising up in the Demi-Immortal Institute. However, he doesn't care about power and position. He just wants to enjoy life. One of these days, I have the feeling he's going to do some amazing things. Sighing, he turned and vanished in a blur. The next day, back in the Demi-Immortal Institute, Yang Kai, Hua Yinhu, He Jili, Liang Dong, and Lai He were all together again. Liang Dong was wearing the garments of an elite student. He was now truly one of the top figures in the sect. Everyone was shocked to see Yang Kai back so quickly, and when they saw the black floodworm demon cores he had, they were overjoyed. In total, he had acquired 14 such demon cores, 5 from the floodworms he had hunted down and killed, and 9 from the other group. Of course, 1 core was more than enough for Hua Yinhu, He Jili, and Lai He. They couldn't even use more of them if they wanted. They just needed enough to keep the cosmic sunflare sword in check, to correct the imbalance of yin and yang. Yang Kai put the others into his hellfire crucible to convert into life force quintessence, including the one from Jiao Wufeng. He was now in tertiary life seizing, and it was getting harder and harder to make progress. Relying on the vital energy he could build up just wasn't sufficient. To reach quaternary life seizing, he would have to consume many, many more demon cores, or possibly spirit medicines. After helping his 3 brothers achieve their breakthroughs, he would go into secluded meditation for a time to absorb all of the demon cores. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend how much life force existed in the demon core of a quinary black floodworm. The benefits of fully absorbing it would be tremendous. Alright, are you guys ready? He asked, anticipation visible on his face as he looked at Lai He, Hua Yinhu, and He Jili. Ready, Hua Yinhu said. We've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. He looked down at the black floodworm demon core in his hands, and the dazzling light which radiated off of it. Good. Yang Kai reached out and flicked his fingers 3 times in quick succession, causing the 3 demon cores to explode, sending watery like light spreading out in all directions. Alright, activate your cosmic sunflare sword techniques. I'll help you subdue the heterogeneous true energy. Immediately, the 3 of them unleashed scorching hot sword energy. Their goal was to use the complementary aspects of fire and water, but that was a difficult thing to pull off. Thankfully, they had Yang Kai there to help them. Soon, their animate-stiny sword manifestations had absorbed the silvery moonlight, and their auras were calming down. Immense levels of life force erupted from their sword manifestations, filling their bodies. The three of them were experiencing dramatic transformations as animates and true energy raged through them. Vital energy swirled into powerful vortexes. However, it wasn't enough. Use these energy convergence pills, Lang Dong said. Waving his hand, he opened one of the boxes he had prepared, sending out thousands upon thousands of energy convergence pills, as well as certain mid-grade spirit medicines designed to replenish vital energy. As the pills exploded, they became streams of vital energy pouring into the three friends. Massive amounts of vital energy were needed to break into the life-seizing level, and considering that the three of them were making their attempts all at once, that meant that even more was required than usual. Thankfully, they had prepared well in advance. Yang Kai wasn't sitting on his laurels. 3 huge arms sprang out behind him, which reached out to pour true energy into his friends. At his current level, the true energy he was wasting counted for almost nothing. Bam! Bang! Boom! 3 sounds like explosions could be heard as all 3 of his friends broke through to the life-seizing level, causing heaven shaking, earth toppling transformations to their meridians, and causing their seas of energy to grow much larger. Their blood became more concentrated and their skin also began to transform. Yang Kai looked them over, then sent out more true energy, making slight adjustments here and there to help them overcome certain difficult stages of the transformation. Before long, the 3 opened their eyes and reigned in their auras. As of this moment, they had finally reached that oft-dreamt-of level of life-seizing. "All right," Liang Dong said, clapping his hands together. "Now we're all life-seizers. Who would dare to look down on us now? Hua Yinhu, He Jili, Lehi, why don't you let the elders in your clan know? I'd love to see the expressions on their faces when they find out." "Yeah, exactly. Lai," he said blankly, looking down at his hands, hardly able to believe what he had accomplished. "I've been dreaming my whole life about reaching the life-seizing level. If it wasn't for you, Brother Yang Kai, I wouldn't have succeeded even with another 50 years of cultivation. Only half a year ago I was in the 8th phase. Congratulations, my brothers," Yang Kai said. "We did it together. Why don't the 3 of you go to the Academy of Sage Studies to get your promotions? It'll be quite the scene for all 3 of you to go at once. Now, anybody who has it out for you will know that they can't afford to provoke you. As for me, I need to go into secluded meditation to fully absorb the items I acquired from the black floodworms." "All right, we'll head off to take care of our things," Lai, he said. "You're the backbone of our band of brothers, so the stronger you are, the stronger we are. First things first, we get our promotions to elite students. Then we notify our clans. When the Sage Ancestor Dynasty finds out that we become elite students, they'll definitely give rewards to our clans. With the protection of the dynasty, other clans wouldn't dare to cause problems for our clans." With that, the 4 of them left to the Academy of Sage Studies. As for Yang Kai, he headed back to his lakeside temple in the College of Elite Students. After inspecting himself internally, he ran through his techniques and made various adjustments. He had defeated his inner devils, gained enlightenment of the Tao of the Quick Strike, and produced further transformations in his strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth. "Hey guys, see that? Yang Kai's 4 friends just left." In another corner of the Demi-Immortal Institute, several inner-campus students were spying on the group. Of course, they were members of the Crown Prince Society. They'd been holed up for the past 2 days working on cultivation. "Humpies, I can't believe they think they can break through to the life-seizing level just like that. Since when did it become that easy?" Back when Liang Dong broke into life-seizing, it caused a big stir. Elder brother Gu Fengxian originally wanted us to cause trouble for the Liang clan, but now that the Sage Ancestor Dynasty has formally rewarded them, it won't be so easy. Elder brother Gu Fengxian is following the orders of elder sister Yun Heilan. She's in the good graces of the Crown Prince himself, and even took Patriarchs Wind and Cloud as masters. Let's just keep doing what we're told. If we can make her happy, it will only result in good for us. She's so far above us that it won't be easy to gain her favor. However, her cousin Song Haitian is a different story. Considering his status, the female students are all throwing themselves at him, and he was defeated by Yang Kai in the past, so he hates his guts. If he could defeat Yang Kai, then he would be very, very pleased. "Come on, we need to follow them." He made a point of emphasizing that we should let him know of any developments. "I heard that Yun Heilan got help for Song Haitian from the leaders of the Crown Prince Society. He was in seclusion for 2 months and just came out last week as a life-seizer." "That's right, he became an elite student only 3 days ago." "Hey look, are those 4 heading to the Academy of Sage Studies?" "Don't tell me." All of a sudden, the group of students from the Crown Prince Society felt very uneasy. The students from the Crown Prince Society were completely shocked. It was plain as day that Lai He, Hua Yinhu, He Jili, and Liang Dong were all heading toward the Academy of Sage Studies. Of course, Liang Dong was already an elite student, so he had no particular reason to return there. And the other 3 were only inter-campus students, So why would they be going there? There was only one explanation, as unlikely as it seemed, and that was that all of them had reached the life-seizing level and were about to become elite students. QQ, quick! Follow them. We have to find out what's going on. After only a moment of hesitation, the entire group raced after them. The scene of the 4 students heading toward the Academy of Sage Studies, followed by a scrambling group from the Crown Prince Society, immediately attracted a lot of attention. When they arrived, Elder War Soldier looked at them in surprise. What? All 3 of you reached the life-seizing level? Present your techniques for inspection. Whoosh! A blast of air rushed through the Academy of Sage Studies as a burning mass of sun-like sword energy rose up. Shocked, Elder War Soldier said, "What a pure version of the cosmic sunflare sword technique. The only way to do that would be to use a sun gem combined with moonlight from black floodworm demon cores. The complementary aspects of fire and water combined. With sword energy like that to wield in a fight, the 3 of you will be the best of the best among life seizers. Your future prospects are going to be incredible." You guessed correctly, Elder. With the help of our clans, we got a sun gem and some moonlight from black floodworm demon cores. That enabled us to cultivate the cosmic sunflare sword to the next level and break through to life seizing. Good. Great! The other elders in the Academy of Sage Studies all let out exclamations of praise. Your meridians are much stronger than those of average elite students. Elder War Soldier continued. And your seas of energy are far larger. All of you could be considered long-time, hardworking students here at the Demi-Immortal Institute. As of this moment, we elders of the Academy of Sage Studies confirm that you are in the life-seizing level and may be promoted to the level of elite students. Then, bring out the elite student garments as well as the identity medallions, and arrange for personal residences in the College of Elite Students. The events which were playing out were a complete shock to the members of the Crown Prince Society. The student who was in charge of the eavesdropping group was a 9th phase inter-campus student. After a long moment passed, he managed to regain his composure and say, "Let's leave. We have to tell our superiors about what's happened. This is big. Let's go." All of the students flew off. Soon word began to spread about the 3 new life seizers. They're all fast friends of Yang Kai, and now they all achieve breakthroughs at the same time. They've definitely got potential. Whatever society manages to recruit them will instantly be a lot stronger. Elite students are very important to the institute. That's right. Now that they're all elite students, they're a force to be reckoned with. Although they can't exactly do anything they want, they're definitely the type of people that no one will dare to offend now. I have to go tell the higher-ups in my 5 Lightnings Society. We need to recruit Yang Kai and his friends as quickly as possible, and especially Yang Kai. Seems he's a real genius. Yun Heilan from the Crown Prince Society has a grudge with him, right? I wonder what that's all about. That's old news. I heard that she betrayed him a while back. Sage, keep your voice down. Yun Heilan is a hawkhot in the institute nowadays. He gained the Crown Prince's approval, and even became the apprentice of Patriarchs Wind and Cloud. If you talk about her and people from the Crown Prince Society over here, you're going to be in deep trouble. Come on, let's get out of here. Whispering amongst themselves, the students slowly left. Meanwhile, behind the buildings that made up the Demi-Immortal Institute, in the Heavenload Mountains, a group of elite students had gathered on a certain mountain peak to discuss matters. One of them was the very same Gu Fengxian that Yang Kai had defeated some time ago. Also present was Song Haitian, who was clad in a spectacular suit of leather armor that made him look like a heroic warrior. However, his expression was grim, and his eyes flickered with burning hatred, making him seem more like a hungry wolf lurking on the side of the road. There were other top experts present, both secondary and tertiary life seizers. There was even a quaternary life seizer. Song Haitian was now a life seizer as well, and from his energy fluctuations, it seemed that he cultivated some unusual, rare technique. The leader of the group was a young man named Zhang Fan. He was obviously the highest-ranking person present, with a quaternary life-seizing cultivation base. That said, the mountain peak they currently occupied didn't belong to him, but rather to some other member of their society who had already reached quaternary life-seizing and become a conclave student. However, he was out of the institute on business, and had left his mountain available for members of the society to use. Normally speaking, a group of students like this could not come to the Heavenload Mountains without a conclave student to lead them. But being members of the Crown Prince Society, things were different for them. Snorting coldly, Zhang Fan said, "Where did Chu Tianj get off to? In months and he's still not back." As a member of the Crown Prince Society, he's supposed to help with important activities. Does he want to get expelled or something? Elder brother Zhang, Gu Fengxian replied, "I heard that Chu Tianj joined some students from the Gentleman's Society on a mission into the Fiendcorp's mountains. Ever since then, no one has seen him. Students from the Gentleman's Society all returned, just not him. I'd say there's a high likelihood he's actually dead." "If he's dead, good, one of the secondary life seizers said. He was an arrogant prick anyway. I can't believe he teamed up with people from another society. But if he's really dead, the members of the Gentleman's Society are going to be investigated by the Institute. Look, Song Haitian said, if Chu Tianj isn't back in time for the inter-institutional martial arts competition, then it means something bad happened to him, and the Institute will look into it. For now it doesn't matter. Let's talk about that disaster, Yang Kai. Yang Kai is a life seizure already, Jiang Fan said, with a very profound cultivation base. Not even junior brother Gu Fengxian was a match for him. If he refuses to join us, and even goes so far as to oppose us, we might as well crush him right now. Heilan has the support of the Crown Prince, so for all intents and purposes, her desires should be treated like his. First, we'll try to get him to acknowledge allegiance. If he refuses, then he disappears. Gu Fengxian didn't seem very happy about Jiang Fan's analysis. Snorting coldly, he said, I was just careless that day, elder brother Jiang. If I had used my painting of immortal immolation, he would definitely be dead now. Come on, elder brother Gu, one of the other experts said. This Yang Kai isn't that easy of an opponent to deal with. Besides, he has the backing of Yang Suzu and Holy Daughter Manaflowers. Both of them could be real problems. Who cares about those two? Song Haitian said, my cousin took the Patriarchs Wind and Cloud as masters. With the Patriarchs and the Crown Prince on our side, if Holy Daughter Manaflowers and Yang Suzu try to make a move against us, they're dead. He was obviously trying to sound tough. His defeat at the hands of Yang Kai had been a big humiliation, and he dreamed constantly about getting revenge. When everything began between the two of them, Yang Kai had been little more than an ant. Now, he was becoming famous, and had a higher position in the Demi-Immortal Institute than Song Haitian himself. Considering all that, how could he possibly just sit around doing nothing? Fine, Gu Fengxian said, his voice echoing with hatred. If you don't want to go after Yang Kai right now, why don't we do something about those little accomplices of his? What are their names? Lai He, Hu, Yinu. Kill them all, or at least cripple them. Better yet, we strike at their clans, and thus force them to acknowledge allegiance to us. One at a time, we can take out everyone Yang Kai cares about. At this point, the group on the mountain peak heard a voice from down below. This is bad. Real bad. Jiang Fan waved his hand, causing a stream of true energy to descend to the foot of the mountain, wrap around a group of Crown Prince Society students, and pull them to the peak. Bad news, elder brother Jiang, said one of the crestfallen students who had been watching Yang Kai's friends. What happened? Jiang Fan asked, his expression flickering. Spit it out. We just watched with our own eyes as Hua Yinhu, Higili, and Lai He all went to the Academy of Sage Studies. The Grand Elders there commended them and promoted them to the elite student level. They're all in the life-seizing level. The Academy of Sage Studies already sent an official message to the Sage Ancestor Dynasty requesting that they reward their clans. What? Song Haitian blurted, shooting to his feet. Stepping forward, he grabbed the student who had just spoken. Stop jabbering, I can barely understand what you're saying. The student he had grabbed looked back, anger flashing in his eyes. Actually, most students in the Crown Prince Society felt that Song Haitian was simply taking advantage of his cousin's status. As far as they were concerned, he really was trash. Of course, none of them would dare to say that out loud. Whup. Song Haitian tossed the student to the side. Expression the picture of vicious fury, he said. Damn it. Damn these friends of Yang Kai. How could they have become elite students? I risked my life to do the same. I cultivated day and night in the Devil Suppression Tower, where I constantly fought devil ghosts to temper myself. I'm gonna kill you, Yang Kai. Calm down, Song Haitian, Jiang Fan said. Things have changed, so forget about the previous plan. They're elite students now, and will receive rewards from the Sage Ancestor Dynasty. If we did something to them now, it would be like slapping the ruling dynasty in the face. The Institute would never let something like that happen. So what? We just let it all drop? Song Haitian's eyes were completely bloodshot. Yang Kai must die. That's what my cousin wants. We have to think of a way to deal with him. Well, that's simple. Since we can't do anything to his friends, we'll just have to take him out directly. Jiang Fan chuckled coldly. Before, Hua Yinhu and those others were just freshman students. It was only after they met Yang Kai that they suddenly became life seizers in only a half a year or so. That's definitely the work of Yang Kai. He has secrets, that's for sure. Alright, I'll handle it myself tomorrow. I'll go to the College of Elite Students to call him out, and then we'll see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Alright, fine, Song Haitian said, calming down a bit. Elder brother Jiang Fan, even if you're the one to crush Yang Kai and not me, it will still sate my anger. He knew exactly what kind of person Jiang Fan was, an enigmatic quaternary life seizer, someone who was actually on the very verge of becoming a quinary life seizer. If a person like that wanted to do something to Yang Kai, then even if Yang Kai were stronger than he already was, he would still end up getting crushed. The mere thought that he was going to experience a humiliation caused Song Haitian's heart to pound with glee. Considering my status, Zhang Fan said, I would normally never deign to do anything to Yongke personally. But since he's helped all his friends become life seizers, that it's obvious he's harboring some spectacular secret. There's no way that people could reach the life-seizing level so quickly under ordinary circumstances. If I can extract whatever secret he has, and then use it for the benefit of the Crown Prince Society, that would be ideal. Alright everyone, let's continue our previous session of cultivation. We also need to discuss whatever cultivation problems and enlightenment you all have encountered recently. Tomorrow we'll call Yongke out and get some answers to our questions. Yes sir, elder brother Jiang, Gu Fengxian said. We could all use some cultivation tips from you. Hopefully I can achieve a break through and personally vent my anger on Yongke. Zhang Fan closed his eyes. I said, get back to cultivation. Yongke sat cross-legged in his lakeside temple in the College of Elite Students, holding nothing back as he circulated his true energy. Hovering above him in the air was his hellfire crucible, which was now the color of platinum, holy and glorious. Platinum sagefire burned inside of it, a flame capable of melting anything and everything. Originally, the flames had been like intensely hot lava, but it had changed, transforming from devil energy into something pure and holy. This was not fire from hell, but rather sagefire, something magnificent and pure. Furthermore, Yongkai's own blood had also transformed, becoming the color of platinum. Hellfire crucible, melt these demon cores. The demon core of the Quinary life Caesar Jiao Wufeng currently floated in the crucible, slowly being eaten away. Yongkai had already refined the other cores, turning them into life force quintessence that he fed into the next particle within him. At the moment, he already had the power of more than 50 ancient megamammoths at his disposal. Awakening the 51st had pushed him to tertiary life seizing. He had been baptized by the vital energy of heaven and earth, causing even more particles to awaken. Then he had killed Jiao Wufeng, and taken both his true energy and his demon core. As of this moment, when he closed his eyes, he could see 55 particles awake inside his sea of energy. His rise to tertiary life seizing had involved 5 entire particles waking up. 55 megamammoths. That's not enough to dry up rivers and drain seas, but it's enough to topple a low-lying mountain. He truly did feel like he was strong enough to rip up a mountain by the roots. Megamammoths can rip up mountains. Refine this demon core. Waving his hands, he sent numerous streams of true energy into his hellfire crucible, causing it to vibrate so intensely that the air around him rippled and distorted. Even some of the metal accoutrements on his clothing began to melt. Flame restraint. He reined in his energy, focusing the heat in the depths of the crucible, causing the demon core to burn, but causing the rest of the air in the room to begin to cool. Now that he had conquered his inner devils, gained enlightenment of the Tao of the quick strike, and fused the strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth with his soul, it was almost as if he could do anything he set out to accomplish. He could pierce all hardness and infiltrate all softness. He really was at one with the vital energy of heaven and earth. Crunch! As the demon core burned, tiny text markings became visible on its surface, although Yongkai couldn't quite make them out clearly. He knew that the text was the cultivation technique that Jiao Wufeng had practiced, which was branded onto his soul. However, it was now damaged, making it impossible for Yongkai to unlock its secrets. Of course, he didn't really care about some random technique of the demon folk anyway. I originally thought it would take about 10 days to refine the core, maybe even half a month, but it turned out to go much more quickly. I guess defeating my inner devil and mastering that quick strike really did help a lot. In the end, cultivation is really about besting oneself. Thrusting out both of his hands, he shattered the demon core into a powder that glowed as brightly as the moon. Instantly, the powder began to burn in his platinum sagefire. One after another, various particles within him trembled and began to awaken. Pop, 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 pop. The power of a demon core from a Quinary life Caesar was so incredible that it caused 5 particles to wake up. He now had the power of 60 ancient megamammoths. Putting away his hellfire crucible, he closed his eyes to see if he actually had enough power and enlightenment to dredge up more enlightenment regarding tertiary life seizing. Who knew, perhaps he might even be able to reach quaternary life seizing. As he sat there, the sun set and the moon rose. He absorbed the vital energy of the energy formation of the Tao of monarchs without cease, using it to expunge the impurities from within him. A day went by, and he was still completely absorbed in the intoxication of seeking enlightenment of his cultivation level. He was learning about his own life, the vital energy of heaven and earth, and the mysteries of the void and the universe. He was so engrossed that he lost all track of the world around him. It was a state of cultivation that could only be happened across, not sought out. Some of it was because of the mysteries of his godly class energy art, and some of it was because of the fact that he had defeated his inner devil and strengthened his spirit. As of this moment, his spirit was connected to the vital energy of heaven and earth, making him at one with the world. Now he felt like he could control the clouds and wind, perhaps even cause it to rain, all without any true energy at all. According to the rumors, authentic holy ones could control magic with a single word. As sovereigns of heaven and earth, their mere thoughts surpassed energy arts, and could command all sorts of natural forces. Of course, he was still light years away from such a level. All of a sudden, Yang Kai sensed powerful vital energy fluctuations outside of his castle. Pulling in his energy and focusing his thoughts, he rose to his feet. Heading outside, he saw a group of people floating in the air outside of his temple. There were 6 of them, and among their number were Gu Fengxian and Song Haitian. However, the leader was a young man with a profound cultivation base, wearing white clothing. He kept his hands clasped behind his back, and didn't seem to be carrying a weapon at all. However, the way he looked down his nose made him seem like a general who existed above everyone else on the earth. "I'm Jiang Fan from the Crown Prince Society," he said by way of introduction. "You're Yang Kai, right? Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "Why should I go with you?" Yang Kai replied. "Whatever you have to say, why not just say it here?" "Come on, Yang Kai, behave yourself," Gu Fengxian said grimly. "Give us some face and just come along. If you insist on being stubborn, then you can't blame me for exterminating those 4 brothers of yours." Song Haitian didn't say anything, as if he were waiting for something to happen. "What exactly do you people want?" Yang Kai said. It was obvious they were up to no good, but he was confident in himself, and wanted to see what shenanigans they would try to pull off. "Oh, nothing," Jiang Fan replied. "We just want to chat, but if you refuse, then fine, we'll leave. I just hope you aren't digging your own grave. Why lead your friends and your clan into ruin? I'd prefer to follow the rules of the Institute and not do that to you." "Fine," Yang Kai said with a nod. "If you agree not to cause any problem for my friends or my clan, then I'll come with you for a chat." Jiang Fan turned and flew off, and Yang Kai followed close behind. Before long, they were out of the Institute, and in a sprawling plain a few thousand kilometers away. It was already midsummer, and the flowers were in full bloom. Combined with the endless green grass, it was a beautiful sight. There were even flowing rivers with occasional leaping fish in them. Jiang Fan touched down onto the ground, and Yang Kai followed suit. Meanwhile, the other members of the Crown Prince Society all landed, keeping Yang Kai surrounded. "Well, what do you people want?" Yang Kai asked. "Didn't you want to chat? Don't tell me this is some sort of ambush." "Chat? Huh?" Song Haitian spat on the ground. "The only reason we came out of the Demi-Immortal Institute is so that the elders wouldn't get in the way. Making a move there would be difficult, but that's not the case out here. Now, shut up and listen. You think you qualify to chat with us, you country yokel?" "Enough," Jiang Fan said, waving his hand to stop Song Haitian from saying anything further. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "Tell me what special technique or treasure you have. You got all 4 of your friends into the life-seizing level with almost no effort. They said it was with the help of their clans, and they might be able to trick everyone else into believing them, but not me. It's pretty impressive that you could push 4 people into breakthroughs like that. Hand over the treasure, or explain whatever method it is that you used. Then you can join the Crown Prince Society. If you agree to work for us, we'll let you off the hook, and even ignore your friends. What do you say?" "Elder Brother Jiang," Song Haitian said grimly, "my cousin wants this guy crippled at the very least." "I'm the one in charge here," Jiang Fan said, clasping his hands behind his back. Eyes flashing at Yang Kai, he continued, "You're out of options here, so do as I say. If you don't, then I'll take you into custody and get the information out of you the hard way. And when that happens, trust me, you'll regret your decision. I'm giving you an out here. Why don't you take it? Are you worried about breaking the rules of the Institute?" Yang Kai said. "Rules?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "Rules are made by people, and people are what make laws meaningful. In the Demi-Immortal Institute, the Crown Prince Society makes the rules. We are the law." "On your knees immediately, Yang Kai," Song Haitian shouted, "and explain your secrets right this instant. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Today, you're going to wish you were dead. Our Crown Prince Society is the most powerful organization in the whole continent, not just the Demi-Immortal Institute. We even have agents in the other institutes. If you offend us, then even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still end up dead. With death on the line, you have no options." "You're nothing more than a dog, Song Haitian," Yang Kai said, waving his fingers at him dismissively, "and yet you dared to rave like that in my face. I already beat you once, and you're still out for revenge. Well, that's never going to happen. Not in this life anyway. Your cousin Yun Helen tricked me once, but that was a one-time thing. So forget any thoughts of trying to do anything to me." "What did you just say?" Song Haitian growled, his eyes bulging. Suddenly, he waved his hand, causing a blade to appear, which was none other than an energy weapon. It was a long, blood-stained saber that appeared to be the manifestation of an energy art that combined both righteous and wicked aspects. It also thrummed with a royal aura. It was definitely a royal class energy art. Ghost slaughtering saber art. Song Haitian said, grinning viciously. On this day, Yang Kai, you will get a taste of the consummate energy art that I have so painstakingly cultivated over the past few months in the Devil Suppression Tower. I spent days and nights with devil ghosts until I mastered this energy art and stepped into life seizing. Now, I'll sacrifice you to my blade and— Slow down, Zhang Fan interrupted. Listen, Yang Kai. Don't be so stubborn. I'm giving you a chance here. Join the Crown Prince Society and hand over your secrets to atone for your crimes. If you push things too far, then I won't be able to do anything to save you. Presumably you're aware of the kind of punishments we inflict on criminals like you. You'll end up begging to die, only to be refused. As long as I don't kill you, the Demi-Immortal Institute will turn a blind eye to it. Don't think the Institute will save you. For thousands of years, it's been that way. As long as no one dies, they don't care. At the most, I might end up locked up for a few decades, that's all. What Zhang Fan said was true. The rules of the Institute would not help Yang Kai in his current situation, and the Crown Prince Society exercised incredible authority there. Any non-affiliated students who ended up in a conflict with the Crown Prince Society would find that their own life or death wasn't in their own hands. Of course Yang Kai knew all that and yet was still confident in his situation. Looking coldly at Zhang Fan, he said, "Your name is Zhang Fan, right? You've done well in your cultivation, it seems. You've been studying in the Demi-Immortal Institute for quite a few years, so I'm sure you've had plenty of chances to study the writings of the wise and holy men of the past. From generation to generation, the learned men of our institute have taught us to rid the world of devils and demons, console the common people, and bring peace to the lands. And yet here you are bullying fellow students and using your power and position to try to steal from others. Considering that, what makes you different from the typical freakish hellion?" "Shut your mouth!" Zhang Fan shouted, his face turning scarlet. With that, he let out a howl of rage that caused the clouds above to churn and collapse. "Who the hell do you think you are? I can't believe you're trying to lecture me." The killing intent that filled his voice was clear. "Gu Fengxian, grab him. I'm going to personally soul-search him and make sure he knows the true meaning of the word pain. By the time I'm done, he'll be mentally defective." "Yes, sir, elder brother Jiang." Gu Fengxian strode forward, glaring menacingly at Yang Kai. "I'm not sure why you would go and say something like that. Crazy maybe? Or maybe you think someone's going to come help you. I guess you're still under the impression the rules of the Institute will keep you safe. In that case, I will waste my breath any further. Time for you to see my immortal immolating energy arts, the painting of immortal immolation." Suddenly, a painting made of true energy sprang into being behind him. It was much larger than the last time it had appeared outside the Academy of Sage Studies, and caused everything in the area to tremble. The power to immolate immortals swirled out of the painting and surrounded Gu Fengxian. "Just die, will you?" he said, waving his hand. Instantly, the painting of immortal immolation swept forth and wrapped up Yang Kai. However, in the same moment that Gu Fengxian made his move, so did Yang Kai. His fingers swept out like a sword, slicing through the air and sending a boundless stream of sword energy out. It was sword energy like that belonging to the most consummate swordsman, a strike that could destroy even the most ancient mountains. In the blink of an eye, the painting of immortal immolation was completely ripped to shreds. Before Gu Fengxian could react, his defense of true energy was shattered, and the sword energy entered his meridians. Instantly, he saw nothing but stars, and he began to cough up mouthful after mouthful of blood. Next, an enormous arm of true energy appeared, the type that could pluck stars and snatch moons. Before he could react, it grabbed him by the neck and dragged him over to Yang Kai. Before anyone could do a single thing, Gu Fengxian was captured by Yang Kai, so casually that it seemed to take no effort on his part. As the true energy in the area died down, everyone looked over to see Gu Fengxian hanging in the air, next to Yang Kai, as helpless as a baby chicken. Behind Yang Kai were 6 enormous arms of true energy. "You!" Gu Fengxian gurgled. He looked around at the arms of true energy, and then the humiliation in his heart grew so intense that he simply passed out. However, even as he lost consciousness, Yang Kai sent some true energy into him, waking him back up. "Wake up, Gu Fengxian. Now that I've got you, you won't escape even if you tried to kill yourself. What do you think? You said you'd make me wish I were dead, but now it looks like you'll be the one begging to die." "Yang Kai," Gu Fengxian growled. He almost felt like he was going crazy. "I'm a young lord of the Gu clan, one of its top talents. How dare you humiliate me? You're making an enemy of my entire clan. Do you know what that means?" Before Yang Kai could reply, Zhang Fan said, "Let Gu Fengxian go." The shock in his eyes was visible. "I seriously could never have guessed that you would be this strong. You actually beat Gu Fengxian with a single move. So that's why you've been acting so arrogant, huh? But do you really think that such paltry strength gives you the right to be arrogant to the Crown Prince Society as a whole? Fine. I guess I'll have to personally take you down a notch. As he spoke, his true energy began to roil, and a violent aura spread out from him. As it did, the entire plane went completely silent, and a massive energy field spread out, with Jiang Fan being at the center. Back up, everyone! Elder brother Jiang Fan is about to make a move. There's no way Yang Kai can fight back against this. Elder brother Jiang Fan cultivates the Starry River Zodiac Cyclone art. Once he unleashes it, the fluctuations will reach a distance of 50 kilometers. It will even break through mountains. I can't believe this little punk forced elder brother Jiang Fan to personally make a move. You hardly ever see him in action. Isn't elder brother Jiang Fan worried about hurting Gu Fengxian? I'd say there's a high likelihood Gu Fengxian won't get out of this unharmed. Nah. Elder brother Jiang Fan knows his stuff. Besides, if Gu Fengxian gets killed, the blame will all be on Yang Kai. That's true. Yang Kai is going to need to keep Gu Fengxian safe. If he gets hurt or killed, the Institute will definitely punish him. Instantly, the other students from the Crown Prince Society began to back up. Song Haitian joined them, all the while thinking, how did this animal Yang Kai get so strong? Not even my painstaking cultivation has pushed me to the point of being able to deal with him. He can't be left alive. Thankfully, Jiang Fan has made a move. If he can capture him, then I'll have my chance to kill him eventually. The hatred and killing intent in his heart had reached such a high level that he had to hold back from lunging forward and cutting Yang Kai down where he stood. Jiang Fan looked like a devil god hovering in midair. Bring it on, Yang Kai. Let me see how strong this energy art of yours is, and... You really talk a lot of crap, Yang Kai said, eyes flickering. Suddenly, he attacked, moving with such incredible speed that no one present could track him with their eyes. He was like a ghost god emerged from the netherworld, spear in hand. One strike destroyed Jiang Fan's energy field, and then instantly absorbed all of the true energy. And then, Yang Kai was in front of him. Before Jiang Fan even realized what was happening, Yang Kai's palm smashed into his chest. Boom! He was a powerful quaternary life seizer, the famous elder brother Jiang Fan. And yet, a single palm strike sent him flying down to slam into the grass below. Thump! Yang Kai dropped out of the air and landed on top of him, stomping onto his face with his foot. Jiang Fan was still too stunned to react, and was shoved down into the dirt, temporarily unable to even breathe. Like I said, you really talk a lot of crap, Jiang Fan. It bored me so much I decided to just shut you up. Well, you wanted to see how strong I am. What do you think? Yang Kai reigned in all of his true energy, making himself look like nothing more than an ordinary person with no energy arts. And yet, that only made him seem even more terrifying than before. Gu Fengxian plopped onto the ground some distance away, trembling violently, hardly able to accept what he was seeing. The seemingly heavenly elder brother Jiang Fan had been defeated with a single move, and hadn't even been able to fight back. Not even his energy field had been able to stand up to Yang Kai. It was simply unbelievable. Impossible. One of the other students shrieked. They had all been preparing to watch Jiang Fan crush Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai defeat him with a single move, and then stomp him down into the dirt below. It was a level of strength that they simply couldn't comprehend. Only one move, and Jiang Fan was completely and utterly defeated. How strong was this Yang Kai? As for Song Haitian, his thoughts were in such chaos that he felt numb. Not good. I have to get out of here. That was the only thing he could think of at the moment. However, just as he turned to leave, a blast of true energy smacked him to the ground, and then an arm of true energy pinned him down, leaving him in the same position as Jiang Fan and Gu Fengxian. Song Haitian, you're such a weakling that I could kill you 100 times over with the mere flick of a finger. Pointing around at the other students, he said, nobody's allowed to leave. Anybody who tries will be buried here. In the briefest of moments, everything turned around. Moments ago, the domineering members of the Crown Prince Society had Yang Kai surrounded, and were preparing to attack with full force. But then Gu Fengxian ended up being captured, Jiang Fan was stomped into the ground, and Song Haitian was crushed. The Crown Prince Society's battle formation was completely routed. As for those members who had been about to flee, when they heard Yang Kai's words, they froze in place, not daring to move. Even worse, Yang Kai unleashed a deadly manifestation of humanoid true energy, which instantly locked down onto all of their auras. Instantly, they could tell that this humanoid true energy was something they couldn't possibly hope to fight against. However, one of the students present was apparently unconvinced. I'm leaving and nobody's gonna get in my way, he said, flying up into the air. A moment later, the humanoid true energy appeared above him, smashed its hand down, and knocked him out of the sky, nearly killing him. The man was a tertiary life seizer, and yet, he was slammed into the ground with seemingly no effort by the humanoid true energy. Yang Kai had killed Jiao Wufeng, a powerful quinary life seizer, and had then absorbed his demon core and used it to gain access to the power of 60 ancient megamammoths. Not even the quaternary life Caesar Zhang Fan was a match, let alone this weaker student. A bunch of useless dogs and chickens, Yang Kai growled. You really want to keep pushing my buttons? Looking around at the cowering students, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had the entire situation completely under control. This was power. This was respect. In the world he lived in, respect came only with enough power. Nodding in satisfaction, he moved his foot off of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan struggled to extricate himself from the soil, looking completely different than he had moments ago. As of now, he was bedraggled and covered with dirt, making him seem more like a beggar than a powerful life Caesar. What energy art was that? He said, still hardly able to believe that he had been beaten. My Starry River Zodiac Cyclone art is widely known for having incredibly powerful true energy. Even a quinary life Caesar shouldn't be able to defeat it so easily. Who exactly are you? A low-born commoner like you shouldn't be so strong. You must have been parasitized by a hellion or a monster. I'm going to report this to the Institute and demand you be investigated. Still struggling with delusions of grandeur? Yang Kai said, once again planting his foot on Zhang Fan's chest. Don't you understand the situation you're in? Then he sent some true energy into Zhang Fan's meridians, causing him to scream from the pain, making him sound like a pig going to the slaughter. Whether you believe it or not, I'll cripple your energy arts if I have to. Then your entire life of cultivation will have been a complete waste. It was only at this point that an expression of fear overtook Zhang Fan's face. All right, I believe you. I've thought this through. We're from the Crown Prince Society. Aren't you afraid of the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince? Me afraid of him? Isn't he the one looking to cause trouble for me? I don't have any grudge with your Crown Prince Society. You've brought this upon yourselves. Actually, I think I should probably be a bit more vicious. Yang Kai looked down at Zhang Fan, his eyes glinting with sinister light. Okay. Zhang Fan blurted. I promise not to cause any more trouble for you. This is all our fault. Let's just pretend none of it ever happened. You had let him off the hook, elder brother Zhang Fan. Song Haitian suddenly shrieked. I refuse to believe that he'll actually cripple your energy arts. Isn't he afraid that the Institute will punish him? Hurting fellow disciples is a big crime. Damn. Yang Kai waved his hand, sending a blast of energy to smack Song Haitian right across the side of the face, sending blood and teeth flying. You don't have the right to participate in this conversation, Song Haitian. After I'm finished dealing with Zhang Fan, it'll be your turn. You think I wouldn't dare to cripple him? All of this was started by you people, and the Institute will take that into consideration. For me, it's simply self-defense. Besides, the Institute knows that I'm a genius with a high cultivation base. You really think they would just get rid of someone like that? As for the Crown Prince Society, all I have to do is join one of the other societies, and then you won't be able to do anything about me. Your Crown Prince isn't going to commit a heinous crime by murdering me in the middle of the Institute, is he? Yang Kai waved his hand, sending out a stream of true energy. DC crack! Popping like that of fireworks echoed out inside of Zhang Fan as one of his meridians was destroyed. Zhang Fan's eyes went slack as he realized that Yang Kai really was preparing to cripple his energy arts. And being a cripple like that would be worse than being dead. Before that could happen, he suddenly shouted, Fine, Yang Kai. What do I have to do to get you to let me go? Meridians could be healed by the use of spirit medicines and special healing techniques. But once one's sea of energy was destroyed, there would be no hope of recovery. Oh, Yang Kai said, holding his energy in place. You want me to let you go? That can be done. What do you want? Zhang Fan said, his heart suddenly burning with hope. We can swear oaths to abandon any thoughts of revenge. We can keep the events of today completely secret. I don't trust a word that comes out of your mouth, Yang Kai replied. The only way to resolve this situation is for you to provide me with a blood tribute. Blood tribute? Zhang Fan said, stunned. That's right, a blood tribute. Yang Kai's eyes glittered. The choice is up to you. One option is to have your energy arts crippled by me. I'm not a kind-hearted person, and considering how far things have gone here, it's only natural that I'd want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Why wouldn't I just kill all of you to make sure there were no witnesses? Good thing for you, I don't go around killing people left and right. However, I can't just let you go, right? You need to do something to earn my trust. You need to get your hands dirty. Just tell us what you want us to do, all right? Zhang Fan said, his heart already beginning to sink. Kill Song Haitian. Yang Kai shouted. And Gu Fengxian too. All of you, cut them down. Do it together and do it quickly. That is the blood tribute I demand. Personally kill the two of them, and then I'll believe you won't spread word of what happened today. Then all of you can leave. What? Zhang Fan said, so astonished he could hardly speak. Never in his wildest imaginings could he have guessed that Yang Kai would be so vicious. He was proving true the old saying, all great men are ruthless. The blood tribute he required was that the other students personally kill Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian. If they did something like that, they would never be able to take it back. At this point, a secondary life Caesar named Wang Hong shouted, Yang Kai, you cruel villain. I can't believe you would demand a blood tribute like that. If we killed Gu Fangxian and Song Haitian, we would be doomed. Not only would we be responsible for covering up the truth, you could threaten to reveal the secret at any time. There's no way we'll agree to something like that. I'll never agree to kill someone. If you've got what it takes, just go ahead and violate Institute rules to cripple me. There's no way you dare to do it. If you've got the guts, then just. What did you just say? Yang Kai interrupted, his voice as cold as ice. I dare you to repeat it. Then he began to walk toward Wang Hong. Wang Hong clearly wasn't willing to back down. Staring snidely at Yang Kai, he said, Ah, come on, Yang Kai. That same act? I'm not buying it anymore. You're completely screwed here, and yet you're still struggling to escape. You think that talking tough will scare us? You think we'll really give in and give you your blood tribute? I'll tell you what, if you forced us to do something like that, neither the Crown Prince Society nor the Institute itself would let you off the hook. Maybe you could escape somehow, but not your family, friends, and brothers. And what about your Aunt Yang Suzu? She would be punished too, and thus I refuse to believe that you'll do anything. That's exactly right. Song Haitian shouted. I also refuse to believe. Even if you had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 81 lives, there's no way you would dare to hurt us. Don't fall for his bluff, everyone. Just wait and see what he actually dares to do. How heinous of you, Yang Kai. Gu Fangxian said. The mere mention of the blood tribute had caused flames of fury to dance in his eyes. You actually want the other members of the Crown Prince Society to put us to death? I don't care how things turn out today, I can guarantee that my Gu clan is going to wipe the Yang clan off the map. Clearly, there was no way his hatred of Yang Kai could ever be eliminated. Well, are you going to do it, Yang Kai? If you've got what it takes, then start with me. Wang Hong laughed loudly. I know you cultivate some sort of devil technique and are hiding your true strength, but Institute rules still apply here. If you do anything to us, your friends are going to get dragged into it. Think it through, man. We're giving you a chance right now to reveal your secrets and... Snap! Suddenly, a spear stabbed into his chest. He looked down in shock, then looked back up the length of the spear to see Yang Kai holding it. Expression flickering with both incredulity and pain, he said, Why you? You killed me. You were working harder than anyone to piss me off. Who else would I kill? Yang Kai rotated the infernal deity's spear, causing a burst of true energy to surge into Wang Hong. Suddenly, Wang Hong exploded into bits, and all of the true energy inside of him was sucked into the spear. Wang Hong, secondary life Caesar and elite student, was completely wiped out of existence by Yang Kai's infernal deity spear. He hadn't even been able to fight back. Everyone looked on in mute shock. The only thing that remained of Wang Hong was an echoing scream of anguish, and even that faded away. Not a single shred of evidence was left behind to indicate that Wang Hong had ever existed. As of this moment, everyone present realized how vicious and merciless Yang Kai could be. As for Song Haitian and Gu Fangxian, moments ago, they had been yelling angrily, but now they simply looked on with ashen faces. Since you refused to give me a blood tribute, I decided to give one to you. Brandishing the infernal deity spear, he said, You think I'm worried about how this will play out? Sorry, but I'm not. When it comes to killing people, I don't hesitate. To me, nothing is taboo. With one vicious spear strike, Yang Kai slaughtered Wang Hong, leaving the other members of the Crown Prince Society completely flabbergasted. Not a single one of them had actually believed that Yang Kai would so wantonly kill one of them. His absolute lack of restraint was monstrous. Clearly, he wasn't exaggerating when he said that nothing was taboo to him. Who was this Wang Hong? A secondary life Caesar, best of the best among elite students. His death would definitely cause a stir in the Institute. After all, not even rival societies would dare to actually kill someone like that for fear of reprisal from the Institute itself. And yet here Yang Kai had gone and committed an enormous crime, killing Wang Hong with a devastating spear strike. What type of ferocity did it take to pull off something like that? As of this moment, no one present dared to harbor illusions that Yang Kai wouldn't follow through with his threats. The truth was that Yang Kai was simply putting everything on the line. After all, he had already killed Chu Tianj, so he had little to lose from killing someone else to make a point. If he didn't thoroughly terrify all of the Crown Prince Society students present, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Considering he had basically no options, he decided he might as well go all in. In the past, he would never have done something like this. In fact, no ordinary person would. But after his experience in the Black Floodworm Grotto, he had defeated his inner devil, gained enlightenment of the Tao of the Quick Strike, and become much more resolute. He was slowly becoming more aggressive, and at the same time ambitious and ruthless. When the time came to make a kill, he would do it without hesitation. Don't kill me, Jiang Fan said, deeply shaken by having seen Wang Hong killed right in front of him. He held no doubts about Yang Kai. He had essentially given them a blood tribute, a message written in blood that said, "If I can kill Wang Hong, I can kill you too." The penalty for killing one person would be death, and it was the same penalty for killing many. Why would he not just kill everyone? Everyone present realized this basic truth. The other students began to drop to their knees. They knew they were beaten, and that a massive catastrophe loomed over their heads. And none of them were foolish enough to goad Yang Kai any further. "I gave you your chance already, Jiang Fan. Do as you please." Yang Kai put away his infernal deity spear and clasped his hands behind his back. "Your options are 1. Give me my blood tribute, or 2. Die. Considering I just killed Wang Hong right in front of you, you're likely intelligent enough to realize that I can't just let you leave scot-free." "Ah. Whatever," Jiang Fan said, letting loose a long sigh. Crawling to his feet, and ignoring the dirt and mud that caked him, he decisively said, "All right, everyone. If you want to live, then we have no choice but to kill them." The other students exchanged glances, then looked over at Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian. So terrified his face was completely ashen, Song Haitian said, "Elder brother Jiang Fan, you can't do this." Then he looked over at Yang Kai. "Are you really going through with this, Yang Kai? Aren't you afraid my cousin will come after you for revenge?" "Yan Helan? I'm going to kill her too eventually. It's just too bad that she can't witness your horrific demise. Nor will you be able to see hers." "You'll pay for this, Yang Kai," Gu Fengxian shouted. "The Institute will find out what you've done. And the same goes for you, Jiang Fan. Aren't you worried about what happens when the glorious Crown Prince finds out? He'll sever your tendons and skin you alive." Clearly, Gu Fengxian was not willing to back down, and in this respect, he made Song Haitian look like a true weakling. After all, Gu Fengxian came from one of the great clans of the land. Sadly for him, Yang Kai would not let him go simply because he was strong-willed. In fact, such strong-willed people were exactly the type who would never stop trying to get revenge. Whether it was for his clan or friends, Yang Kai couldn't let him live now. He wasn't that soft-hearted. "Are you going to do it, Jiang Fan?" Yang Kai suddenly barked. "Are you going to kill them?" Shivering, Jiang Fan looked at Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian and said, "I'm sorry, junior brothers. The Crown Prince is powerful, but he's not here to save us right now. Distant water won't put out a fire close at hand. I'm powerless to save even myself, and you both saw what happened to Wang Hong. Not even his bones are left behind. If we don't kill the two of you, we'll all end up dead. We really have no choice but to sacrifice you for the greater good." Heart pounding, he said, "Kill them." Shouting at the tops of their lungs, he and the other students attacked. Sword light shone, and true energy surged. Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian let out agonized shrieks as they were surrounded and reduced to pools of blood and gore. In the blink of an eye, they were dead. As they died, Yang Kai could sense 2 streams of grievous rancor shooting toward him. In response, he snorted coldly and activated the strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth, destroying the rancorous energy. As for Jiang Fan, he looked down at the blood and gore, then turned to face Yang Kai. "Are you going to let us go now? We killed them just like you asked. Now our hands are stained with the blood of fellow students. If the truth is revealed, the consequences will be horrific. We can't divulge any of today's secrets to anyone." Yang Kai nodded, finally confident that he could rest at ease. "You did well. Now all of our secrets are tied together." That said, the deaths of Wang Hong, Song Haitian, and Gu Fengxian is still a major issue. You'd better think of a way to cover it up. Otherwise, we'll all come under investigation. It's going to be somewhat troublesome, but we from the Crown Prince Society can handle it. It's only natural that we have certain methods for covering up things like this. Considering we're involved now, there's no way we'll take it lightly. Jiang Fan looked around at the rest of the group. "All right, everyone. We're all in the same boat now. Understand?" Everyone nodded and said, "We understand, elder brother Jiang Fan." Considering these people managed to survive down to this point, it was obvious they were no fools. They understood the situation they were in and knew that there was essentially only one course of action. "Very well then," Yang Kai said with a smile. "We're all in this together now. Don't worry, I'll keep my end of the bargain." Suddenly, he stomped his foot, causing vital energy to spring out and fill everything for 5 kilometers. Then, his own true energy surged out, becoming a variety of shapes that shot forth and entered the bodies of everyone present. "I'll even help you out a bit. The true energy I just gave you is extremely powerful. It will remain inside of you permanently until you need it, whereupon it will assume the same form as this spear of mine, which you can use to pierce anything in your path." The truth was that the true energy he had just imparted to them contained a bit of the strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth. "You see, I'm actually much stronger than you can possibly imagine. Only 2 days ago, I went to Black Floodworm Grotto and killed the Quinry Life-Seizer Jiao Wufang, as well as a few dozen other black floodworms in the life-seizing level. Although your Crown Prince is stronger than me now, it won't be long before I catch up." Everyone was completely taken aback. "I can even rip the ground apart," Yang Kai said, stomping his foot down. In response, the entire plane quaked violently, and massive crevices opened up. Young Fan staggered so wildly that he almost fell to the ground before staring around at the crevices which had opened up. As far as he could tell, this was something that only conclave students should be able to do. That's the power of septenary life seizing. The mere stomp of Yang Kai's foot had leveled most of the area. It was a complete shock to everyone present. Alright, let's discuss how exactly you plan to cover everything up. By the way, in order to make sure all of this remains a secret, we'll need to keep in touch. If you feel that true energy inside of you stirring, you'll know that I want to get in touch with you, and that you should arrange to come secretly meet me. Understand? Everyone present shivered as they realized that, with Yang Kai having imbued them with true energy, they were completely under his control, and there was nothing they could do about it. In fact, for all intents and purposes, they were his agents in the Crown Prince Society now. Sighing, Zhang Fan stepped forward and said, "Elder brother Yang Kai, this is what we can do." With that, he explained his plan to cover over the deaths of Huang Hong Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian. After discussing some of the details, Yang Kai nodded. Although these people were no match for him in terms of cultivation base, they were clearly masters at schemes and plots. Eventually, it was evening, and the bright moon cast silver light over the sprawling plains. By this point, the plans were ironclad, so Yang Kai rose to his feet and sighed. "Well, I'll head back to the institute now. You'll return in 10 days, with news that Huang Hong Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian were killed when you were ambushed by powerful demonoids. Meanwhile, the rest of you escaped with serious injuries." "That's the best we can do," Zhang Fan said, also rising to his feet, mixed emotions playing out on his face. Yang Kai spread his arms, and 2 wings of true energy spread out behind him. Then, a blast of sand and wind swept out as he vanished. As soon as he was gone, the Crown Prince Society students tried to expel his true energy from within them. Unfortunately, it was stuck like glue and couldn't be budged. Before long, the moon hung high, and Zhang Fan smacked his hand on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. "That's some powerful true energy. There's simply no way to expel it." "Elder brother Zhang Fan," one of the crestfallen students said, "we're basically criminals now. What do we do? Don't tell me we're going to have to follow Yang Kai's orders for the rest of our life. I don't think I've ever met someone as vicious and merciless as him. There's nothing we can do now. We underestimated him. He's ambitious, ruthless, and just seems to grow stronger by the day. It won't be long before he's invincible to anyone under the legendary level. And unless something drastic happens, he'll probably catch up to the Crown Prince within 4 or 5 years. For now, the only thing we can do is keep ourselves alive." Zhang Fan gritted his teeth from the frustration. "If it wasn't for that ignoramus Song Haitian, we wouldn't been in this predicament. Damn him and damn that Yun Helan." A potentially devastating storm had been averted by Yang Kai's ruthlessness. Even he realized that in the world he lived in, sometimes the only way to stay alive was to be merciless. If your enemies noticed that you were weak, they would immediately take advantage of that, and you would end up dead. Just as he had discussed with Zhang Fan and the others, they would return 10 days later and spread the story that they had stumbled onto a lair of fiend devils, which resulted in Huang Hong Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian all being killed. Yang Kai was confident that they wouldn't leave any loose ends, and wondered what unlucky group of demon devils would end up paying the price. At this point, it didn't matter as far as he was concerned. Considering he would be cultivating in the institute when the event played out, the matter shouldn't be connected to him in any way. It was with the utmost stealth that he returned to the Demi-Immortal Institute. Back in his castle, he looked at the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs and thought, "I wonder how Yun Helan will react when she comes out of seclusion to find that Song Haitian is dead. She'll probably suspect me right off the bat, the shrewd schemer. As far as she's concerned, losing Song Haitian just means losing another tool. She won't care. All she cares about is her own interests. She doesn't have an ounce of pity in her body." Yang Kai was very well aware of what type of person Yun Helan was. Yun Helan is getting stronger by the day. Although I've likely surpassed her by now, she has the backing of the Crown Prince. In other words, if I want to kill her, I'm going to have to deal with him. And my cultivation base isn't even close to being high enough to do that. I need to get much, much stronger. I need to seize life over and over again. I need one break through after another. Only then will I be able to defeat the Crown Prince. Considering the dramatic events he had just participated in, it was hard to calm down at first. But eventually, he managed to focus. Father should be ready to step into the life-seizing level. I need to find some time to head back and help him with his cultivation. The same with eldest brother and second brother. And I also need to come up with a specific plan of how to get stronger myself. It seems to me the only option I have at the moment is to kill demonlings and consume their demon cores with the help of my Hellfire Crucible. Opening up his heart of the Sea Thumb Ring, he allowed the pure subterranean spirit energy to enter it, and by extension, the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs that he had created. He had already decided to take the formation back home to his clan for them to use. His main goal was to make sure his father reached the life-seizing level. Furthermore, he had also decided to enter the Black Corpse Mountains to further his cultivation. The tombs in the depths of those mountains contained numerous thousand-year-old corpse kings, and also a passage to an alternate dimension. And there were plenty of demonlings around, thus, demon cores to consume. Besides, clearing out some of the demonlings would ensure that the rustic lifestyle of the common people of Yanhaven could remain peaceful. Now that he thought about it, it might be worth it to take a trip to Yundale by the sea. Yanhalan had already threatened his clan, right? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It only made sense for him to threaten her clan in return. He worked on his cultivation for 3 days and 3 nights, simultaneously using the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth to force as much subterranean vital energy into the heart of the sea ring as he could. He was now a tertiary life seizer, giving him much greater control of vital energy than before, to the point where he felt like he could use mind incarnation on the spell formation. During his 3 days of meditation, his level of enlightenment of his energy arts grew more profound. He was now completely confident in being able to harness the power of tertiary life seizing. Next step, quaternary life seizing. Thanks to the demon core of Jiao Wufeng, his physical body was now so tough that it was almost unimaginable. Every drop of his blood was platinum in color, and the flames of his hellfire crucible were all magnificent sagefire. By now he didn't resemble a human at all, but rather a god. It took no effort at all to use his 5 most powerful states of true energy. The Infernal Deity Spear, Infernal Deity Plate Armor, Fiend Devil Wings, Hellfire Crucible, and God Devil Seal. Combined with Mind Incarnation, there was nothing that could get in his way. Thanks to his newfound strength, Yang Kai was feeling more confident than ever. He knew that when the time came for the big martial arts competition, he would definitely be able to dominate the opposition and be the ultimate rising star. One night, he slipped out to meet with his 4 brothers. Over the past several days, they had remained safe and secure in the College of Elite Students, waiting for him to return. When they heard that he planned to go home, they were all very happy for him. Of course, all of them were also extremely pleased with their own situations. They now had very different statuses within their sects, and in fact, all 4 were in the running to succeed as the next clan lord. Their clans had also been bestowed rewards from the Sage Ancestor dynasty, ensuring that they were experiencing new golden ages. Brother, Lai, he said, make sure you take care of matters back home and ensure that all the matters pertaining to your clan are settled. Before long, the martial arts competition will be here, and there will be plenty of incredible rewards up for grabs. The senior members of the sect will be watching to see who rises to the top and will likely take new apprentices. Hopefully all of us can put on a good showing. If we could gain the good graces of a legendary, not even the crown prince would dare to make a move against us. Yang Kai nodded. All right, brothers, I'm leaving. I'll be back as soon as I can. With the flap of his wings, he flew into the clouds and vanished into the night. When Yang Kai made his initial journey from Yan Haven to the Demi-Immortal Institute, it took more than a month. Since then, his cultivation base had climbed so high that it was now like the sky compared to the dirt. His fiend, devil wings could now propel him 100 times faster than before. He was like a shooting star speeding through the sea of clouds, moving 500 kilometers in the shortest of times. Tertiary life seizers were immensely powerful individuals, and in terms of true energy, he was actually more on the level of a septenary life seizer. The speed he was capable of was truly terrifying. In the beginning, the friction caused by his true energy against the wind caused him to be surrounded by thunderous rumblings and even flames. But now, he could fly completely soundlessly, little more than a black streak moving through the air. It was almost like he was traveling in an alternate dimension. His energy was completely focused inwardly, without a scrap leaking out in waste. Eventually, he dropped down from the sea of clouds to fly through a mountain range. However, his mere passage caused the mountains to crumble. What power! Not even he had been aware that his fiend devil wings could do such a thing. And yet, he was used to the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth-defying imagination. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like at its highest level. Of one thing he was fairly certain. Once his fiend devil wings truly became angel wings, he would be able to pierce the void and travel among alternate dimensions. Unfortunately, he wasn't at that level yet. Besides, when it came to the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, there were things that surpassed the angel wings. He just needed to wait until he was strong enough to find out what they were. He flew for about half the night, until the sun began to rise. Eventually, he slowed down a bit, until he saw Yanhaven up ahead. It was a bustling place, although the sky wasn't yet bright. The city gates were already open, with people, horses and carts streaming in and out of them. Whether it was visiting merchants and businessmen or the locals, people here were clearly very hardworking. It was also possible to see that heavy construction was going on outside of the city limits. Earth was being moved and stones carved out of quarries. As for the heart of the city magistrate's mansion, it was alive with bright light, as though great tasks were underway. There were plenty of guards and maids, and everyone went about their work in very orderly fashion. It really did look like a small royal dynasty. Yang Kai landed, sending out a blast of swirling wind into the main square of the city magistrate's mansion. Instantly, numerous guards burst into motion, knocking bows and drawing blades, ready to start fighting at any moment. Yang Kai actually caught sight of several familiar faces, various sons of the Yang clan. Looking at one of the guards racing toward him, Yang Kai said, Yang, come over here. It's me. I'm back. What? Prince? It's the prince. Shocked, the man dropped to his knees to kowtow. Everybody stay your hand. The prince is back. Yang was one of the elite young ones of the clan that he had promoted long ago. Back then, he had been a bit bitter at how things were going, but eventually had become an important person, and was actually fiercely loyal to Yang Kai. What? It's young Lord Kai? Many of the guards were stunned. By now, Yang Kai was something of a fabled individual, almost a myth. Last summer, he turned everything upside down. He roused the Yang clan, exterminated the Chen clan, entered the Demi-Immortal Institute, became an elite student, rose to the life-seizing level, and received rewards by the dictate of an imperial edict from the sage ancestor dynasty. He had even made friends with 4 powerful clans from capital city, who had sent experts to help drive out the Yan clan, and win Yan, haven for the Yang clan. It was all somewhat miraculous. He was essentially the backbone of the entire clan, and also its leader in spirit. All of the guards dropped to their knees. At that point, a powerful whistling sound erupted from the royal palace in the heart of the mansion as Yang Zhan flew out. Face filled with excitement, he said, Kier, you're back. Greetings, my dear father, he replied, rushing forward to meet his father. You're finally back, Kier. The sight of his son caused all sorts of feelings to well up in Yang Zhan's heart. Yang Kai was famous now, and was making his way in the world, bringing honor to the clan ancestors, and even earning rewards from the sage ancestor dynasty. The Yang clan was now the #1 clan amongst all the cities for thousands of kilometers in all directions, and all of the aristocratic clans had bent the knee, and had provided military forces to serve the Yang clan. As of now, the clan was the ruler of the entire area, and Yang Zhan was the king. The only thing that was lacking was a proper name for the nation that Yan Haven had become. Third brother. Even as Yang Kai was offering formal greetings to his father, Yan Yunchang and Yan Hualong rushed out. Eldest brother. Second brother. Laughing happily, he hurried forward and embraced his brothers. Waving his hand at the nearby soldiers, Yang Zhan said, Cancel the night curfew. We'll have 3 days of feasting to welcome my son home. Arrange for fireworks, and distribute medicinal pills to the mortals young and old. And summon the civil and military officials to the royal palace for a banquet. You really don't need to go to all that trouble, father. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that it was going a bit overboard to have official banquets and a virtual festival for the commoners. It's no trouble, Yang Yunchang said. Third brother, you might not be aware, but although all the clans of Yan Haven have officially capitulated, there are still people plotting against us. Some are even working with outside sects to foment rebellion. In fact, we've received intelligence reports that people from the House of Shadowblight and the House of Spring and Autumn have been seen on the borders, presumably preparing to make a move on the city. Father is hoping to use your return to scare the clans into submission and increase our prestige and reputation. In fact, it might be a good idea to demonstrate your energy arts at the banquet. That would probably be particularly effective. Ah, so that's how it is, Yang Kai said. Clearly, his family had thought these matters through. Your assistance is much appreciated, Kier, Yang Zhen said. Leading them all toward the royal palace, he issued a few more orders to a nearby guard, a man who happened to be in the 8th phase. Summon the chief elders. Tell them we're going to have an important meeting. Yes, your majesty, the guard replied. Father, your energy arts have peaked, and I suspect you're having some difficulty reaching the life-seizing level. Thankfully, you've absolutely mastered the 4-season swordplay, as have I. Why don't I help you reach life-seizing? As a life-seizer, you shouldn't have any problem keeping Yan Haven under control. They continued to discuss the matter as they made their way through the palace. Yang Kai could see that everything was strictly organized. There were guards and maids everywhere, and he even caught sight of some court eunuchs. The palace complex was enormous, and filled with countless winding corridors. There were overhanging eaves and imposing columns and crossbeams, everything carved with dragons and phoenixes, giving the place a profoundly royal feeling. Of course, it had all been left behind by the previous city magistrate, Yan Gifeng, who had also been a profoundly ambitious individual. He had hoped to establish a dynasty that would last for 1,000 years, so he had naturally turned his palace into a place fit for royals. Sadly, he never managed to take full control of the city and had eventually been driven away. Even his treasure stores had been seized, including the impressive collection of medicinal pills therein. Court eunuchs were also left behind by him. As he looked around at the situation in the mansion, Yang Kai took time to assess his father and brother's cultivation bases. Yang Zhan was at the peak of the Master of Energy level. The power of his air mastery plant had been fully assimilated. He seemed like he could float into the air like an immortal, all with the simple wave of a hand. Both of his brothers were masters of energy as well, and with their 4 seasons swordplay, were far beyond any ordinary master of energy. However, it would take longer before they could hope to reach the life-seizing level. They would need some fabled items such as life force, spring water to achieve their breakthrough. Soon Yan clan elders of various rankings had assembled, along with the clan lords of the subsidiary branches. Yang Xingxi was there, as was Dowager Yan. They were still the highest-ranking chief elders, and yet, the first thing they did was offer respectful salutations to Yang Zhan. "My respects, your majesty," they both said. The meeting hall was large enough to fit thousands, so the several hundred clan members had plenty of room to situate themselves. As everyone offered deep bows of respect to Yang Zhan, they cast glances at Yang Kai. "Rise and find your seats," Yang Zhan said, sounding every bit a king. After everyone was seated, he continued, "Today is a wonderful day, as my son Yang Kai has returned from the Demi-Immortal Institute. Here, have you brought any gifts for the clan?" "Yes, father," he replied coolly, fully aware that this particular clan forum was being held in order to intimidate everyone present. "During the course of my studies at the Demi-Immortal Institute, I've reached the life-seizing level. I've also learned much of spell formations. In fact, I can set up a spell formation here to help members of the clan progress much more quickly in their cultivation. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold back any questions or comments until I've provided a bit of a demonstration." At this point, the rippling blue light of his thumb ring could be seen as a huge spell formation appeared right in front of Yang Zhan's throne. Everyone could sense the rippling power of the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. As for Yang Zhan, he leaned forward, an intoxicated expression on his face as his true energy surged within him. "Father," Yang Kai said loudly, "go through your energy arts forms. Pull your true energy back into your sea of energy. I'm going to help you break through to the life-seizing level right here and now." Without any hesitation, Yang Zhan called upon his 4-season swordplay. The energy of spring, summer, autumn, and winter surged in the area, and yet, was held in place by the formation. Everyone watched as the energy shifted back and forth between spring rain, summer lightning, autumn frost, and winter snow. Maintaining complete focus, Yang Kai called upon the sword energy of the 4-season swordplay that existed in his own sea of energy, and sent it into the formation. The energy quickly entered Yang Zhan's meridians, causing true energy to forcibly push his life force substructure to a higher level. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation base was already in tertiary life-seizing, and his true energy was as strong as a septenary life-seizer. With his help, Yang Zhan was shaving dozens of years off of his cultivation, perhaps even as much as 100. In some ways, a single strand of Yang Kai's sword energy was more than some people could accumulate in a lifetime of cultivation. Yang Zhan now seemed like a deadly, unsheathed sword. At the same time, his life force quintessence was being bolstered by the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs. Before long, his energy reserves reached their limit, and then blew past them. Sword energy shot upward, breaking through the ceiling. However, Yang Kai reacted quickly, splaying his fingers as he summoned an energy field that restrained the sword energy and forced it back into Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan's life force substructure was transforming dramatically, and the flow of vital energy streaming into him caused everyone in the hall to stagger in place. Yang Kai sucked the spell formation back into his thumb ring, revealing Yang Zhan standing there, eyes closed. "Congratulations on reaching the life-seizing level, father," Yang Kai said. "The Yang clan is now assured of standing strong for 1,000 years. I almost can't believe I'm a life-seizer." Yang Zhan looked down at his hands, which glowed with bright light. "Such power! I'm so far removed from before that it defies description. No wonder a master of energy could never beat a life-seizer in a fight. One is like a tiny mouse, the other is like a mighty eagle." All members of the clan were shocked and immediately broke out into discussion. "He really reached life-seizing. That aura is incredible. A clan lord broke through? And it was Yang Kai who helped him. How strong does that make Yang Kai?" As for Dowager Yan and Yang Xingxi, they looked on with barely concealed envy. They too wished to reach the life-seizing level, and yet were stuck at the peak of the Master of Energy level. Although they both had decades of longevity left, which meant that they could live far longer than ordinary people, the more time that crept by, the less likely it was that they would break through. But now, they had hope. Without any hesitation, they rose to their feet and walked over to Yang Kai. He watched them, his gaze sharp and powerful. Plop. They dropped to their knees in front of him. Young Lord Kai Yongxing, she said, we two chief elders have treated you poorly. Not even death could make up for our crimes, but still, we hope that you'll let bygones be bygones. Sir, would you possibly be inclined to allow us to cultivate using this energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs? We will swear to follow the clan lord with complete loyalty and completely abandon any duplicitous thoughts. Yang Kai looked them over. I came back to set up this energy formation here in the clan, to extract subterranean spirit energy for use in cultivation. Hopefully, it can become the core of our clan's cultivation. In fact, anyone who performs meritorious service can use it. Rise, you too. As long as you cooperate with my father and perform heroic contributions, then you will be rewarded. Yang Kai knew that these two most powerful of the chief elders had always harbored misgivings. Generally speaking, it would be more beneficial to allow the young prodigies in the clan to use the formation to become masters of energy. After all, not even members of the outer or inner campus back at the institute had access to formations like this. And if Yongxing Shi and Dowager Yan broke through to the life-seizing level, it could theoretically be opening a can of worms. However, as long as they were truly loyal, then it was worth considering. The sun shone bright in the sky, and Yan Haven buzzed with activity. Local officials went up and down the streets, knocking on doors to deliver colorful lanterns, beautiful decorations, and fireworks to the common people. All households received gifts of medicinal pills. Many visitors to the city still didn't know what was going on. In one particular restaurant was a group of people who were clearly wandering heroes of the martial world, feasting to their heart's content. When they noticed all the activity in the city, one of them said, "Hey shopkeep, what's going on here in Yan Haven? It's not New Year or any other festival. What's the buzz all about?" "Ah, you must not have heard," the shopkeeper replied. "The Yong clan's third young master has returned from the Demi-Immortal Institute. He's a godlike life-seizer, an elite student who has received rewards from the Sage Ancestor dynasty. It's only natural that the Yong clan would want the whole city decorated with lanterns and colored banners. In fact, there's going to be a banquet this evening for all of the big clans. For all the government officials." It was still a big change to have the clans be called government officials, and the shopkeeper had to correct his wording in mid-sentence. One of the wandering Jianghu heroes, a man with a thick beard, looked at the shopkeeper with flashing eyes and said, "With a third young master like that, the Yong clan is obviously a top-level power." This hero's energy arts were profound. Although he carried no weapon, he had thick, gnarled fingers and a barbaric air that made it obvious he could rip wild beasts to pieces. "That's exactly right," another of the wandering heroes said, a burly, middle-aged man. "Out here in the countryside, life-seizers are gods. But things are different back home. That said, elite students from the Demi-Immortal Institute are not to be looked down upon. Our House of Spring and Autumn can't even compare to them." This man carried no weapon either, only a scroll tucked into his belt, making him look something like a scholar. The laws of Yan Haven were very strict. Anyone who wanted to carry a weapon had to register their name with the authorities to be able to enter the city. Such rules had many of the heroes of the Jianghu a bit frustrated. Most Jianghu wanderers were in the fourth phase of the energy arts level, or perhaps the fifth, and did odd jobs for a living. Obviously, people like that couldn't defy the Yong clan's armed forces. After all, the army was populated by top masters. "Calm down," said another of the Jianghu wanderers, a young man. "We're not here to fight Yang Kai, just get information." Those disciples who went missing were last seen in Yan Haven, and it seems likely they fell victim to the Yong clan. Now that Yang Kai has returned, it's the perfect opportunity for Lord Lai to come and question him personally. It would be courting death for the measly Yong clan to hurt someone from the House of Spring and Autumn. And as for the Demi-Immortal Institute, well, you know the old saying, distant water won't put out a fire close at hand. The people in this group were disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn. They were actually all masters of energy who had simply disguised themselves as Jianghu wanderers. Rising to his feet, one of the group said, "Very well. Send a message to notify Lord Lai that the Yong clan is having a formal banquet tonight, and that Yang Kai will be in attendance." Moments later, a sparrowhawk shot up into the air and flew off into the distance, a tiny message attached to its right leg. Meanwhile, some distance away from the city was a forested region that was as still as death. Countless birds and animals could be seen littering the ground, their bodies pitch black from whatever poison it was that had killed them. Deep within that forest was an area of swirling mist in which even the plants and vegetation were dead. Not even the vipers could handle the poison, and had burrowed deep into the ground to escape it. Unfortunately, not even that could save them. The poisonous mist seeped into the earth, killing everything and transforming the area into a rotten swamp. Unexpectedly, there were people within that misty area. They were expert fighters who wore black clothing, and who were clearly unafraid of the deadly energy around them. In fact, They were the source of it. Did you hear that? One of the men said. Young Kai is back from the Demi-Immortal Institute. Now is the perfect opportunity to make a move. The only reason we didn't dare to do anything to the Yang clan was that he was holed up in the Demi-Immortal Institute. If we wiped out his clan when he was away, he would definitely find a way to exact revenge. Our House of Shadowblight lost too many men here in Yanhaven, another of the men said, killed by the Yang clan. The puny city magistrate dared to contend with us. What a joke. Let's wipe them out completely. If we don't, the dignity of our house will be forever stained. But as a student of the Demi-Immortal Institute, if we kill Yang Kai, won't there be repercussions? What do we do about that? Humpies. It's not like the Demi-Immortal Institute holds sway over the entire continent, right? Our House of Shadowblight originally comes from the Western continent. The Demi-Immortal Institute only holds sway in the rich, lush continent. Besides, we're like shadows. We strike in the dark, and then vanish without a trace. They won't even know where to find us to get revenge. In that case, let's just wipe out the entire Yang clan. That's not a bad idea. Although our orders were to kill Yang Kai in front of all the other clans of Yanhaven. If we strike fear into their hearts and show them that we don't even care about students from the Demi-Immortal Institute, then they'll definitely acknowledge allegiance to us. We want to control Yanhaven, not leave it an empty shell. Our leader has really thought things through. Well, doing everything in one shot will be sure to stamp out the source of trouble. Alright, I'll send a message to the leader informing him of the situation. Tonight, the Yang clan gets exterminated. It's a night of rejoicing for them, but as the saying goes, great joy begets sorrow. Soon the game will begin. Plots were afoot now that Yang Kai had returned home. In the numerous clans that had been forced to serve as vassals, a variety of attitudes could be found. However, not a single clan could refuse to attend the banquet. Hours ticked by as evening approached. Soon, lanterns were being lit citywide and fireworks were going off. All the commoners in the city felt prosperous and content. Meanwhile, a stream of carts and carriages were making their way to the royal palace, the various powerful and noble clans coming to attend the banquet and see this god of the Yang clan, Yang Kai. Many of the energy artists present had never even seen a life Caesar before. The main square of the palace was jammed with tables, all of them laden with food and wine. Music filled the air and dances were being performed. Yang Zhan looked out at all of his government officials and sighed in satisfaction. It was still fresh in the minds of everyone present how the Yang clan had recently been in a very difficult predicament. But now they were a force to be reckoned with. Although they still didn't count for much when compared to the rich, lush continent as a whole, they did rule over hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of land. And likely, that arrangement would continue for generations to come. Yang Kai sat next to Yang Zhan as the various clans came to offer greetings. A deep and sophisticated expression could be seen on his face. He was nothing like the clan wrecker he had been in the past. In barely a year, the clan wrecker had become a god. So this is Yang Kai. His aura is incredible, so profound. It's like his every move and action corresponds to the heavenly Tao. Even the chief elders of the various clans were shocked. When everyone was present and seated, Yang Zhan stood and addressed the crowd in a booming voice. Ladies and gentlemen, my son is back from the Demi-Immortal Institute, and in the hopes that all of you can share in my joy and satisfaction, I'm throwing this banquet. Please, eat and drink to your heart's content. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers all responded in unison. By now, the chief elders of the Yang clan truly felt respect and reverence for Yang Kai. As for all the younger clan members, they were even more passionate in their support for him. However, it was right in this moment of jubilant exultation that an ear-piercing string of laughter swept through the royal palace. Shocked, everyone looked around to see what was happening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several shadowy figures descended from above, almost like meteorites. When they slammed into the ground in the middle of the banquet, an energy field shot out, destroying numerous banquet tables and forcing countless guests to leap backward to safety. The entire banquet was immediately thrown into chaos. An ambush, one of the Yang clan guards shouted, rushing forward. You bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare country bumpkin declare himself king here? You throwing an imitation royal banquet is like a bunch of monkeys dressing up as people. Completely unacceptable. There were 7 people present, led by a man in golden clothing that looked almost like raging flames. From the disdainful look in his eyes, he was like a mighty imperial minister come to the countryside, where he encountered a bunch of peasants. Stay your hand, Yang Kai barked. Immediately, the Yang clan guard stopped moving. With that, he rose to his feet and stepped forward. Smiling coldly, he said, Who are you people? This is a day of celebration for the Yang clan. What gives you the right to come uninvited and ruin the festivities? You're Yang Kai? The young man said imperiously. Newly promoted elite student from the Demi-Immortal Institute? Even if you are, I don't care. I'm Lord Lai from the House of Spring and Autumn. I've come to Yanhaven to investigate the disappearance of some fellow disciples. They were last seen here, and after some investigation I've come to the conclusion that the Yang clan was involved. It's on the authority of the elders of the House of Spring and Autumn that I have come today to condemn the Yang clan for their misdeeds and arrest the perpetrators. Thankfully you're here today, so please come with me. These people were from the House of Spring and Autumn. Yang Kai clearly remembered that day back when he had wiped out the Chen clan, and some disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn showed up and arrogantly demanded that he hand over the Chiliukaza mirror. They had even gone so far as to talk of the Yang clan becoming their servants. In his rage, he had killed some of them and crippled the others. As for the crippled ones, they had been kept prisoner in the Yang clan ever since. It had been a well-kept secret, and yet, here the House of Spring and Autumn was, come to get answers. Apparently, they wanted to take both Yang Zhan and Yang Kai into custody and take them back to the House of Spring and Autumn for questioning. Of course Yang Kai would never agree to something like that. The House of Spring and Autumn was a powerful organization, but now that he had the backing of the Demi-Immortal Institute, he wasn't afraid of them. The Demi-Immortal Institute was the most holy of locations in the continent, and had been for tens of thousands of years. Looking at Lord Lai in his golden clothing, he smiled coldly and said, "House of Spring and Autumn, what's so special about you people? I'm from the Demi-Immortal Institute. Does your House of Spring and Autumn really have the gall to cause trouble for us? You really think I'm going to go with you for questioning? Who do you think you are?" "What gall?" one of the other disciples shouted. "How dare you talk to Lord Lai like that? Do you know who he is?" "It doesn't matter who you are," Yang Kai said coldly. "If you come as a friend, then you're welcome to sit and have a drink with me. Don't accuse me of being impolite. After all, you're the ones who showed up and started causing trouble. As far as I'm concerned, the House of Spring and Autumn doesn't count for anything. You don't really think of yourselves as the Spring and Autumn Institute, do you? Have a death wish." Lord Lai growled, taking a step forward, his killing intent surging. However, before he could do anything else, a whistling sound filled the air, as though a group of people were approaching. Considering that, Lord Lai stopped in his tracks. As he did, several shadowy forms dropped out of the sky. Along with them came a medicinal aroma that, when inhaled, caused the muscles to go slack. It was no medicine, it was toxic energy. "Hello there, Zhang Lei." Who would have thought that the fame of the House of Spring and Autumn would be insufficient to strike fear into the hearts of these yokels? A man appeared wearing black garb and a black headband. He also had green eyes that made him seem something other than human. "Well, if it isn't Blaking Skulkdevil from the House of Shadowblight. What, have you also come for the Yang clan? I heard they killed quite a few of your people recently. This third young master of the Yang clan is a student at the Demi-Immortal Institute now. Does your House of Shadowblight really dare to make a move against him?" As it turned out, this Lord Lai was surnamed Zhang, and the words he spoke were sharp and biting to say the least. Green eyes glittering, the House of Shadowblight elder continued, "When the House of Shadowblight takes action, even the dogs and chickens get wiped out. You're right, I am Blaking Skulkdevil. I've dominated the Jianghu for 100 years, and have killed scores of top experts. As for this little brat, I've taken a liking to him, and plan to turn him into a blight puppet. Care to lend a hand?" The surrounding banquet guests immediately devolved into a panic. "I've heard of this guy," someone cried out. "He's a life Caesar from the west who's killed other life Caesars with his poison." "What? A life Caesar Blight King?" The guests began to huddle together in fear. Yang Kai looked over and noticed that the person who had just called out was a chief elder from the Wang clan. Obviously, the Wang clan was in cahoots with the House of Shadowblight. After all, in remote places like Yanhaven, even the top experts from the richest clans would usually only have heard of local masters of energy. It didn't make sense for them to have heard of life Caesars from distant places. Obviously, this chief elder from the Wang clan was intentionally sowing discord, and hoped to sway the masses to rebel against the Yang clan. "You're exactly right," said Blaking Skulkdevil. "I'm a life Caesar, and also an elder from the House of Shadowblight. We've come here today to put an end to the Yang clan. Any who wish to join us will live. Think the matter through carefully. If you help exterminate the Yang clan, your clan might be picked by the House of Shadowblight to become the true kings of Yanhaven." "Slow down, Blaking Skulkdevil," Zhang Lai said with a broad smile. "I think part of Yanhaven should go to the House of Spring and Autumn." "Fine. Let's wipe out the Yang clan and split the city 50-50. What do you say? This puny Yang clan is of little interest to us. But that life Caesar brat, the one who dared to kill people from the House of Shadowblight, well, he deserves a horrific death. It's hard to believe there are people out there who think they can bully the House of Shadowblight." By this point, Yang Zhan had had enough. Summoning a powerful energy field, he stepped forward and said, "You people are pushing things way too far. Our Yang clan is not the type that can be intimidated so easily." When the members of the noble clan sensed Yang Zhan's aura, they were shocked. Yang Zhan reached the life-seizing level? When did that happen? He's so strong. That's fully 100 times the power of a master of energy or even more. Yang Kai studied at the Demi-Immortal Institute, so it's no surprise that he's a life-seizer. But when did Yang Zhan reach the life-seizing level? Don't tell me the Yang clan acquired some blessing from the heavens? Yang Lai and Blight King Skulkdevil were similarly astonished. However, a moment later, Blight King Skulkdevil laughed and said, "Excellent. 2 life-seizers. It seems heaven is truly on my side. Soon I'll have 2 blight puppets." Worldwide Blightstorm. Black true energy surged out behind him to create an enormous, blade-wielding devil ghost. "Sadly for the 2 of you, I'm stronger than both of you put together. You see, I've long since reached secondary life-seizing. As primary life-seizers, you're far too weak. Prepare to meet your death, Yang Zhan." As the terrifying devil ghost lunged forward, the entire square seemed to grow darker. Yang Zhan looked on ashen-faced. Never could he have guessed that Blight King Skulkdevil would be this strong. Clearly, he would have to go all out to try to deal with him. However, before he could do anything, Yang Kai took action. He chopped his hand through the air, sending a scintillating, sun-like beam of sword light straight toward the devil ghost. The burning flames of that true energy instantly vanquished the toxic energy. Then Yang Kai took a casual step forward, placing him directly in front of Blight King Skulkdevil, where he waved his hand out in front of him. To everyone watching, it seemed like the most nonchalant of movements. However, to Blight King Skulkdevil it seemed faster than lightning. Face draining of blood, and hair standing on end, he shoved out his own palm and shouted, "Blightstorm Energy Art." Instantly, an enormous, pitch-black palm shot out in front of him. When the 2 palm strikes collided, Blight King Skulkdevil shuddered and blood began to ooze out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Then, he heard Yang Kai speaking into his ear. "You might be a secondary life-seizer, but sadly for you, I'm a tertiary life-seizer. Therefore, you'll be the one to die today." The sword energy of the cosmic sunflare sword pierced Blight King Skulkdevil full of holes, then continued on, stabbing into the other experts from the House of Shadowblight, causing them to burst into flames. Instantly, the entire hall filled with blood-curdling screams. Obviously, there was no way Yang Kai could allow such people to live. Even their corpses would be laced with countless toxins. Burning them into ash was the only safe option. As for the onlookers, their faces were as pale as death. What? He killed Blight King Skulkdevil, a secondary life-seizer, with only 1 move? Gang Lei was just as astonished, but it was without hesitation that he said, "Come on men, let's go." Then he flew up into the air. He was a shrewd individual, and knew that of the 36 stratagems of war, retreat was often the best option. "You've come all this way, I'd be remiss to not entertain you. Why leave now?" Yang Kai waved his hand, causing an enormous vortex to appear that immediately sucked in all of the true energy in the area. As a result, all of the House of Spring and Autumn disciples who had just leaped into the air to fly away were dragged back down to the ground. Then, Yang Kai walked up to Jiang Lai, reached out, and sealed his meridians, making it impossible for him to access his own true energy. As soon as his energy touched the other disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn, they immediately passed out. As easy as blowing some dust off his shoulder, he captured everyone. "So, what were you saying just now, Jiang Lai?" Yang Kai said, "Something about the puny House of Spring and Autumn wanting to take on the Demi-Immortal Institute? How about this? Instead of killing you today, I'll just take you prisoner. Then, you can arrange for an elder from the House of Spring and Autumn to come in half a month and pay a ransom to set you free." The truth was that Yang Kai had no desire at all to kill Jiang Lai. After all, a grudge with the House of Spring and Autumn wouldn't be very easy to resolve, and although they weren't on the level as the 4 institutes, they were still a powerful force in the lands. Killing Jiang Lai would make him a mortal enemy of the House of Spring and Autumn, and would be a source of never-ending problems for the Yang clan. Simply imprisoning him and asking an elder to come discuss the matter was a much better option. Besides, Yang Kai was currently capable of handling even quaternary life-seizers, so an elder from the House of Spring and Autumn shouldn't pose any real problem for him. And although the House of Spring and Autumn might have a legendary on hand, they wouldn't send such a person to handle a minor task like this. Legendaries did not take part in the mundane aspects of society. From what Yang Kai knew, for them to send a conclave student would be rather exaggerated. With enough of a show of strength, and with the name of the Demi-Immortal Institute on his side, Yang Kai was confident in being able to resolve the situation. On the other hand, the House of Shadowblight was a different matter. They were like wretched devils with no sense of justice. Whoever they sent against him, he would simply kill them. And thus, after only a few breaths of time passed, a catastrophe was completely averted. As for all of the banquet attendees, they were totally bowled over. The House of Spring and Autumn and the House of Shadowblight had each sent a life-seizer to exterminate the Yang clan. But Yang Kai handled them with ease, killing one and capturing the other. The clans had witnessed a truly domineering display, and as of this moment, they suddenly felt like they were looking at a great sage from the distant past. At this point, the livid Yang Zhan raised his voice and said, "Guards, heed my command. Arrest everyone from the Wang clan." It was plain as day that the Wang clan had been colluding with the House of Shadowblight, and the time had come to clean house. It was a sleepless night for Yenhaven. A major purge played out as countless armored soldiers and energy arts masters descended ruthlessly on the Wang clan, apprehending everyone in their headquarters, and then pillaging it. Screams and howls echoed through the city as the other rich, aristocratic clans waited, trembling, for the night to pass. Never for all eternity would they be able to forget the sight of Yang Kai slaying the mighty Blight King Skulk Devil, a top expert from the House of Shadowblight, who ended up as nothing more than ash drifting in the wind. As for the experts from the House of Spring and Autumn, they had been captured and imprisoned. In the past, they had feared the name of the Demi-Immortal Institute, but not necessarily Yang Kai himself. Now they were terrified by him, a feeling which was already turning into veneration. Yang Zhan had just declared himself king, and was not in a very stable position. Although many of the aristocratic clans had agreed to act as ministers in his government, the truth was that many of them were up to mischief, and were wrangling over financial and military matters. But now, all of them understood how truly powerful Yang Kai had become, and they knew that struggling against the Yang clan was futile. In a study in the royal palace, Yang Zhan nodded as he listened to a report regarding the wealth which had been confiscated from the Wang clan. He couldn't have been in a better mood. Not only had a major catastrophe been averted, but he was now a life Caesar, and had taken a major step to consolidating his royal power in Yanhaven. From now on, the Yang clan would be as famous and glorious as the sun in the noon sky. Even some of the most powerful organizations in the land would hesitate before thinking of invading their territory. If they played their cards right, it wouldn't be impossible to establish a 1,000-year legacy. "Father," Yang Kai said, "I am going to head into the Black Corpse Mountains for some more training. You help eldest brother and second brother with their cultivation. Once I find the right spirit medicine, I'll help them to reach the life-seizing level as well. One of these days, I'll be strong enough to go to the Hanging Mountain to look for Mother." "Very well, Kier. It's still hard to believe that you've become so strong. However, the Demi-Immortal Institute is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You'd do best to keep the true level of your power a secret." "I'll keep that in mind, Father. By the way, I've finished setting up the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs in a secret chamber beneath the palace. Considering that eldest brother and second brother already have the 4 seasons swordplay deeply rooted within them, all they need to do is work on their cultivation in that formation, and they'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Also, I suggest you promote some of the younger, loyal clan members and give the chief elders less attention. Easier to foster devotion amongst the younger generation. You know the old saying, right? Whoever provides milk is your mother. The loyalties of the elders are definitely just a matter of convenience for them." "Don't worry, third brother," Yang Yunchang said. "We'll handle all of the clan affairs properly. The chief elders have long since become useless. We'll definitely focus our efforts on the energetic young ones. As for the older ones, as long as they don't betray us, we'll let them live out their days in peace." "Good," Yang Kai replied, his eyes glittering. "Once I've fully established a power base in the Demi-Immortal Institute, I'll arrange for your children to go there to study." By this point, both of his brothers were married and had children. Now, he was the only one who was single. Considering that he was 19, tradition dictated that he should be married already. But Yang Zhan knew that his son had a long road ahead of him, and plenty of longevity to work with. Therefore such matters could wait until later. "Be careful in the Black Corpse Mountains, Kier." "Don't worry." With that, Yang Kai rose to his feet, simultaneously summoning a manifestation of humanoid true energy. It looked exactly like him in every way, so lifelike that it even had body heat. Yang Kai's true energy had reached such a high level that his humanoid true energy was almost like an out-of-body incarnation, a second nascent divinity. "I'll leave behind this humanoid true energy to wait for the elder from the House of Spring and Autumn. Hopefully we can resolve the issues with them once and for all. Once the elder arrives, I'll hurry back from the Black Corpse Mountains. It should only take a few breaths worth of time." Of course, considering that Yang Zhan himself was now a life Caesar, the reputation of the Yang clan itself would be enough to resolve many sticky situations. Having made all of the necessary arrangements, Yang Kai flew up into the air and vanished. Yang Zhan watched his mysterious, powerful son leaving and then sighed. "Green Shura, can you see all of this? Your son only continues to grow more and more powerful. Soon, he'll be the rival of great sages. He'll definitely come to look for you in the Hanging Mountain one day." Yundale by the sea was located on the bluffs overlooking the ocean. It was a flourishing city that had already come to be called the State of Yun. Troops patrolled the streets, and a steady flow of merchants came and went among the countless docks. This city was many, many times larger than Yanhaven, and the ruler of it all was Yun Helan's father, Yun Zhonglong. He was currently sitting in a study in his mansion, opposite of a middle-aged man who was none other than Yan Dufang. After being driven out of Yan Haven, he had shifted his loyalties to Yundale by the Sea, or more properly, the state of Yun. I'm very pleased to have you on our side now, Yan Dufeng. Both of these men were masters of energy and city magistrates as well. After being driven out by the Yang clan, I became little more than a stray dog. I'm very grateful for how you've treated me, Supreme Leader. Although Yan Dufeng kept his expression placid, it was impossible to conceal the raging enmity in his eyes. My daughter is studying at the True Dragon Institute and was recently promoted. Furthermore, she's in the good graces of one of the top experts there. Sooner or later, she'll get revenge for me. She definitely won't let the Yang clan get away with this. Getting revenge will be easier said than done, Yan Zhonglong said with a faint smile. I heard that Yang Kai joined the Demi-Immortal Institute and that he's already reached the life-seizing level. That makes him an elite student there. With every day that passes, he seems to be getting more powerful. I heard that too. Your daughter is in the Demi-Immortal Institute as well, and has the backing of a very powerful person. She's also an elite student, correct? From what I understand, it was for the purpose of awakening the blood of the sea god in her that she had Yang Kai steal that latent dragon pill. I think you owe me some help here, Supreme Leader. Yang Kai hates your daughter, and will definitely try to get revenge eventually. Both you and I have grudges with the Yang clan that can only be ended in death. You understand all of this, right? Yan Zhonglong nodded. Of course I understand. At this point, a light tapping could be heard on the door. Come in, Yan Zhonglong said. One of Yan Zhonglong's agents entered and kneeled. Voice trembling, he said, Supreme Leader, I have some bad news. I just received a report about something that happened in Yan Haven yesterday. Yang Kai returned home to visit his family, and both the House of Spring and Autumn and the House of Shadow Blight showed up. In the end, Yang Kai completely decimated Blight King Skulk Devil from the House of Shadow Blight, a secondary life seizer. He reduced him to nothing more than ashes. What? Yan Zhonglong grabbed the report and read every word. After reaching the end, he sagged into his chair, seemingly having aged by an entire decade. Yan Zhan's a life seizer now too. This is big news, Yan Dufeng said. Supreme Leader, may I read the report as well? Take a look, Yan Zhonglong replied, handing the report to him. Yan Dufeng read it, and his face fell. Hands trembling, he said, is Yang Kai a god from heaven descended into the mortal world? How could he be this strong? What did he learn at the Demi-Immortal Institute? No, wait, this doesn't have anything to do with the Institute, does it? It must be that lightning strike. My subordinate Luo Hun crippled his energy arts, and then he was struck by lightning. That's when everything changed. After a long moment passed, Yan Zhonglong took a deep breath and said, Quick, send a message to my daughter and tell her what's happened. There's something very mysterious about this Yang Kai. My daughter surely has connections at the Demi-Immortal Institute that can help. Looking back at Yan Dufeng, he continued, the time has come to take a trip out to the sea. We need to talk to one of the Seafolk Kings. Meanwhile, in the Heaven-Lode Mountains, high above the Sea of Clouds, Yun Helen had just emerged from the minor cosm world. The first thing she noticed was an eagle flying toward her. She reached out, and it landed on her arm, allowing her to take the message from its leg. A letter from home? The eagle flew away, and she opened the message. Yang Kai went home. How did he get so powerful? He helped his father to reach the life-seizing level? How did he do it? Didn't I tell Song Haitian and the Crown Prince Society to keep an eye on him? Why didn't they tell me about this? Without any hesitation, she flew down from the clouds and left the Heaven-Lode Mountains. Back in the main part of the Institute, she was greeted by some of the high-ranking members of the Crown Prince Society. Considering that she had the favor of the Crown Prince, and also had Patriarchs Wind and Cloud as her masters, everyone was quick to fawn over her. Where's Jiang Fan and Song Haitian? She asked coldly. Bring them to me. Elder brother Jiang Fan went to stir up trouble with Yang Kai. However, it seems Yang Kai knew what was coming, and went into hiding. Later, Jiang Fan sent a message indicating that he and Song Haitian went out on a mission. They haven't reported back yet. The fact that Song Haitian and Gu Fengxian were dead was still a big secret. Jiang Fan and the others were still away from the sect, and were planning to wait until their return before reporting the deaths. However, Yun Helen was clever enough to be suspicious about the situation. The Crown Prince Society has secret ways to transmit messages, right? Send word to them to return immediately. We have something very important to discuss. After she entered her room, the members of the Crown Prince Society exchanged glances and then shook their heads. This girl is advancing like crazy. What level is she now anyway? Do we really need to contact Elder Brother Jiang Fan? Damn. A golden rhinoceros with an enormous, razor-sharp horn charged directly toward Yang Kai. A moment later, he had a golden demon core in his hand. Golden rhinos were demonlings that consumed metal, ensuring that their bones, blood, and muscle were all metallic in nature. Their bodies made excellent ingredients for concocting metal-type spirit medicines, and their demon cores were perfect for inciting into spirit weapons. With the wave of his hand, he sent the golden rhino demon core into his heart of the Sea Thumb Ring. Currently, he stood at the top of a towering mountain, looking off into the distance, where black clouds swirled and zombies stalked. He was now very close to the deepest parts of the Black Corpse Mountains. His main goal in this venture was to see if there really was an alternate dimension in the Black Corpse Mountains, that fabled Heaven Corpse dimension. After all, there was a dimensional passageway in the Fiend Corpse Mountains near the Demi-Immortal Institute. The Black Corpse Mountains also contained corpse energy from the Heaven Corpse dimension, so it should contain such a passageway. And he wanted to track down the fabled life force, spring water from that dimension. The only way to make significant progress with his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was that spring water. Without it, he might as well give up on any thoughts of achieving a breakthrough. It will only be a few more days before Yun Hail and learns about Song Haitian's death. Too bad. I can't be there to see the expression on her face. Well, her agents in Yan Haven will definitely send word to her about what I did, so she'll know I'm not in the Institute. Such thoughts about the Demi-Immortal Institute continued to occupy his mind as he sped through the mountains. Swish! Corrosive, hypertoxic corpse energy battered his face, and the screams of zombies reached his ears. Soon he reached a valley packed with zombies, skeletons, and even some zombified demonlings. He waved his hand, sending out a burning blast of true energy that transformed all of them into ash and streams of corpse energy. Every few thousand years, the Black Corpse Mountains would explode into activity. Corpse energy would abound, and any living beings it touched, whether they be humans or demonlings, would turn into zombies, which would attempt to eat any living beings they encountered. Therefore, the more that Yongkai killed, the less potential for disaster the mountains would pose. Given the level of his true energy, he was virtually invincible, and therefore, any zombies or skeletons that he encountered were instantly destroyed. He was like an emissary from hell. Meanwhile, in the depths of his sea of energy, in his hellfire crucible, a bundle of toxic energy that resembled a devil ghost was currently howling in rage. It was none other than the energy Yongkai had absorbed from Blaking's Skulk Devil, which contained the man's life force quintessence. Yongkai was currently using his platinum sage fire to break down the toxic energy and extract the true energy from it. The strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth abounded with the aura of hell. What kind of a place was hell? It was a place where all sorts of devil gods lurked, a place of profound evil. Even the most vicious of devil gods could seek refuge in the depths of hell, which in itself was like an enormous crucible. As such, it was only natural that Yongkai could harbor some heterogeneous true energy. By using the toxic energy to destroy the corpses and skeletons, he was thus fighting fire with fire, and at the same time, acquiring the purest form of life force quintessence possible. By now his energy arts were at the ultimate peak, right on the verge of reaching quaternary life seizing. At the same time, he was hoping to find some thousand-year-old corpse king layers. Building up more life force quintessence would only help him get more prepared for his breakthrough. And the further he got into the Black Corpse Mountains, the more corpses and skeletons there were. At the same time, the entities he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. 7th phase, 8th phase, and 9th phase enemies appeared. There were even some old corpses who had been top experts for hundreds of years before their deaths. Yongkai also saw some who had once been famous experts in the Yan Haven area years in the past. After all, masters of energy could live well over 100 years, and if the corpse energy from the Black Corpse Mountains reached them in their graves, they would become zombies, dig their way out, and enter the mountains to serve the corpse kings there. It was virtually impossible to say how many times such things had occurred over the years. As such, it could well be imagined how powerful of a force lurked in the Black Corpse Mountains. In fact, there were far more zombies there than in the Fiend Corpse Mountains. One reason for that was that the Fiend Corpse Mountains were a popular destination for students from the Demi-Immortal Institute to go for training and experience. In contrast, the Black Corpse Mountains were located in the remote countryside. No one would go there for training, and thus, the forces of evil were free to grow stronger and stronger. Yongkai was able to slaughter demons to his heart's content here, and the demon cores flowed into his hellfire crucible almost without cease. Such demon cores would be instantly melted by the platinum sage fire, and would quickly become pure life force quintessence. All of a sudden, a tomb-like mountain trembled, and a massive column of corpse aura shot into the air. In response, the nearby skeletons and corpses all prostrated in allegiance. A 1,000-year-old corpse king had appeared. Yongkai had been ridding the world of devils and demons with such eagerness that he had attracted the attention of one of the location's top experts. This corpse king was actually golden, with golden wings, making it uncertain if he was a human or a devil. As the golden corpse king appeared, a gale force wind blew out, filled with streaks of gold. It was metal-type true energy, powerful to the extreme, the type that could pierce through just about anything. Divine Yaksha Star Metal Aurora, he growled. The energy art fluctuations coming off him were gloomy and cold, and constituted a deadly attack. It's been years since someone dared to cause trouble this deep in the Black Corpse Mountains. You've bitten off more than you can chew, brat. So, a corpse that cultivates the Tao of Yakshas. Yaksha energy arts were considered evil, and after cultivating them, they would cause the fleshly body to grow physical wings, transforming the practitioner into an actual flying yaksha. In the Demi-Immortal Institute, it was a forbidden devil art. After all, only non-humans could cultivate it. As the glowing light approached, Yang Kai unleashed an energy field that caused everything to tremble so violently that mountains began to crumble, and the lands began to crack. As for the fluctuations of the star-metal aurora, they shattered. I control hell, and represent all the infernal deities there. Therefore, I call upon the magical laws of hell to strip you of your power. It was as if the words Yang Kai had spoken came from the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth itself. The vital energy of heaven and earth fluctuated wildly, completely inundating the flying Corpse King. The Corpse King was overwhelmed, and could instantly sense that he was about to be wiped out of existence. As he fell out of the sky, his body collapsing, he shrieked, "Who are you? How can you control the laws of magic? What devil art is that? It contains the power of hell, the bane of all demon devils. Are you human or a devil?" Eyes flashing, Yang Kai killed him. After extracting his demon core, which was enormous, he tossed it into the platinum sagefire to begin melting it. Platinum sagefire was like a blessing from the legion of gods and could purify all sorts of demonic, devilish, and wretch energies. And it was the exact reason why Yang Kai had been so eager to enter the depths of the Black Corpse Mountains, and beyond them, the Heaven Corpse dimension. The strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was the bane of all types of demon devils, and thus, it was no surprise it could easily be used to crush them. After killing the Golden Corpse King, Yang Kai continued onward unhindered. Rumble! Suddenly, a mountain top exploded, sending massive boulders flying out in all directions, as well as clouds of dust. Revealed inside was a tomb, the depths of which contained a bronze coffin. Inside the coffin, eyes opened up, and they shone with astonishment at the fact that the mountain had just been destroyed above it. It was a level of power that clearly surpassed the primary life-seizing level. And yet, even as the eyes opened, a hand appeared above the coffin, grabbed the 1,000-year-old corpse by the throat, and dragged him out into the open. This corpse had recently gorged himself on human blood, and was in the middle of a session of cultivation. But now he found himself in the grip of a young man. Baring his fangs instinctively, he lunged toward Yang Kai's hand to suck his blood out. However, when his fangs touched Yang Kai's skin, they shattered, and then his entire body exploded. A moment later, Yang Kai had another demon core, this one, blood red. It looked very similar to the blood demon cores from the vampires he had killed some time ago. This was a vampiric corpse king, extremely powerful, who usually slept in the day and went out at night to hunt. It had long been a major threat to the regions surrounding the Black Corpse Mountains, but now Yang Kai had put an end to his reign of terror. And of course, he had benefited in the process. Time had come to clean house in the Black Corpse Mountains, and put an end to as many 1,000-year-old corpse kings as possible. Damn! A golden rhinoceros with an enormous, razor-sharp horn charged directly toward Yang Kai. A moment later, he had a golden demon core in his hand. Golden rhinos were demonlings that consumed metal, ensuring that their bones, blood, and muscle were all metallic in nature. Their bodies made excellent ingredients for concocting metal-type spirit medicines, and their demon cores were perfect for inciting into spirit weapons. With the wave of his hand, he sent the golden rhino demon core into his heart of the Sea Thumb Ring. Currently, he stood at the top of a towering mountain, looking off into the distance, where black clouds swirled and zombies stalked. He was now very close to the deepest parts of the Black Corpse Mountains. His main goal in this venture was to see if there really was an alternate dimension in the Black Corpse Mountains, that fabled Heaven Corpse dimension. After all, there was a dimensional passageway in the Fiend Corpse Mountains near the Demi-Immortal Institute. The Black Corpse Mountains also contained corpse energy from the Heaven Corpse dimension, so it should contain such a passageway. And he wanted to track down the fabled life force, spring water, from that dimension. The only way to make significant progress with his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was that spring water. Without it, he might as well give up on any thoughts of achieving a breakthrough. It will only be a few more days before Yun Hail and learns about Song Haitian's death. Too bad. I can't be there to see the expression on her face. Well, her agents in Yan Haven will definitely send word to her about what I did, so she'll know I'm not in the Institute. Such thoughts about the Demi-Immortal Institute continued to occupy his mind as he sped through the mountains. Swish! Corrosive, hypertoxic corpse energy battered his face, and the screams of zombies reached his ears. Soon he reached a valley packed with zombies, skeletons, and even some zombified demonlings. He waved his hand, sending out a burning blast of true energy that transformed all of them into ash and streams of corpse energy. Every few thousand years, the Black Corpse Mountains would explode into activity. Corpse energy would abound, and any living beings it touched, whether they be humans or demonlings, would turn into zombies, which would attempt to eat any living beings they encountered. Therefore, the more that Yang Kai killed, the less potential for disaster the mountains would pose. Given the level of his true energy, he was virtually invincible, and therefore, any zombies or skeletons that he encountered were instantly destroyed. He was like an emissary from hell. Meanwhile, in the depths of his sea of energy, in his hellfire crucible, a bundle of toxic energy that resembled a devil ghost was currently howling in rage. It was none other than the energy Yang Kai had absorbed from Blaking's Skulk Devil, which contained the man's life force quintessence. Yang Kai was currently using his platinum sage fire to break down the toxic energy and extract the true energy from it. The strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth abounded with the aura of hell. What kind of a place was hell? It was a place where all sorts of devil gods lurked, a place of profound evil. Even the most vicious of devil gods could seek refuge in the depths of hell, which in itself was like an enormous crucible. As such, it was only natural that Yang Kai could harbor some heterogeneous true energy. By using the toxic energy to destroy the corpses and skeletons, he was thus fighting fire with fire, and at the same time, acquiring the purest form of life force quintessence possible. By now his energy arts were at the ultimate peak, right on the verge of reaching quaternary life seizing. At the same time he was hoping to find some thousand-year-old corpse king layers. Building up more life force quintessence would only help him get more prepared for his breakthrough. And the further he got into the Black Corpse Mountains, the more corpses and skeletons there were. At the same time, the entities he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. 7th phase, 8th phase, and 9th phase enemies appeared. There were even some old corpses who had been top experts for hundreds of years before their deaths. Yang Kai also saw some who had once been famous experts in the Yan Haven area years in the past. After all, masters of energy could live well over 100 years, and if the corpse energy from the Black Corpse Mountains reached them in their graves, they would become zombies, dig their way out, and enter the mountains to serve the corpse kings there. It was virtually impossible to say how many times such things had occurred over the years. As such, it could well be imagined how powerful of a force lurked in the Black Corpse Mountains. In fact, there were far more zombies there than in the Fiend Corpse Mountains. One reason for that was that the Fiend Corpse Mountains were a popular destination for students from the Demi-Immortal Institute to go for training and experience. In contrast, the Black Corpse Mountains were located in the remote countryside. No one would go there for training, and thus, the forces of evil were free to grow stronger and stronger. Yang Kai was able to slaughter demons to his heart's content here, and the demon cores flowed into his hellfire crucible almost without cease. Such demon cores would be instantly melted by the platinum sage fire, and would quickly become pure life force quintessence. All of a sudden, a tomb-like mountain trembled, and a massive column of corpse aura shot into the air. In response, the nearby skeletons and corpses all prostrated in allegiance. A 1,000-year-old corpse king had appeared. Yang Kai had been ridding the world of devils and demons with such eagerness that he had attracted the attention of one of the location's top experts. This corpse king was actually golden, with golden wings, making it uncertain if he was a human or a devil. As the golden corpse king appeared, a gale force wind blew out, filled with streaks of gold. It was metal-type true energy, powerful to the extreme, the type that could pierce through just about anything. Divine Yaksha's star metal aurora, he growled. The energy art fluctuations coming off him were gloomy and cold, and constituted a deadly attack. It's been years since someone dared to cause trouble this deep in the Black Corpse Mountains. You've bitten off more than you can chew, brat. So, a corpse that cultivates the Tao of Yakshas. Yaksha energy arts were considered evil, and after cultivating them, they would cause the fleshly body to grow physical wings, transforming the practitioner into an actual flying Yaksha. In the Demi-Immortal Institute, it was a forbidden devil art. After all, only non-humans could cultivate it. As the glowing light approached, Yang Kai unleashed an energy field that caused everything to tremble so violently that mountains began to crumble, and the lands began to crack. As for the fluctuations of the star metal aurora, they shattered. I control hell, and represent all the infernal deities there. Therefore, I call upon the magical laws of hell to strip you of your power. It was as if the words Yang Kai had spoken came from the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth itself. The vital energy of heaven and earth fluctuated wildly, completely inundating the flying Corpse King. The Corpse King was overwhelmed, and could instantly sense that he was about to be wiped out of existence. As he fell out of the sky, his body collapsing, he shrieked, "Who are you? How can you control the laws of magic? What devil art is that? It contains the power of hell, the bane of all demon devils." Are you human or a devil? Eyes flashing, Yang Kai killed him. After extracting his demon core, which was enormous, he tossed it into the platinum sagefire to begin melting it. Platinum sagefire was like a blessing from the legion of gods and could purify all sorts of demonic, devilish, and wretch energies. And it was the exact reason why Yang Kai had been so eager to enter the depths of the Black Corpse Mountains, and beyond them, the Heaven Corpse dimension. The strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was the bane of all types of demon devils, and thus, it was no surprise it could easily be used to crush them. After killing the Golden Corpse King, Yang Kai continued onward unhindered. Rumble! Suddenly, a mountain top exploded, sending massive boulders flying out in all directions, as well as clouds of dust. Revealed inside was a tomb, the depths of which contained a bronze coffin. Inside the coffin, eyes opened up, and they shone with astonishment at the fact that the mountain had just been destroyed above it. It was a level of power that clearly surpassed the primary life-seizing level. And yet, even as the eyes opened, a hand appeared above the coffin, grabbed the 1,000-year-old corpse by the throat, and dragged him out into the open. This corpse had recently gorged himself on human blood, and was in the middle of a session of cultivation. But now he found himself in the grip of a young man. Baring his fangs instinctively, he lunged toward Yang Kai's hand to suck his blood out. However, when his fangs touched Yang Kai's skin, they shattered, and then his entire body exploded. A moment later, Yang Kai had another demon core, this one, blood red. It looked very similar to the blood demon cores from the vampires he had killed some time ago. This was a vampiric corpse king, extremely powerful, who usually slept in the day and went out at night to hunt. It had long been a major threat to the regions surrounding the Black Corpse Mountains, but now Yang Kai had put an end to his reign of terror. And of course, he had benefited in the process. Time had come to clean house in the Black Corpse Mountains, and put an end to as many 1,000-year-old corpse kings as possible. What a powerful devil ghost. The devil ghost had countless ways to try to escape the Hellfire Crucible, but none of them did any good. Slowly but surely, the Platinum Sagefire ate away at the vengeful spirit, and transformed the wretch energy that made it up into pure life force quintessence, which poured into the next of Yang Kai's particles. This devil ghost's spirit body was the equivalent of a quaternary life seizer. Whatever this thing had been in life, if it had turned into a zombie upon death, it might not have been a big deal, because that would have been little more than a fleshly body. But instead, it turned into a devil ghost, which was a different matter. Its soul had not dispersed, which only happened with incredibly mighty beings. It had obviously been very powerful before dying. Yang Kai exhaled slowly, looking at the rippling wretch energy around him. The devil ghost had tried to possess him, but he had turned the tables and benefited greatly. In fact, the benefit was no less than from the 9 young immortal energy he had absorbed from the minor cosm world. So, it seems these devil ghosts look for flesh and blood bodies to possess or parasitize. Maybe I should just open myself up to them, sort of like the old saying, invite the wolf into one's house. Then once they're inside, I can trap them in my Hellfire Crucible. I can benefit from these devil ghosts, just like I benefited from the 9 young immortal energy. In fact, with enough of them, I could probably reach quaternary life seizing, or even quinary. At that point, the only people in the Demi-Immortal Institute who could possibly cause me problems would be the legendaries. With that, he prepared to proceed forward through the twisting wretch energy toward what he knew was the entrance to the Heaven Corpse dimension. But then, just before moving onward, he stopped. I need to get stronger before I go into the strange aspect of space-time. Otherwise, how could I be confident in being able to defend myself? With that, he pulled in his true energy and concealed it in his Danshan region. He also extinguished his sage fire, leaving behind only a very weak bit of defensive energy. Then, he intentionally stimulated his blood flow, and sent strong pulses of energy out in all directions. Almost immediately, the wail of multiple ghosts could be heard. It was almost like he had just tossed blood into shark-infested waters, as rippling balls of ghost fire appeared in all directions. Some of them were fist-sized, and were obviously very weak devil ghosts. But one was as large as a mountain, a massive conflagration of flame that was roughly on the same level as Jiao Wufeng in terms of strength. A devil ghost that was, at the very least, as powerful as a quinary life seizer. What a lovely fleshly body. What strong blood energy. If I could have that shell for my own use, I could reach a much higher level of cultivation. All of a sudden, the mountain-like mass of ghost fire began to pulse with soul fluctuations as it took on a devilish appearance. This creature seemed powerful enough to cause the stars to fall from the skies and force all other ghosts to prostrate in worship. The devilish image seemed to blot out all other creation as it loomed over Yang Kai. Crack! Rattle! As the devilish image closed in, the true energy around Yang Kai shattered, and the thing entered his body. Undying devil soul. Incredible levels of power seized Yang Kai's fleshly body, and wrested control of his meridians. It was almost impossible to fathom how powerful this devil ghost was. It was clearly stronger than Jiao Wufeng. In fact, it seemed to Yang Kai that it had likely seized life 6 times. Almost as soon as the devil ghost entered him, he felt his soul trembling on the verge of being expelled from his body. Even his blood seemed to freeze because of the icy true energy of the devil ghost. Did I bite off more than I can chew? He thought. The danger posed by this devil ghost was almost beyond comprehension. However, he wouldn't simply give up and resign himself to eternal damnation. I am like an infernal deity. I crush devils beneath my feet and issue orders to ghosts of all kinds. As he spoke, his voice thrummed with true energy, and his hellfire crucible appeared. The devil ghost cackled evilly. So brat, this was all a trick. Inviting the wolf in your house in the hopes of subduing me. Sadly for you, your schemes will do no good. I cultivate the undying devil's soul. No type of burning true energy can hurt me. What sect are you from? Reaching the life-seizing level is no small feat. Sadly, I'm going to take over your body and suppress your soul for all time. Undying devil's soul? Yang Kai thought, shocked. He had actually heard of this type of energy art back in the Demi-Immortal Institute. It was something commonly cultivated among devil ghosts with spirit bodies. In ancient times, there were many things that devil ghosts feared, such as fire, sunlight, blood energy, wild beasts, and burning true energy. Eventually, a spectacular genius arose among devil ghosts, a being who came to be called Ghost Emperor Yama. He was the one who eventually created an energy art of the Tao of ghosts, the undying devil soul. Any devil ghost who cultivated it would no longer fear burning fire or golden blood energy. In fact, even devil ghosts who had just come to exist, but cultivated that technique, could go out into broad daylight at any time. Eventually, numerous great sages of the distant past joined forces to vanquish Ghost Emperor Yama, and his technique was lost in the sands of time. And yet, here that very technique was, back in the world and being wielded by an enormous devil ghost, hell-crushing God Mammoth, as unmovable as a mountain. In that moment, certain skills and abilities he had worked so hard at became incredibly relevant. He had defeated his inner devil, gained enlightenment of the quick strike, and gained supreme confidence. Although this devil ghost had entered his body with the undying devil soul, he had already reached a state in which he felt neither joy, nor sorrow, nor fear. Even as the devil ghost entered his Danshan region, a god appeared, with an elephantine head and a human body. A god Mammoth. Furthermore, it was just barely possible to see that right behind the god Mammoth was a hell portal. What's that? A god Mammoth? The devil ghost simply couldn't believe what it was seeing. How could it possibly believe that it would encounter an energy art of the gods inside of this human? Although Ghost Emperor Yama had been a great sage, compared to the countless devils which existed in hell, he counted for little. The great sages of the distant past were little more than saints who dominated the world of men. They were like nothing when compared to the inimitable legion of gods that existed on their mysterious plane of existence. All devil ghosts feared the god Mammoths that were the creation of the legion of gods. Such entities existed in both mythologies, and the devil ghosts inherited memories. That's right, a god Mammoth that can crush hells. The greatest level of strength from the legion of gods in heaven. You cultivate the undying devil soul, a puny technique created by Ghost Emperor Yama? You're delusional if you think something like that can compare to my godly class energy art. Instantly, platinum sage fire sprang up everywhere. All of a sudden, the huge devil ghost shrieked, devils and ghosts of all types, come immediately and help me consume this human's fleshly body. Instantly, numerous devil ghosts in the area began to rush over. Emerald green ghost fire flickered within the surrounding wretch energy as thousands of wretch devils attempted to enter Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai felt immense pressure weighing down on him, the likes of which he had never felt before. He really was inviting the wolf into his house. Years in the past, the fabled great sages would often be besieged by hosts of devils and monsters when they achieved their Tao. In this moment, Yang Kai was receiving the same treatment. Although these were not monsters from beyond the heavens, and Yang Kai was also not at the level of a great sage. It was a battle to the death, and only one side would come out alive. Countless ghosts poured into him, filling his meridians, racing to his Danshan region, occupying his acupoints, invading his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, even occupying his brain. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was completely overtaken by devil ghosts. There were millions of them, and they made his body like a living hell as they began to use their cultivation techniques to snatch at his energy, blood, and life force. Even a top expert like Holy Daughter Maniflowers would be helpless in a situation like this. Only a legendary could possibly do something to fight back. However, the fact that a horde of ghosts was turning him into hell itself actually conformed quite nicely to the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. The aura of countless devil ghosts swirled through his meridians, trying to transform his true energy into something completely evil. And that was when something deep within Yang Kai suddenly woke up. Trying to defile me with a horde of devils? Well, I'll just execute them all. He threw his head back and roared as pop 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 one after another. Numerous particles within him released their power. Instantly, he was engulfed in platinum sagefire. Unexpectedly, he was breaking through into quaternary life-seizing. Some of the smaller devil ghosts burst into flames and became life force quintessence, which further fueled the power of Yang Kai's true energy. In the shortest of moments, Yang Kai's power exploded in intensity, and a river of platinum sagefire streamed through him, wiping out any devil ghost it touched. The horde of ghosts that had just entered his body was now the fuel he needed to become a quaternary life-seizer. He might as well have been sitting comfortably in the minorcosm world, with 9 yang immortal energy flowing into him. No, I have to get out of here. I can't be exterminated. Screaming and howling, the devil ghosts tried to flee, but unfortunately, they soon found that Yang Kai's skin was locked down, sealed, making it impossible for them to escape. God Devil Seal. He was going to absorb each and every one of these devil ghosts. The largest of the devil ghosts, the one with the undying devil soul, was there in his sea of energy, struggling uselessly against the God Mammoth. All it took was a single inhalation through that massive trunk, and the devil ghost was sucked into the hellfire crucible. The lid slammed down with a boom. No, I can't be exterminated like this. Undying devil soul. Ghost Emperor Yama. The devil ghost was going all out in its attempt to break free from the hellfire crucible. The aura of the undying devil soul erupted out, like the weeping of a ghost god, fighting against the power of the platinum sagefire. The fiendish devil ghost was putting everything on the line. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't budge. The power of millions of melting devil ghosts poured into the particles in his body, awakening a 61st, 62nd, and 63rd. One ancient megamammoth after another was waking up. Thanks to the unstoppable platinum sagefire, he was being blessed by the power of millions of ghosts, and the blood of millions of devils. As he stepped into quaternary life-seizing, the vital energy of heaven and earth stirred, and began to flow into him. The wretch energy was blasted away as expressions of thunder, lightning, earth, water, fire and wind attacked him. He was too strong, like an enormous mountain, impossible to shake. He almost seemed like a great sage descending on the world in the flesh. Undying devil soul, be destroyed! His hands flashed with magical sealing marks, each one powerful, righteous and divine. The power that erupted out was like that of an azure dragon floating through the heavens, a white tiger creeping along the ground, a vermilion bird being born in a volcano, or a black turtle lurking in the depths of the ocean. The wretch energy in the area was swept away in explosive fashion, clearing the area for 10 kilometers in every direction. Slowly but surely, the platinum sagefire began to take the shape of a palace, complete with trees of fire, holy beasts and other divine scenery. Shockingly, it was also at that moment that Yang Kai suddenly received a message from the golden imp that resided in his forehead. A name suddenly came to exist in his heart. God Legion Paradise. It was another special ability of the strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth. So that's how it is. After the infernal deity spear, fiend devil wings, infernal deity plate armor, hellfire crucible, and the hell portal, is the God Legion Paradise. The hell portal can break through to alternate dimensions, connecting directly to the planes of hell to summon devil gods. As for the God Legion Paradise, it is a land of utmost purity, which can never be broken, and will exist for all eternity. In order to master the God Legion Paradise, he needed to understand the magic of space-time. If he did, he could transform his true energy into a pure land, a paradise that would exist eternally, and could never be invaded. Of course, just like the Hell Portal, the God Legion Paradise was something that would develop later in his cultivation of the strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth, not now. Most likely, he would need to become a legendary before he could understand the profound secrets of alternate dimensions, and use them in cultivation. If he could use the Hell Portal and the God Legion Paradise as a life-seizer, then he would definitely be able to kill legendaries, and that would make him a genius among geniuses, even when taking into consideration all the experts who had existed throughout history. After all, only stories from the ancient past told of life-seizers who killed legendaries. In fact, such stories were essentially mythological, and there was no way to prove whether they were true or false. In any case, such a person had never existed in the rich, lush continent. As such, it would seem to most people that it was highly unlikely Yang Kai could ever reach such a level. After all, he was human, not a god, nor a god from heaven descended into the mortal world, reincarnated into a human body. I refuse to accept this. Powerful devil ghost shrieked, making another attempt to break free. Netherworldly sounds bubbled up from the hellfire crucible, which was actually beginning to show signs of cracking. You'll accept it whether you want to or not, Yang Kai shouted. As of this moment, His energy arts broke through to an even higher level. Millions upon millions of devils had been transformed into vital energy for his use, and the largest of the devil ghosts was now stuck in his hellfire crucible. As it screamed, it melted away into pure vital energy, which bolstered Yang Kai's true energy, making it stronger and stronger. One particle after another awoke. 69, 70, 71. Even Yang Kai was shocked at how much he was benefiting. As of this moment, he possessed the power of 71 ancient megamammoths, which was enough to drain lakes and reverse the flow of rivers. Quaternary life seizing. Rising to his feet, he looked around, and found that all of the wretch energy had retreated, and there was no aura of any sort of devil ghost. He had cleansed the vital energy of the Black Orps Mountains. Now, there was no sign of any sort of horde of zombies. Yan Haven was safe. Unfortunately, not even being a quaternary life seizer will be enough to deal with the Crown Prince. I need to progress more, become stronger. Maybe when I'm at septenary life seizing I could defeat a legendary. I guess the time has come to enter the Heaven Corpse dimension and look for life force, spring water. Or maybe I can find some more devil ghosts. Now that he realized how beneficial devil ghosts were, he actually found them to be somewhat charming, and was hoping he could find some even more powerful versions to lure into a trap. I can sense the twisting and distortion of another dimension up ahead. Already the area was starting to fill up with more wretch energy, and he could sense its source. Obviously, it was the passageway to the Heaven Corpse dimension. Now that he was even stronger than before, finding the object of his search was even easier. A moment later, the wretch energy and distortion suddenly grew much more intense. Whiz! Dimensional fluctuations suddenly erupted out with biting ferocity. His platinum-colored infernal deity plate armor sprang up in response. After all, this deadly flow of energy could definitely cut down even powerful life seizers. Within the depths of the wretch energy flow, Yang Kai could see something like an enormous eye, flickering in and out of existence. It was this eye that was the source of all of the wretch energy in the Black Corpse Mountains. Deathly Devil Eye. Yang Kai murmured in shock. Even he was aware that, if someone cultivated devil arts to a certain level, they could create deathly devil eyes. They were the ultimate expression of the Tao of death, and any being they gazed upon would most certainly die. Only fabled monsters in the great sage level could possibly create them. And now there was a deathly devil eye right in front of him, belching devil energy, placing him right on the verge of meeting a tragic end. He didn't dare to do anything rash, so he simply observed it for a bit. That was when he realized that it wasn't a true devil eye, but rather a passageway that resembled an eye. It had obviously been created to look like a deathly devil eye, but was really a passageway to an alternate dimension, that being the Heaven Corpse dimension. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure it was safe to actually enter it. After all, he didn't fully understand alternate dimensions and their entryways and exits. If he went in, it was entirely possible he would never be able to get out. He wasn't a legendary yet, and therefore lacked the requisite understanding of the magical laws of space-time. After a moment of thought, the platinum sagefire around him rippled and transformed into a humanoid shape that strode forward and entered the passageway. It was humanoid true energy, branded with 1,000-kilometer soul locking. If that humanoid true energy could enter the dimension and then return safely, then it would indicate that he could do the same. Besides, he could also assess what was on the other side at the same time. His humanoid true energy vanished into the passageway, then reappeared in a world of endless gloom, filled with devil energy and devilish wills. Whoosh! He directed his humanoid true energy to return, which it did instantly. At that point, a serious expression appeared on his face. The view of that dark and gloomy world was a sharp contrast to the bright and sunny microcosm world. Not only could he not see into the true depths of the place, but he could sense a powerful devilish will standing guard where the passageway opened up. Clearly, there was some sort of fiend devil waiting there. This place seemed even more dangerous than Black Floodworm Grotto. Alright, fine. I just need to go in with a plan. Let's see exactly what sort of hidden dragons and crouching tigers are in this place. There's no way that a mere passageway to another dimension is going to be guarded by a legendary, right? Even the guards at the minor cosm world were just giants in the life-seizing level. He sat down for a few minutes to think and plan. It took some time, but he eventually came up with a plan that he was confident in. With that, he stepped forward and vanished into the so-called deathly devil eye. He felt a tremor pass through him, and then he felt solid ground beneath his feet. He was in another world, a place filled with sinister auras and intense wretch energy. He saw vast plains stretching out in all directions, a wasteland filled with boulders, dirt, and swamps. However, instead of dark soil, everything was the color of blood. The water of the swamps was blood itself, and there were bones visible within them. Occasionally, a bubble would rise to the surface of the blood, which would then pop, letting loose green flames that were none other than ghost fire. Occasionally, the ghost fire would take the shape of a humanoid face, which would then turn into a full devil ghost. Shockingly, monsters were being born here left and right. So, these blood swamps are where monsters are born. This alternate dimension is so mysterious. I definitely can't go too deep inside. I'll just stay near the entrance and look for clues about life, force spring water. It's too bad information about this place is strictly controlled back at the Institute. You can't even get it with a lot of merit points. He looked out at the swamps and the monsters being born from within the popping bubbles. Then he stared out into the misty distance, and wondered what lay within the true depths of this place. The Heaven Corpse dimension was quite famous as being a place of incredible danger. The Demi-Immortal Institute had thoroughly investigated it, but its secrets were tied together with the life force spring water itself, and were kept under tight control. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Yongkai emerged from the dimensional passageway, numerous devil ghosts in the area apparently could sense his blood, and were drawn to him like moths to the flame. Hell Vortex. Sage, Fire Crucible. Yongkai didn't hold back at all, summoning a vortex of true energy that sucked the devil ghosts up and converted them into life force quintessence. Sadly, these devil ghosts were so weak that they did him little good in terms of pushing him toward a breakthrough. He needed devil ghosts in the life-seizing level with spirit bodies. Only they would help him press toward a higher level of enlightenment. As he began to travel through the blood swamps, he eradicated any devil ghosts he found and absorbed them. Considering he cultivated the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, this Heaven Corpse dimension was better for him than his energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs or 9 Yang Immortal Energy. As for his Sea of Energy, considering that he was pulling in tens of thousands of devil ghosts into it, it truly was becoming like hell. The ever-burning platinum sagefire was really hell for ghosts, causing them to scream and howl as they struggled in vain to escape. His sagefire even caused the blood of the nearby swamps to congeal and dry up. After a bit of time wreaking havoc on the lesser enemies, he suddenly heard a cry of rage as an enormous devil ghost reared its head off in the distance. It had a spirit body, but not the type made of emerald green flame. Instead, the fire which made it up was as red as blood. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic thing shrank down until it resembled a man with parchment-like skin. Glaring at Yongkai, he said, "Where are you from, cultivator? You've got some real guts to invade the Heaven Corpse dimension and slaughter devil ghosts. Aren't you worried about being captured and sacrificed?" Yongkai eyed the blood-colored devil ghost and said, "And you are?" "King Bloodcorpse, devil of the Heaven Corpse Kingdom," the creature replied. He looked at Yongkai closely, then glanced at the so-called Deathly Devil Eye off in the distance. "I've been bored out of my mind guarding the Deathly Devil Eye to the Blackcorpse Mountains for the past several hundred years. Who would have thought that someone would come in this way? Usually people come from the Fiend Corpse Mountains, which borders the Demi-Immortal Institute. The monsters over there get more than their fair share of fresh blood and succulent flesh. It seems I've struck it lucky today." From the way this King Bloodcorpse devil looked at him, it seemed he was getting ready for a feast. Suddenly, he attacked, summoning a long blood-colored whip that he struck at Yongkai with. This was a blood demon energy art that Yongkai had seen before, the Bloodshadow God Whip. Blood-type energy arts all came from the Imperial class canon, the Devil's Sutra of the Blood Emperor. The experts from the Vampire Brigands had used the Bloodshadow God Whip, although their version was not very powerful. In contrast, this King Bloodcorpse devil was using a version that was very powerful. The blood-colored whip was like a crimson dragon surrounded by a raging sea of blood. Obviously, this opponent was far more powerful than the devil ghost from earlier. He was likely as strong as a septenary life seizer from the Demi-Immortal Institute, one of the powerful conclave students. It made sense. Only an extremely powerful guard would be stationed here to prevent experts from entering the Heaven Corpse dimension. "Be destroyed!" Yongkai growled, stabbing out with his flaming spear. At the same time, he used white corona pierces the sun to attack King Bloodcorpse Devil's head. However, King Bloodcorpse Devil was no easy foe. He was deceptively agile and incredibly powerful, making him difficult to hit. "Blood drenches the human world," he said, shocked at Yongkai's performance. After all, he was only a quaternary life seizer, which was like nothing compared to the septenary life seizing level. No matter what blood-type energy art King Bloodcorpse Devil used, it seemed that Yongkai's platinum spear could vanquish it with ease. That spear slaughtered everything that got in its way, cutting down all forms of evil and easily dispelling King Bloodcorpse Devil's true energy. Suddenly, a fiendish beam of blood-colored light shot out from King Bloodcorpse Devil's forehead, rising into the sky, where it then exploded. The surrounding blood swamps began to boil and rise up, creating a huge blood sphere that surrounded Yongkai. 9 blood gods, boundless blood sea. King Bloodcorpse Devil suddenly split into 9 separate versions of himself that sped to 9 specific locations throughout the blood sphere. Unleashing various hand signs, they caused the blood sphere to then burst into flames. It was a massive spell formation that drew upon the power of the blood swamps in the area to trap a person, and also strengthen the one controlling the formation. Yang Kai could already sense massive pressure weighing down on him. It's a good thing I took the time to power up before entering. If I had come here as a tertiary life Caesar, this blood formation would have been very, very difficult to deal with. The towering blood flames which bore down on him were already pushing his sage fire to the limits. Obviously, he had to be very careful, otherwise he would end up dead and buried in this place. Of course, what he was doing was actually terrifying to the extreme. If word got out to the Demi-Immortal Institute, it would cause a massive uproar. The Heaven Corpse dimension was a restricted area as far as the Demi-Immortal Institute was concerned, and was generally entered only by teams of conclave students. Not even elite students were allowed to go in. It was simply too dangerous for them. As for conclave students, they were experts in the use of various battle formations, and thus qualified to kill the devils and demons in this place, and take the precious materials of heaven and earth that existed here. And yet, despite that, here was Yang Kai, an elite student, fighting King Blood Corpse Devil. It was simply miraculous. If this King Blood Corpse Devil somehow escaped into the rich lush continent, it would be a disaster of monumental proportions. Legendaries would have been dispatched to defeat him. And yet, Yang Kai was fighting him all on his own. If the Chancellor of the Institute learned of the matter, he would definitely launch an investigation. But Yang Kai was still keeping a low profile. He had no desire to become famous, but rather preferred to do amazing things in secret. There he hovered in the midst of dazzling blood flames, keeping his power restrained, like a dragon that had slept too long and become a loach. He was waiting, building up his energy to unleash a devastating attack in the manner of the Tao of the Quick Strike. Laughing maniacally, King Blood Corpse Devil said, "All right, punk. I have to admit that you're strong. You actually forced me to use my blood drenches the human world. The blood hellfire in that formation will really bring out the flavor in your bones. All I have to do now is wait for you to finish melting." With that, King Blood Corpse Devil pushed the formation even harder, trying to defeat Yang Kai as quickly as possible. Now's my chance. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai unleashed the energy he had been holding back, causing him to erupt with platinum, holy light. Sagefire flames danced around him, not elegantly, but with vicious ferocity. Whiz! A white stream of light shot toward the blood flames, slicing the 9 projections of King Blood Corpse Devil in half. What energy art is that? He blurted, stunned and terrified. That platinum sagefire seemed to be just on the verge of hitting into his spirit body, causing his soul to pulse with intense pain. Blood Devil Dispellation. Manifold vital energy. His projections returned together, flickering with blood-colored light as they fought back against the platinum sagefire. However, there was no way Yang Kai would just let him seize the initiative. Luring into motion, he appeared suddenly above King Blood Corpse Devil, where he unleashed the power of 71 ancient megamammoths. His true energy formed into the Hellfire Crucible, which dropped down, alive with inescapable sagefire. "You want to use blood flames to kill me? Unfortunately for you, I'm not afraid of devil arts. The energy art I cultivate is the bane of all wretched devils. And now, I'll give you a chance to see what it's really like. It comes from heaven, and represents the glory of the Legion of Gods, with sagefire that can purify anything and everything." He held nothing back as he waved his hand to summon blazing sagefire, which swept out to cover an area even larger than the blood flame spell formation. King Blood Corpse Devil was caught up in the middle of it, and before he could even unleash his next attack, sizzling sounds could be heard as his blood-type energy art was vanquished by the attack. It was almost like a rat facing a cat, with no hope whatsoever of coming out on top. "How can you possibly be so strong?" King Blood Corpse Devil shouted in rage. "You're only a quaternary life Caesar." "I'm King Blood Corpse Devil. I've been famous for hundreds of years. My name alone is enough to cause the rich lush continent to tremble in fear. Who exactly are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I'm the bane of your existence. You monsters are all hoping for a chance to plague humanity and commit the most horrific of crimes. So I'm going to cut down as many of you as I can." Yang Kai's fingers interlocked in an incantation sign, at which point his platinum sagefire churned, revealing azure dragons, white tigers, vermilion birds, black turtles, killins, shimmering palaces, flame trees, silver grass, all of which seemed to thrum with the power of the God Legion Paradise. Of course, it wasn't the true pure land of the God Legion Paradise, but rather a mere expression of it. However, it made his sagefire more intense, and as it burned King Blood Corpse Devil, Yang Kai could sense himself benefiting. His true energy coursed through him like a river, causing the fire to immolate the surrounding wretch energy. Any nearby corpses were transformed into ash, the blood of the swamps turned dry, and the ground began to melt into lava. Everything truly was being purified. This part of the Heaven Corpse dimension, true kingdom of devil ghosts, was temporarily becoming a paradise. a paradise that belonged to Yang Kai. Trembling with the effort, King Blood Corpse Devil made yet another attempt to break free. The Blood Emperor cometh. I rule the cosmos. A figure appeared wearing a blood-colored robe, with a blood-red crown on his head. Simultaneously, a raging sea of blood sprang up around him. Yang Kai could tell that the fighting had come to a climax. King Blood Corpse Devil was using the ultimate energy arts of the Devil Sutra of the Blood Emperor, summoning a Blood Emperor from the Netherworld for a final explosive attack. Blood detonation. Lightning of blood. Masses of blood formed into a lightning bolt that slammed into the Platinum Sage Fire and the Hellfire Crucible. Simultaneously, the Blood Emperor waved his hand, causing a blood-colored light to stream out, filled with the curses of ghosts and the wails of gods. Sage! Fire mirror! Yankei barked, causing a mirror to form in front of him, formed of pure platinum fire. As for the blood-colored light, it slammed into the mirror, and then bounced right back. It was yet another facet of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth. Now that he was in quaternary life-seizing, Yang Kai was even more familiar with the infinite variations of the technique. Although the lightning of blood shook the Platinum Sage Fire, it couldn't break through the Hellfire Crucible. With Yang Kai keeping the crucible closed tight, it didn't matter what King Blood Corpse Devil did, he was incapable of shaking Yang Kai's true energy or his confidence. The process continued for 8 hours, until King Blood Corpse Devil's true energy finally began to run out, and he began to weaken visibly. He was now like a fish on the chopping block, just waiting for the end to come. In a moment like this, Yang Kai had no intention of holding back. Hellfire Crucible, he shouted. Melt blood to dispel devils. Exterminate all vicious fiends. Establish a pure paradise. With an empty hell, the legion of gods can never be vindicated. Whiz. Power poured into the Hellfire Crucible, and King Blood Corpse Devil screamed as he slowly melted into a glob of blood and vital energy. Magical symbols flitted throughout the glob, which seemed to exist between a state of liquid and solid. Wow, that's going to make some powerful life force quintessence. In fact, I think it might enable me to seize life a 5th time. King Blood Corpse Devil definitely deserved to be a devil king in the alternate dimension that was the Heaven Corpse dimension. There were many danger zones in the rich lush continent, various alternate dimensions, some small, some large. Many contained vast treasures. There were some that contained no entryways or exits and could only be discovered by legendaries. Those that could be traversed to by lower-level energy artists contained permanent entryways which were almost always guarded by powerful monsters and fiends. The Heaven Corpse dimension was among the latter. Most experts focused on killing the monsters first before they looked for treasure. After all, spirit bodies were in and of themselves treasures, and could be converted into medicinal pills or magical items. King Blood Corpse Devil was as powerful as a septenary life seizer, and yet, had not been able to hold out against Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai cultivated a technique that was a bane to all sorts of evil and wretched energy arts. If Yang Kai had been facing a practitioner of orthodox energy arts, someone in septenary life seizing, at best he would have been able to fight to the death in bitter fashion, with only a slight hope of coming out on top, or even escaping. But when fighting wretched devils such as this, he was actually much stronger. In the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, the hell-crushing aspect said it all. Now, into my sea of energy you go. Of course, King Blood Corpse Devil was still struggling, just like the old saying, a centipede does not stop wriggling even after being stomped on. Just as Yang Kai was preparing to toss him into the Hellfire Crucible, a bright beam of light shot up from deeper in the Heaven Corpse dimension. Then, a powerful rumbling like thunder could be heard, followed by a lightning-like streak of light. It was sword energy. Sword energy that crackled like thunder. It was massive and cut through the sky like a white dragon as it headed directly toward Yang Kai. What's that? Such intense sword energy. I've never encountered anything this strong before. Fully aware that he couldn't fight something like this, he shot down, spiraling through the air to slam into the ground and dig deep under the surface. The earth was a quagmire of bloody swamps, so as soon as he entered it, the powerful wretch energy began to eat away at him. However, he wasn't afraid. Like a loach, he burrowed downward and then vanished without a trace. When the massive beam of lightning-like sword energy hit the ground, the blood in the swamps evaporated, and the soil quaked as the wretch energy therein was eradicated. A massive shockwave rolled out, and by the time the dust settled, the only thing left behind was a huge crater. Although the soil was still blood-red, not a single moving being could be seen in the area. A single sword attack had decimated the entire region. It was the type of sword energy that could destroy mountains and divert rivers, like an expression of rage from a heavenly being. Obviously, it had not originated from some ordinary energy artist, but rather, some transcendent expert. After the rumble of thunder faded away, a white-garbed individual appeared in the air above the crater. He had long eyebrows that extended all the way to his temples, and a sword in his hand. However, the sword immediately dissolved into energy that he pulled back into his body. His skin was as fair as jade, and he had a silver sigil on his forehead that looked almost like a lightning bolt. This was a human, not a devil ghost, and his sword energy had been pure and orthodox, the type designed to conquer the wretched. Even the sound of it would be enough to shake most wretched devils. Whoever that was, did he burrow into the ground? Was he human or a devil? The man in white looked down at the crater, and then over at the deathly devil eye passageway. That way leads to the Black Corpse Mountains, an area packed with devil ghosts. There's no way someone came in through that passage. The area surrounding the Black Corpse Mountains is barren countryside, with no big sects or organizations there. So how did this guy get in here? Swoosh. Even as he muttered these things to himself, another man approached, accompanied by a woman, both of them moving so quickly that they left behind a string of afterimages behind them. These were clearly people favored by the heavens' consummate experts. Of course, that was to be expected. Only the best of the best would come to the Heaven Corpse dimension. Elder Brother Lay, the young woman said, your grand thunderclap sword play has really reached the pinnacle. Even from 500 kilometers away, you were able to raise this entire area to the ground. Although why exactly did you unleash it with no warning, and then vanish? I could sense some vital energy fluctuations from this area that indicated a fight was going on. The man who had unleashed the thunderclap sword energy was Lei Tao. Looking around, he said, unfortunately, whoever it was, they escaped, making it impossible to determine if they were depraved or righteous. You're saying there's someone else here in the Heaven Corpse Kingdom? The other man said. This place belongs to our Demi-Immortal Institute, and only Conclave students can come here to work on their cultivation and slay wretched devils. That's a well-known fact, so there's no way people from another organization would come here, lest they arouse the wrath of our institute. Considering that, I would venture to say that you detected the fluctuations of a fight between monsters. After seeing your sword technique, Elder Brother Lei, there's no way they'll show their faces now. And if it was a righteous individual, he wouldn't have burrowed into the ground. The ground here is a toxic sludge of decaying flesh that only devil ghosts can tolerate. Elder Brother Lei, our mission has taken us from the Fiend Corpse Mountains all the way to here, looking for life force, spring water for the Crown Prince. Come on, let's continue the search. If we don't hurry, our mission will be a failure, and the Crown Prince won't be happy. By the way, Elder Brother Lei, the woman added, do you have any idea why the Crown Prince was so adamant about us finding some life force spring water? Considering the level of his cultivation base, it's not like he needs it. It must be for that woman, the man said. What's her name again? Yan Helen? Ever since she showed up, the Crown Prince has been showing her a lot of favor and helping her this way and that. I wonder if the rumors that have been going around are true. Well, we've all been following the Crown Prince for a long time. I doubt he would fall for some random hussy. He's a god from heaven, and is pursuing the heavenly Tao. He exists outside of the law, and will soon break into the great sage level. How could he possibly get distracted by a woman? At this point, Lei Tao's eyes snapped open. It's not like we can figure out what the Crown Prince is thinking, so what's the point in random speculation? There's definitely a purpose behind all this, something that plays into his master plan. Besides, Yan Helen is no ordinary woman. In addition to the blood of the sea god that runs in her veins, she also has some of the aura of a dragon. I can attest to that personally. The aura of a dragon god is inside of her, and I felt it calling to me. There's definitely something special about her, so it's obvious that the Crown Prince is grooming her for a specific reason. The aura of a dragon god? The woman said. No wonder the Crown Prince asked Patriarchs Wind and Cloud to take her as an apprentice. I've heard that her energy arts have been advancing by leaps and bounds. Having someone like this suddenly join our ranks puts a lot of pressure on us, the other man said. We need to keep working hard on our cultivation and break into the legendary level as soon as possible. With that, the group flew off into the distance. Once Yang Kai was alone again, he emerged from the blood swamps and flew up into the air, his eyes flashing. So it really was someone from the Demi-Immortal Institute. Just as he had remembered, top experts from the Institute would come to the Heaven Corpse dimension to hunt demon devils and collect demon cores. Based on how strong those three were, he was fairly certain that they were rarely seen Conclave students. Conclave students were all Quinary Life Caesars or higher. They were precious assets to the Institute, the expert students who were on their way to reaching the legendary level. The treatment they received vastly surpassed that given to elite students. For instance, they could acquire personal mountain peaks within the Heaven Lode Mountains. Conclave students essentially had the same standing as Institute elders. They were second only to holy neophytes, the legendary students who were like sovereign lords in the Institute. As for the holy neophytes, the Crown Prince was the most powerful among them. Originally, Yang Kai's goals in the Heaven Corpse dimension had been to further his cultivation and look for life force spring water. He had not intended to travel very deeply inside, lest he end up getting lost. But now that he realized that these three conclave students were members of the Crown Prince Society, he suddenly felt a streak of boldness rising up within him. It was compounded by the fact that they were apparently here to find life force, spring water for unyielding. Ah, unyielding. It turns out you need life force, spring water too. Well, I guess I'll have to make sure your supply is cut off. With that, he blurred into motion. Occasionally he would speed along on foot, and sometimes he would become a streak of red, concealed within the blood swamps. The entire time he followed the aura of the Grand Thunderclap swordplay. Of course, King Bloodcorpse Devil was already in his sea of energy, being slowly eaten away by the Hellfire Crucible. Yong-kai completely covered his own aura, and instead released a bit of blood-type energy from King Bloodcorpse Devil. By mixing that with some heterogeneous true energy, it became like devil energy, which made it very easy for him to keep hidden. As he proceeded along, he could sense other sources of devil energy, some of them hundreds of meters beneath the surface of the swamp, others even further down. Although such entities could sense him, they simply let him pass. Meanwhile, inside of him, the blood-type energy was slowly being converted into life force quintessence, which he stored in his meridians and acupoints. Clearly, he was starting to build up momentum in the hopes of breaking through to quinary life seizing. How much vital energy did a septenary life seizer like King Bloodcorpse Devil have? Enough that Yong-kai felt one particle after another waking up inside him. Even as he flew along, he went from 72 particles to 73, 74, 75, 80. Eventually, the process slowed down, leaving him with the power of 81 ancient megamammoths. Taking out King Bloodcorpse Devil had been a big win for him. After reaching quinary life seizing, one would experience a transformation on the substructure level. For example, true energy would take hold in one's acupoints and begin to form objects, similar to the demon cores found in demon devils. Among those who practiced energy arts, such objects were referred to as internal pellets. Yong-kai's godly class energy art was no different in this regard. As his true energy came to rest in his acupoints, they began to form internal pellets. His internal pellets were quite miraculous. Each and every one of them flickered with dazzling, platinum sage fire. At the moment, it seemed like he was undergoing some sort of baptism. As for quinary life seizing, there were even more marvelous aspects to that level. However, at the moment he wasn't quite ready to try to break through. The energy arts level had 9 phases, the 5th of which was the energy eruption phase, in which one could unleash one's true energy outside of the body. As for the life seizing level, it was broken up into the 9 life seizings, and similarly, the 5th was a watershed. Upon reaching quinary life seizing, one's life force would change dramatically, and thus quinary life seizers were viewed as the ultimate core of any institute. Such individuals truly understood energy arts on a deep level and could live for many, many years. Their prospects were virtually limitless. I probably shouldn't try to break through to quinary life seizing right here and now. I need to get used to my current level first. Trying to achieve breakthroughs too early can lead to instability. I'll just wait until I have plenty of life force spring water to use. With that, and a strong foundation, I can have a solid path to lead toward the legendary level. Either way, there's no way I'm going to lose to the Crown Prince or Yun-Halen. With that, he made his decision. No matter how difficult it might be, he would screw over these 3 conclave students from the Crown Prince Society, and he would do it in a way that none of them realized who was actually responsible. The deeper one got into the Heaven Corpse dimension, the more powerful the corpse energy, sordid energy, and wretch energy became. In fact, in many places, the air distorted so much that only monsters could possibly fly through it. Eventually, Yong-kai finally caught sight of the group of 2 men and 1 woman. Lei Tao was in the middle of using his Grand Thunderclap swordplay. Stretched out in front of them were numerous pitch-black mountains rising up out of plains and swamps of blood. The mountains were so imposing that Yong-kai immediately felt his heart sink, and had to circulate his true energy to suppress his disappointment. Obviously, they were beyond him. As for the group of 3, they were well prepared. They all pulled out various magical items, causing the air to distort around them for a moment as they began to move. Then, they suddenly vanished without a trace. Yong-kai proceeded forward a bit, but could soon sense that within those mountains lurked demon devils that could definitely destroy him. The only reason the other 3 had been able to enter were those magical items that lent them the power of invisibility. I guess the only thing I can do now is wait for them to come out. Wrapping himself up with true energy, he sank down into the sordid, stinking, bloody sludge where he lay in wait, not moving a muscle. Back when he mastered the Tao of the quick strike, he had also learned how to be extremely patient. By this point, his strength of the hell-crushing Godmammoth had combined perfectly with the wretch energy around him, making his aura exactly the same as the Heaven Corpse dimension in general. As of this moment, he was like a combination of a god and a devil. It was also right then that he suddenly gained a deeper understanding of his technique. As he did, his true energy made cracking sounds as it solidified even more, and the platinum sage fire became slightly more transparent. As he remained immersed in enlightenment of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, the air rippled at the edges of the mountain range, and 3 figures appeared. Of course, one of them was the white-garbed Lei Tao, who currently had a rather large bottle gourd slung over his shoulder. From the way he carried it, it was obviously extremely heavy. Instantly, Yang Kai detected the aura of life force. Life force spring water! They actually got their hands on some. But how? Don't tell me it's just because of those invisibility treasures they have. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I'll relieve them of it either way. The mere sight of that gourd of water caused Yang Kai's mind to start spinning with ideas. As the group of 3 flew out of the mountains, it became evident that Lei Tao was actually running low on true energy and needed to rest. That place was so dangerous. The only reason we were able to get out with this bottle gourd is the space-piercing divine talisman that the Crown Prince painstakingly created for us. Otherwise, we would have awoken the monster sealed in the depths of the mountain. Elder brother, are the rumors true? Have the Yama Mountains really been hiding Ghost Emperor Yama for the past 10,000 years? His apprentice, Baron Heavencorpse, is the true sovereign lord of the entire Heavencorpse kingdom. That's right, Lei Tao said. Ghost Emperor Yama is indeed sealed in these mountains. Great sages of the distant past used life force, spring water, to suppress him. That water is like poison to zombies and those who cultivate the Tao of Devils. Supposedly, if they even get a whiff of the odor of the water, they'll be killed instantly. Alright, let's build our true energy back up and then leave this place. It won't be as easy to get our hands on life force spring water next time. Ghost Emperor Yama gets closer and closer to waking up with every day that passes. One of these days he'll break free, and that will definitely be a big catastrophe. I heard people saying that the Crown Prince actually went into the Yama Mountains and talked with Ghost Emperor Yama, the female student said. Supposedly he carried a message from the Chancellor of the Demi-Immortal Institute, requesting the Ghost Emperor Yama remain in place after waking up, lest he be killed for good. It's impossible to be certain about such things, Lei Tao said. Who knows what that old devil is thinking? You can never trust demon devils. They always go back on their word. Come on, we really need to get out of here. Having rested for a bit, Lei Tao was preparing to call upon some of his sword energy, but before he could, swish, holy platinum light erupted out, making Lei Tao feel as though some chaotic, primeval beast were lunging toward him with deadly intentions. In the blink of an eye, he saw a platinum sea threatening to completely overwhelm him, as well as a long platinum spear stabbing toward him. However, Lei Tao was no amateur. Considering the danger, he dropped his bottle gourd and threw his hands wide, causing the boom of thunder to ring out as he summoned his grand thunderclap sword. Thunderclap devastation. As his sword energy spread out, it formed the image of an enormous temple behind him. The sword energy slammed into the spear, and Lei Tao staggered backward, his true energy almost completely drained. The platinum spear vanished, to be replaced by a figure wearing a suit of platinum armor. It was hard to say whether he was a human or a devil. However, he moved so quickly that he was able to grab the bottle gourd of life force spring water, which vanished before any of them could do anything. Then he spun and dove back down into the bloody sludge, disappearing like a loach into the mud. 1. These internal pellets could also be translated as internal cores, inner cores, etc. There are 2 characters in Chinese that are commonly translated as core, and since both are commonly used in this novel, I will translate the 2 terms differently. Stop right there. Yang Kai had relied on the skills he had mastered when gaining enlightenment of the Tao of the quick strike. He struck a massive blow that shoved Lei Tao backward, and forced him to use his grand thunderclap swordplate to defend himself. Then, he took that opportunity to snatch the bottle gourd of life force spring water. He immediately threw the bottle into his heart of the sea thumb ring. After all, the thing was as heavy as a mountain, and could possibly have crushed him to death. Also, the powerful life force aura it emitted would have made it very simple to track him down. And it went without saying that he had no interest in sticking around to have a big fight with Lei Tao. If he had started a fight and killed them, it could cause a catastrophe for him in the Institute. And if he fought them, but didn't kill them, it would have been much easier for them to deduce his identity. After all, it would lead to profound irritation on their part if they didn't accomplish the mission the Crown Prince had assigned them. That bottle gourd full of life force spring water could provoke heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations in Yang Kai. In fact, he didn't even need to open it to sense the powerful life force aura inside of it prodding at the particles within him, pushing them toward waking up. This holy water was like the source of any and all life. Have a death wish. Lei Tao shouted, seemingly about to explode from frustration and anger at the sight of his life force spring water being stolen right in front of his own nose. Not only was it a big personal loss, it also meant that he couldn't accomplish the Crown Prince's mission, which would lose him a lot of face in the Crown Prince society. This was fury. Uncontrollable rage. In fact, nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Transformation of the thunderclap. Bring a myriad of lightning bolts to life to slay all opponents. Sword light erupted out, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. 10,000 fiery lightning bolts smashed into the bloody sludge, followed by Lei Tao himself. From how much effort he was putting into this, it seemed he would chase Yang Kai to the ends of the earth, if he had to. Almost as soon as Yang Kai burrowed into the sludge, a powerful lightning bolt slammed into the ground behind him, blasting away the nefarious energy and rapidly spreading out to form an impassable barrier. Bam! His spear slammed into the sword light, and the resulting shock wave sent bloody sludge spraying high into the air. Then, Yang Kai burst out into the open. Lei Tao shot out behind him, sword energy swirling around him, which caused thunderous rumbling sounds to echo out. Each beam of sword energy that he unleashed was like a thunderbolt that could crush any sort of weapon or armor that got in its path. At first, Lei Tao just stared at Yang Kai in his platinum armor. At the same time, his two teammates spread out to form a triangular formation around Yang Kai. "Hey there, friend," Lei Tao said, glaring at him viciously. "We're Conclave students from the Demi-Immortal Institute. I'm Lei Tao, and these are my fellow students Gling and Qin Hues. People call us Heaven, Earth, and Man, the three heroes. As a top expert yourself, you must have heard of us before, and you surely realize what will happen if you steal food from the tiger's mouth. Now, I'll give you one chance to give that life force spring water back to me. If you do, we can forget that this little incident ever happened." From the look in Lei Tao's eyes, it seemed he was ready to unleash a full-power attack if Yang Kai so much as twitched. Yang Kai had never heard of any of these people before, and had definitely never heard of Heaven, Earth, and Man, the three heroes. However, that was because he had only been a member of the Institute for a short time. If he or his other friends were here, they would be trembling in astonishment. They were fabled individuals among the students in the Institute, and had been through countless adventures to reach their current level. If they hadn't, then they wouldn't have earned their unique moniker. "Elder Brother Lei, why waste words on this fool?" Gling said. She clearly had the most violent temper of them all. In fact, it looked like she had already decided to launch an attack. "We have him surrounded. Let's just use our Heaven, Earth, and Man combined attack. Kill him and reduce him to dust. At least then we'll see why he thinks he qualifies to steal things from us." "Jabber all you want," Yang Kai said, keeping his voice low and gravely so that they wouldn't be able to identify him. "I'm not giving it back. You want to fight? Fine, let's fight. Let's see if Heaven, Earth, and Man, the so-called three heroes, are worth leaving alive." With that, he brandished his spear, its tip pointing skyward, and the length of the spear flickering with partially translucent platinum fire. Considering that these three had cornered him, it seemed that he would have no choice other than to fight. However, thanks to his recent progress, he wasn't the least bit afraid. "A real ingrate, huh?" Lei Tao said. "Fine, don't blame me when you end up dead." With that, he swung his sword out in front of him. As it turned out, he had been using the short dialogue as a way to buy time and build up some energy. Lightning tramples all creation. Having built up enough energy, he unleashed a deadly attack. A swipe of his sword caused thunderclouds to fill the sky, and a fiery rain of lightning to descend. It was almost as if he were in control of all of the power of Heaven and Earth. Unfortunately for him, Yang Kai was even stronger. As he sprang into motion, a sound like the trumpeting of megamammoths erupted out, and he stabbed forward with his spear. Countless spear projections appeared, accompanied by the energy of hell itself, all of which shot forward to meet the lightning sword strike. Two weapons collided with a huge boom. "Wrath of the Lightning God," Lei Tao shouted, his voice thrumming with such power that it could render lesser beasts unconscious or even dead from the mere vibrations. This sword stance was even more powerful than the last. Lightning swirled around him, gathering atop his head in the form of a strange being with the head of a bird and the body of a human, surrounded by snake-like bolts of lightning. It was a god of lightning who held a drum cradled in one arm that it began to beat. Boom, 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 boom. With each bang of the drum, the lightning grew brighter and brighter, until everyone present felt their hearts beating to the same rhythm. Sword light shot out furiously to surround Yang Kai, moving so quickly that it was completely impossible to dodge. And yet, Yang Kai had no intention of dodging it. Instead, he would meet it head-on with his spear. As he stabbed out, the trumpeting of megamammoths could be heard, and a whole herd of them appeared behind him, causing the ground to tremble. This was the ultimate level of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth that he was capable of unleashing. The power of 81 megamammoths, all combined together. As for his infernal deity spear, it was now able to project some of the god legion paradise, making it seem partially real and partially illusory. There was now little suspense as to what would happen when the infernal deity spear hit the grand thunderclap sword. Crash! An overwhelmingly loud boom echoed out as the sword shattered into pieces, and the god of thunder behind it collapsed. Lei Tao was clearly in the inferior position when dealing with power levels like this. The grand thunderclap swordplay was a royal class energy art, and the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was godly class. How could the two even be compared to each other? Lei Tao staggered backward, his face completely falling. However, as he fell back, Gling and Qin Hui's took action. Gling attacked with a deadly Kaiman wheel. As soon as that wheel spun forth, tens of thousands of moons and suns appeared to surround Yang Kai. Wind Forest Volcano. This was another deadly, top-rate energy art. As for Qin Hui's, he narrowed his eyes and pulled out a razor-sharp pike. Drift Flame Meteor. The two of them picked up exactly where Lei Tao had left off. Clearly, they didn't want to give Yang Kai any breathing room, and were dead set on defeating him. They joined forces in a way that they hoped would wear out the enemy. After all, it didn't matter if someone was even an octonary or non-Ari life seizer. Once they ran out of true energy, they would be in big trouble. Unfortunately for them, they didn't understand Yang Kai. He just looked coldly at the incoming attacks and said, "Perfect." He stabbed his spear out again, unwavering and filled with power that far surpassed that of his two opponents. "Power of heaven and earth," he growled. As he did, it seemed as if all of the power of heaven and earth in the area were sucked into the spear, making it resplendent to the highest degree. It was as if he were in control of all creation. True energy rumbled as the power of the lands seemed prepared to overturn anything in its path. It was a level of power that would weigh on the soul, making it seem like Yang Kai was the sovereign lord of all heaven and earth. This was the power of a godly class energy art. What was a god? All-knowing, all-capable, omnipotent, eternal. That was a god. When a god cultivated an energy art, of course, it would reflect the spirit of the gods. When a god said the world should be bathed in light, then all creation would fill with brightness. When a god said that the world should be destroyed, it would descend into ruin. The world was created by gods, as were all the living beings that inhabited it, and thus it only made sense that godly class energy arts would be so spectacular. Although Yang Kai hadn't truly become like a sovereign lord of all heaven and earth, he was already starting to surpass mortal humans, and become something separate from the world around him. Rumble! His attack immediately formed a resonance with heaven and earth, causing the clouds to spin in the sky as the Wheel of Blades was defeated. Gling's face went pale, and she staggered backward a few steps before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai didn't follow through with the attack. Spinning, he faced Qin Hui's Drift Flame Meteor. Yet again, his spear completely dominated the competition. Qin Hui's was a famous conclave student, and yet he was completely vanquished by Yang Kai's true energy. In fact, his eyes shone with terror. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that someone could possibly be this strong, or have true energy like this. "You three are too weak. Demi-Immortal Institute? Crown Prince Society? I think only your Crown Prince could possibly be qualified to fight me. Clearly you don't." Yang Kai's spear vanished, and then he disappeared, and his three opponents had no desire to give chase. "What do we do?" Lei Tao, Qin Hui's, and Gling exchanged awkward glances. Although they wanted to chase after Yang Kai, they weren't a match for him in terms of true energy. He has very powerful true energy, but for some reason, I have the feeling his cultivation level isn't very high. He must be some sort of freak. A long moment passed, after which Lei Tao sighed. Eyes flashing, he said, "We lost. But we'll be able to track this guy down eventually. It seems to me he stole our life force, spring water, because of the Crown Prince. We need to report the matter as soon as we get back." "Gling, did you get a recording of everything that happened?" "Yes, Elder Brother Lei," Gling replied. "I got it all. My light refraction mirror captured the entire fight and everything that was said." He pulled out a mirror and sent some true energy into it, causing it to project a recording of everything which had just played out. "All right. With hard evidence to back us up, the Honorable Crown Prince won't blame us for what happened. It's not like we lost that spring water on purpose. That guy was a real freak, but I'm sure the Crown Prince can track him down and kill him, for the honor of our Crown Prince Society. Come on, let's head back. Considering we already used that divine talisman, there's no way we can go back into the Yama Mountains to get more life force spring water." After some more discussion, the disheartened conclave students left. After they were gone, Yang Kai emerged from his subterranean hiding place. A light refraction mirror? He hadn't fled earlier. After all, sometimes the best hiding place was in the most dangerous location. With his aura concealed, the three conclave students hadn't noticed him at all. The fact that they had a light refraction mirror was troubling, and it meant that he could never use any of the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth in the Demi-Immortal Institute, lest his secrets be revealed. Unfortunately, Not being able to use the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth would make him much weaker. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it. Right now I need to absorb this life force spring water and use it to reach a higher level. At that point, all of my energy arts will be even easier to use and also more powerful. I'll be able to dominate just about every fight, even with just the cosmic sunflare sword. With his god devil seal and its infinite variations, it would be easy to keep his aura sealed so tight that not even a legendary would be able to see the truth behind it. His godly class energy art would definitely be safe. He turned to look at the Yama Mountains and briefly considered going in, before shaking his head. If he could get his hands on even more life force spring water, then it would only be a matter of years before the Yang clan was one of the top clans in the rich lush continent. However, he knew that getting too greedy could lead to catastrophe. The fabled ghost Emperor Yama really was trapped in those mountains, an entity on the same level as an ancient great sage, then rashly going in would definitely be courting death. I think it's time to leave. With the life force, spring water I already have, I can definitely help eldest brother and second brother to reach the life-seizing level. And whatever I have left, I can give to my sworn brothers back in the Institute. With that he flew up into the air, and yet, even as he did, he realized that black clouds were filling up the sky, making everything around him so dark that he had no way to figure out which direction the exit was. What happened? What's going on? Circulating his true energy, he sent a pillar of platinum sagefire, shooting high into the sky, in an attempt to dispel the clouds. Unfortunately, they were as tough as iron and wouldn't burn. Then, he realized that there were fluctuations rolling through the air around him that seemed to contain the natural might of heaven and earth. Apparently, it was some sort of teleportation magic that was currently preparing to take him to another location. It was a level of power that, unless he was mistaken, surpassed even what Patriarchs Wind and Cloud were capable of. Yang Kai was now a quaternary life seizer, and had studied in the Demi-Immortal Institute for long enough to have a much better understanding of the world. He was no longer the ignorant simpleton he had been in the past. Based on what he was sensing, he knew that it was a power he couldn't fight against, and therefore it would be a waste to use his true energy to try to resist it. Soon the black clouds were gone, and he found himself standing in an ancient, savage palace hall. In the middle of the hall was a pond filled with gurgling spring water that emanated a boundless aura of life force. In fact, it was so intense that it filled the entire place with swirling mist. A single breath of that misty air caused his own life force to flourish, and the particles within him to surge as if in anticipation. The life force quintessence building up in him in this short time seemed to be at almost the same level as that of the lightning mammoth of the past. It was to Yang Kai's shock that he realized that this pond in the middle of this savage palace must be the source of life force spring water. Furthermore, didn't that mean that he was in the depths of the Yama Mountains? But how had he come here? Did someone use a powerful divine ability or energy art to bring him? Not daring to move, he circulated his energy arts and waited patiently to see how things would develop. Suddenly, a sound echoed out from within the life force spring water pond, like steel scraping against steel, as if some consummate devil ghost were chained up within. Heart-pounding, Yang Kai thought, don't tell me that the infamous ghost Emperor Yama really is locked up inside the life force spring water. Suddenly, the grating sound stopped. Then, the water in the pond exploded upward, revealing a throne, atop which sat a middle-aged man who was dark gold in color. He held a scepter in his hand, and had an aura that could only be described as raging to the heavens. He seemed so strong that a single breath of his could send Yang Kai flying through the air. In fact, it seemed to Yang Kai like even his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth would be powerless to do anything to this man. There was no question about it. This person had definitely used some energy art of teleportation to bring Yang Kai into the depths of these mountains. After a moment of observation, Yang Kai could tell that neither the man nor the throne were real. They were actually projections of true energy. Forcing himself to calm down, he saluted the man and respectfully said, "Senior, are you Ghost Emperor Yama? Why have you summoned me here to the Yama Mountains? Is there some way that I can be of aid to you?" Instead of answering the question, the man asked one of his own. "What's your name?" "Senior, I'm Yang Kai." "Yang Kai," the dark gold man said. A moment passed, and then he nodded. "Yes, I am the same Ghost Emperor Yama, who was sealed here 10,000 years ago. What you are looking at now is a projection of true energy. My true body is in the depths of the life force spring, shackled with locks forged from Quake Dawn God steel. I saw everything that happened just now between you and those 3 students from the Demi-Immortal Institute. I'm very curious about who you are, so I expended some effort to teleport you here and see what type of energy arts you cultivate." "Senior, how could a person as lofty as you be interested in the energy arts I cultivate?" Yang Kai was starting to feel very nervous. He didn't dare to loosen his god devil seal in the presence of this projection of Ghost Emperor Yama. After all, this man was no member of the senior generation. He was a monster who wouldn't hesitate for a moment to kill Yonkai if he felt like it. Perhaps he would even soul search him to get his techniques. Your aura is weak, but that is because your cultivation level is low. But I can tell that your substructure is mighty. Your technique surpasses royal class, imperial class, and even saintly class. Suddenly, Ghost Emperor Yama's voice turned as cold as ice. Tell me what energy art you practice. Imperial class arts don't interest me, and I wouldn't waste my time bringing you here because of a saintly class art. This place is the source of all life force, spring water. Why not work on your cultivation here? You can stay for as long as you like, and I'll even lend you a helping hand. You're only in quaternary life seizing, but with my help, you could easily reach the legendary level. All you have to do is tell me what technique you cultivate. Suddenly everything clicked. So, this monster really is interested in my technique. Normally speaking, even legendaries would assume that he cultivated some amazing imperial class energy art. His 10,000-year-old Ghost Emperor Yama was very discerning, and could tell that his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth was nothing to be taken lightly. And if Ghost Emperor Yama got his hands on the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth, it would spell disaster for the rich, lush continent. If he led an army of zombies and devil ghosts into the lands of the living, billions of innocent people would die. Monsters were monsters, and regardless of anything else, Yonkai was a student from a righteous sect. His job was to rid the world of devils and demons, not help one of them to invade his home. Unfortunately, there was no way he could actually fight Ghost Emperor Yama, at least not with strength. He could only use guile. If you want my technique, Senior, then I will gladly give it to you. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, and I need to reach a higher level before I can unleash the full version. Senior, it's my dream to reach the legendary level and do just that. If you could help me, then I would be eternally grateful. He was testing out this Ghost Emperor Yama a bit. If the monster really could help him to reach the legendary level, then his strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth really would be more powerful, and he might be able to get out of this situation. Worst case scenario, perhaps he could buy some time to come up with a better plan. After all, this was the most dangerous situation he had ever been in. It was even worse than when he had been crippled. It was so bad that his heart nearly hurt from the pressure he was under. Boy, there's a time for schemes and cleverness, Ghost Emperor Yama said placidly. But don't get greedy. Becoming a legendary is no simple feat. His gaze was so piercing that it seemed capable of seeing through to all of Yonkai's secrets. In the grand scheme of energy arts cultivation, the life-seizing level isn't something particularly amazing. However, it is a time to set a solid foundation, which can deeply affect your future path. If you don't seize enough life from the heavens and end up with an unstable foundation, no amount of hard work later on will help. Some non-Ari life seizers take 1,000 years to break into the legendary level, and others even 2,000. For those who have a weak foundation, the process could even take as long as 5,000 years. You're absolutely right, Senior, Yonkai said. He actually had no idea what point Ghost Emperor Yama was trying to make, and was simply trying to play along. That energy art of yours seems deficient. Presumably it's connected to some secret legacy of the distant past, so it's only natural that it would be incomplete in certain areas. How about I help you solve those problems? With my help, you probably can reach the legendary level even sooner. With that, he beckoned for Yonkai to approach him. Yonkai could tell that this Ghost Emperor Yama was a crafty individual. Obviously, he had no intention of providing any so-called help, but rather was hoping to trick Yonkai into revealing his technique. After getting it, he would most likely just kill Yonkai. Most types of cultivation require personal exploration, Yonkai said. Besides, when I acquired this technique, I swore an oath not to spread it. Therefore, I won't bother you with asking for help, Senior. Boy, you don't really think that I would try to steal your technique, do you? It seemed that Ghost Emperor Yama could tell what Yonkai was thinking. I dominated all creation 10,000 years ago, and have my own ancient and mysterious technique, just that I can see how much potential you have, and realize how much I can help you to grow. What I was doing just now was testing you to see how respectful you are. Sadly for you, you lost a good opportunity. If you had acted deferential, and given me your technique, I would have helped you reach the legendary level right away. I might have even taken you as an apprentice and let you join me as I conquer the world. Unfortunately, your lack of sincerity has lost you some good fortune. I was looking for a successor. Understand? Ayya, Yonkai said with a gasp. I really did lose out on some good fortune. Well, since you don't want me as your successor, Senior, I guess I'll just have to leave empty-handed. You, the great Ghost Emperor Yama, definitely won't cause any problems for nobody like me, right? Well, I guess I'll take my leave now. Take your leave? Where? These are the Yama Mountains. Everything in the area is locked down with the power of Yamas. Not even a legendary could break free, let alone you. Oh, Well, would you mind teleporting me out? I'd be eternally grateful. Think this through, boy. I'm going to give you another chance. Take me as your master, and I'll help you with your technique. All you have to do is pass 3 different tests. What do you say? Yang Kai shook his head. No, that's okay. Really, I'm not destined for such things and wouldn't want to disappoint you, senior. Besides, this technique of mine is missing too much information. Although it looks hard and unyielding, I constantly run the risk of cultivation deviation. If that happened, I would lose my memories and my soul would disperse. Then I would be left with absolutely nothing. There was quite a bit of hidden meaning to Yang Kai's words. What he was really saying was, don't push me too far, Ghost Emperor Yama. I'd rather kill myself than give you my technique. And if my soul and memories disappear, then not even soul-searching me would do any good. He had hit the nail on the head. Actually, the whole reason Ghost Emperor Yama was talking with Yang Kai instead of just killing him was that the slightest mistake could result in exactly what Yang Kai had just mentioned. In response to his words, Ghost Emperor Yama burst out in laughter. After all, he was so old that he had seen just about everything, and actually found Yang Kai to be somewhat amusing. You're pretty clever, you little punk. You remind me of another clever brat I met recently, although he's much, much stronger than you. He was able to force his way into the Yama Mountains, and you weren't. Are you talking about the Crown Prince? Yang Kai asked. Exactly. He's the new genius from the Demi-Immortal Institute. Well anyway, what's your decision? Your technique is obviously profoundly harmful to devil ghosts like myself. Thankfully for you, I need something like that to dispel the nefarious energy around me, purify my own technique, and thus escape from the confines of this life force spring water. Who knows, maybe I could even absorb all the water. Listen, let's make a deal. You help me get free, and I'll give you a huge reward. What if I don't agree? Yang Kai said. Don't agree? Well, you can die. A vicious smile played out on Ghost Emperor Yama's face. You're in the Yama Mountains now. You think you can just waltz your way out of here? The truth is that you're trapped. If you agree to help me, I'll help you. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to kill you and wait for the next person to come along. Devil ghosts are devil ghosts, Yang Kai reminded himself. You can't trust them no matter what. To tell you the truth, Ghost Emperor Yama continued, although my true self is bound by Quake Dawn Godsteel, I could still send out enough true energy to kill a legendary, much less an ant like you. But I can tell you're smart. You know the old saying, right? Hesitate to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If I destroyed your soul and memories, then you're right, not even a soul search would help me get your technique. Come, tell me of your technique. I'm more knowledgeable than anyone else in this continent, so I can tell that it's not saintly class. It's heavenly class, isn't it? I don't know, Yang Kai replied simply. At this point, he truly had stopped thinking about matters of his own life or death. This was an infinitely powerful wretch devil that he was dealing with, a devil emperor in the great sage level. If he got his hands on a godly class energy art, then he would definitely cause a rain of blood and death to soak the rich lush continent, the likes of which Yang Kai could scarcely imagine. Listen, brat, you're really pushing your luck here. 10,000 years ago, I would never even look at an ant like you. I'm making an exception today by giving you a chance to become my apprentice. And yet you refuse? Do you have a death wish or something? If so, then I can make your wish come true. Apparently, Ghost Emperor Yama was starting to get angry. Considering how powerful he was, it was little wonder. He had asked a tiny nobody for a technique, only to have that nobody refuse him. Of course he would become enraged. All of a sudden, he lifted his hand off his throne, sending an enormous, dark gold palm flying through the air. Hand of the Yama. Whiz! The entire savage palace filled with rumbling sounds as the enormous palm stretched out, filling the air around Yang Kai and giving him no room to escape. Yang Kai was instantly immobilized, unable to even draw on his true energy. You think that I would just let you destroy your own memories and soul? Never. I'm Ghost Emperor Yama, and I can make you live a life in which you beg for death only to be refused. Yang Kai wasn't even close to being a match for Ghost Emperor Yama. He was simply too far below him. Perhaps if he was a legendary, with a deeper understanding of magical law, he might have qualified to fight back. But he wasn't. Hell-crushing god mammoths can overawe all wretched devils. Under the immense pressure, Yang Kai's unyielding spirit kicked in. His true energy began to bubble in his Danshan region, and then pour out into his body like the rising tide. Unfortunately, the dark gold ghost emperor, Yama reached out and placed a finger onto Yang Kai's forehead. Voice filled with rage, he said, heavenly reincarnation art. 10 lives transmigration. Your name is Yang Kai, right? Well, let's see what happens if your soul slips into eternal bewilderment. With my heavenly reincarnation art, I can take everything you know from within the cycle of reincarnation and make you speak it out loud. At that moment, Yang Kai felt an evil, powerful, and irresistible force pouring into his forehead. Ghost Emperor Yama was so strong that he could force Yonkai's soul into the cycle of reincarnation, destroying any control he had over himself. It was a boundless devil art that experts even more powerful than Yonkai couldn't defend against. In fact, it contained magical laws of both space and time. As the evil true energy entered Yonkai's acupoints, Ghost Emperor Yama spoke in the cruelest of voices. When you cultivate to the legendary level, your acupoints will become expressions of space. The acupoint in your forehead is called the ancestral aperture, which contains the ultimate expression of your soul. All I have to do is take control of that, and I'll know exactly what technique you cultivate. It was in this very moment that Yonkai realized the golden imp which resided in his ancestral aperture had noticed the devil energy. Then, Ghost Emperor Yama noticed the golden imp. "What?" he blurted. "What do you have hiding in your forehead? What is that thing? A golden imp? Don't tell me you cultivate some nascent divinity technique. Well, I'll just dig this thing out." The evil energy grew stronger, pouring into Yonkai's forehead and wrapping around the golden imp as if to tear it out of him. But as soon as the devil energy touched the golden imp, everything changed. Golden streams of light suddenly poured out of nowhere, shattering the air. It was as though some mighty, mysterious entity were suddenly taking form. It was impossible to see whether the tiny golden person inside of Yonkai's forehead was male or female. However, the imp's eyes had definitely opened. Godly might erupted out, causing the previously pitch-black Yama Mountains to suddenly shine with golden light and tremble violently. It was almost as if some wretched devil had blasphemed a god spirit, who had then come to inflict divine punishment. Godly might towered to the heavens. Godly will spread like the deepest sea. The golden imp in Yonkai's forehead that had remained motionless and unmoving for so long suddenly sent its might out into the world, and it was so overwhelming that all of the Yama Mountains were encompassed. The golden imp was awake, and was like a heavenly god out to punish blaspheming fiend devils. "What is that thing?" Ghost Emperor Yama repeated, shocked by how his true energy was being completely routed. Even his heavenly reincarnation art had been completely vanquished. From what he could tell, this golden imp was completely terrifying in nature, something that didn't even belong on the earth. It was more like a mysterious god from heaven. If Yonkai was as vastly separated from Ghost Emperor Yama as heaven from earth, then the exact same disparity existed between Ghost Emperor Yama and the golden imp. To the imp, Ghost Emperor Yama was like a bug. He was a vulgar devil ghost meeting the sovereign lord of all living beings. At least that was what Ghost Emperor Yama felt in this moment. How could you have something like that in your forehead? Who are you? Then live seal. Face written with terror, Ghost Emperor Yama performed numerous double-handed incantation gestures, summoning a heavenly seal that poured into Yonkai's forehead to try to stop the golden imp. Unfortunately for him, that sealing mark only caused the golden imp to react with even greater might. The imp flew out of Yonkai, and in the blink of an eye, the sealing mark was destroyed. Then the imp spoke. It wasn't the language of humans. Every single word was grand, pure, holy, and mighty. This was the language of some magnificent civilization. That much was clear. Somehow, Yonkai understood the words being spoken. Blaspheme the one marked by the God Legion seal. Receive punishment from the Legion of Gods. The golden imp reached out with a hand so powerful that it seemed capable of ripping up the Yama Mountains by their roots. The entire palace began to tremble, and the life force spring water went still as the hand wrapped around the dark gold incarnation of Ghost Emperor Yama, as well as his throne, and shattered them. The golden imp seemed completely invincible and capable of crushing anything in its path like twigs. 10,000 years ago, Ghost Emperor Yama had dominated the world, and yet this imp crushed his clone as easily as a clay figurine. Gurgle. Splash. The sound of metal chains could once again be heard as the life force spring water began to sink down. Soon, Yonkai could see down into the depths, where an enormous, chained devil ghost knelt on the ground. It was fully 3,000 meters tall with pitch-black scales, and fiendish energy that would kill even a life Caesar who got too close to it. That was Ghost Emperor Yama's true body. He was no human, he was a devil god. He looked up at the golden imp, his massive eyes gleaming with shock and terror. That was God tongue, the most ancient dialect in existence. Your energy art isn't heavenly class. It's godly class, isn't it? Dear Lord, why has a godly class energy art appeared in a lowly place like the rich lush continent? Compared to all the other worlds out there, the rich lush continent is so weak. Wait, you're no god spirit. You're just an expert in the god myth level bound by a god seal, aren't you? Leave this place immediately. Roar. Ghost Emperor Yama seemed to have pulled himself together. Massive amounts of devil god energy began to bless him, augmenting him with the sensation that he could shake the heavens and topple the earth. Reverse the flow of life force. Draw deeply on the lifespan. Remove this god spirit. Spatial teleportation. His roar caused everything in the area to tremble from the powerful fluctuations. As for Yang Kai, he still wasn't capable of moving, and was relying fully on the golden imp in his forehead, who now continued to speak in God tongue. The words came more and more quickly, and caused golden light to converge into a single point, which suddenly pierced through the air with deadly speed toward Ghost Emperor Yama's forehead. A hoarse scream rang out, and a huge hole opened up in his forehead as his true body suffered a grievous blow. However, at the same time, he managed to send out a sphere of destructive energy, which headed directly toward Yang Kai. That ball of energy was clearly powerful enough to destroy a legendary, much less someone as weak as Yang Kai. However, that was when the golden imp flew back into the recesses of Yang Kai's forehead. Golden light shot forth, and the sphere was destroyed. Even as blood poured down the face of Ghost Emperor Yama's true body, he threw his hands wide, and bent space-time. Devil Horde Greater Teleportation. Yang Kai felt the space-time around him cracking and shattering, and then felt himself leaving the palace. He blinked, and then he wasn't in the Yama Mountains anymore, but rather back out in the desolate blood swamps. Off in the distance, the location where the mountains had once existed now seemed completely empty. "What's going on here?" he murmured. Putting his hands to his temples, he cast his senses inward toward the golden imp. However, the imp was back in its usual position, and was completely motionless. It was almost like everything that had just happened was a dream. However, Yang Kai knew that it was no dream. Ghost Emperor Yama saw him steal the life force spring water from heaven, earth, and man, the three heroes, and had then teleported him into the Yama Mountains in the hopes of getting his energy art. Thankfully, the golden imp who resided in his forehead ended up attacking the Ghost Emperor. And in the moment before Ghost Emperor Yama was completely defeated, he teleported Yang Kai out, resolving the situation. Senior. Yet again his attempts to communicate were fruitless. The golden imp didn't even move, much less speak in God tongue, or any other language for that matter. After a while, Yang Kai simply gave up. "Maybe my cultivation base just isn't high enough. Well, I won't worry about it for now. I just escaped from almost certain calamity. From now on I can't go into dangerous situations like that so casually. After all, I have more people to worry about than just myself. What would father do if I died, or my sworn brothers?" Yang Kai wasn't necessarily afraid of calamity, but he did have a lot of people to take care of. After some more thought, he decided that he shouldn't stay in the Heaven Corpse dimension for any longer than necessary. It took some searching, but he found the deathly Devil Eye passageway back to the Black Corpse Mountains. Before long, he was back in the outside world. Thanks to the slaughter he had carried out on his way to the dimension, there were no zombies to be seen, and no 1,000-year-old corpse kings. He had killed just about everything. The wretch energy was also much less intense than before. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at the deed he had accomplished. With that, he burst into motion, heading back toward Yan Haven at top speed. He couldn't wait to get back. Already several days had passed, and he had no idea whether or not the representative from the House of Spring and Autumn had arrived. After all, he had been unable to connect with his humanoid true energy while in the Heaven Corpse dimension. Thankfully, the connection re-established soon after he emerged, and he found that the situation in Yan Haven was calm and peaceful. No one from the House of Spring and Autumn had come yet. Before long, he landed in Yan Haven. Meanwhile, deep in the Heaven Corpse dimension, the Yama Mountains that had vanished moments ago slowly reappeared. Deep inside those mountains, in the palace, the life force spring water was building back up again, although thanks to the blood of Ghost Emperor Yama, it was now pitch black. Damn it. Why did I have to run into someone like that? I can't believe he actually had a God Legion seal in his forehead. A fabled sealing mark belonging to the Legion of Gods. What is something like that doing on an ordinary person from the rich, lush continent? 10,000 years ago I, Ghost Emperor Yama, was completely invincible. That expert from the Quake Dawn continent hadn't come and locked me up with Quake Dawn God Steel. Who could ever have been my match? And yet, God Seals are never seen even on the Quake Dawn continent. Ghost Emperor Yama had been very seriously injured. He was a virtually invincible devil god, and yet even he couldn't hold back from howling in pain. He almost couldn't believe what had just happened, and completely regretted teleporting Yang Kai into his palace. A godly class energy art. I can't believe something like that has shown up in this continent. This place was only a tiny part of the Your Wilds continent before the entire thing broke apart. And now, a godly class energy art has appeared. Don't tell me the mysterious, unparalleled, paragonic gods in their alternate dimension actually want to restore the Your Wilds continent. Soon, Ghost Emperor Yama managed to stop the bleeding and close up his wound. Continuing to try to comfort himself, he thought, or perhaps there are problems amongst the gods in heaven. Either way, considering that a godly class energy art has appeared here, the rich, lush continent is in for a major storm of events. And what about that Crown Prince fellow who came before? There's an incredible aura inside of him as well. I wonder where he's from. I have to get rid of this Quake Dawn God Steel. Back in Yanhaven, in a particularly spacious den, Yang Kai had reunited with Yang Zhan, Yang Yunchong, and Yang Hualong. The energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs was fully activated, providing cultivation results that were 10 to 100 times as effective as elsewhere. Yang Yunchong and Yang Hualong had not yet reached the life-seizing level, but they were very close. Both of them had called upon the 4 seasons swordplay to summon 4 spheres of sword light, which corresponded to spring, summer, autumn and winter. By now, they could use their sword energy to kill an enemy 10,000 paces away, making them even stronger than masters of energy like Yang Zhengxi or Dowager Yan. "Here, how was your trip into the Black Corpse Mountains?" Yang Zhan asked. "No one from the House of Spring and Autumn has shown up, but I have the feeling it won't be long. In fact, I was just about to send you a message asking you to come back." "Forget about my adventures, father. Look at what I acquired. With this, eldest brother and second brother should both be able to reach the life-seizing level." With that, Yang Kai took out the enormous bottle gourd filled with life force spring water. It was so incredibly heavy that the ground cracked and shattered beneath it, and the walls and columns around them creaked ominously. After all, 1 drop of life force spring water was dozens of times heavier than a drop of ordinary water. Life force spring water is an amazing thing, Yang Kai thought, and considering what happened in the Yama Mountains, it's going to be a lot harder for the Crown Prince to get any more of it to help Yanhaven. Yang Kai used true energy to handle the huge bottle gourd, so as to avoid allowing the immensely heavy life force spring water from breaking it. After all, the gourd was not a magical item, but a mundane object forged from metal. Using true energy, he carefully opened it and pulled out a single drop of the scintillating liquid. Taking a step forward, he looked closely at the water. Even just this single drop weighed dozens of kilograms. If a person consumed it directly, the water would dissolve them from the inside out. However, it was possible to use true energy to refine it into life force, which could then be sent into the meridians. "Eldest brother, second brother, circulate your energy and relax your muscles." Yang Yunchong and Yang Hualong were already ready. Waving his finger, Yang Kai used true energy to pull out another drop. Then, he waved his finger again, causing them to transform into 2 shimmering, swirling expressions of energy that thrummed with life force. Without any hesitation, he sent that energy into his 2 brothers. Yang Yunchong was the first to let out a hoarse bellow as his muscles bulged, making him look like he was about to explode. After all, a drop of life force spring water was all it took to force a person's life force to the ultimate limit. Watering a tree with a drop of the stuff would cause a sapling to grow into a mighty tree in only a few days. It was truly terrifying. Of course, no one would go to the ridiculous extent of watering trees with life force spring water. Not even the rarest of spirit herbs needed treatment like that. "Brothers," Yang Kai said, "the quintessence of the 4 seasons are connected to the 24 solar terms and their corresponding 24 acupoints. Your bodies are heaven and earth, the sovereign lords of all astrological phenomena. Understand this enigmatic truth, and you can seize life from the heavens." With that, he poured his own true energy into his brothers to help them. With the life force spring water replenishing them, they were given the same benefit that would come from 100 years of bitter cultivation. As the moments ticked by, their true energy climbed higher and higher toward the life-seizing level. Powerful rumbling sounds echoed out as the vital energy of heaven and earth formed vortexes around Yang Yunchong and Yang Hualong, causing them to experience a baptism of sorts as they broke out of the 9th phase and into life-seizing. "Amazing," Yang Kai thought. "This life force spring water is truly incredible. No wonder that useless Song Haitian actually made it to the life-seizing level. Too bad I killed him, making it all pointless." Although Yang Kai was still pleased that he had managed to get his revenge on Song Haitian, he wouldn't be able to rest at ease until he exacted revenge on Yanhaven. "All 4 of us life-seizers," Yang Zhan thought, filled with pride and excitement. In all his life, he had never even seen a life-seizer. For generations, Yanhaven had been ruled by puny masters of energy. But now, he and his sons were all life-seizers. It was almost impossible to even comprehend the glory that represented. Their clan was now comparable to some of the most powerful organizations in existence. If word spread, even our staunchest opponents would pray to the gods for mercy. At this point, Yang Kai retracted his true energy. "Eyes sparkling," he said, "Okay, brothers. Your energy arts are now solidly in the life-seizing level. As long as you continue to focus on your cultivation, you will continue to progress, and at the same time, be able to care for Yanhaven and the Yang clan for generations to come. Our direct bloodline is completely stable. The next thing to focus on is grooming the younger generation. Incidentally, how have things been going with the chief elders? They want access to the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs to further their cultivation," Yang Zhan answered. "Unfortunately, none of them have performed any particularly meritorious service. In fact, I assigned some younger ones to spy on Yang Xingxi and Dowager Yan, to see whether they were truly on our side, or whether they were interested in sowing discord in the clan. If they've truly repented, and can prove their loyalty by doing good for the clan, I might give them the opportunity they seek. If not, well, his eyes glittered with killing intent. That does seem like the best thing to do, Yang Kai said. The chief elders used to be completely high and mighty, so it's only natural that they would chafe under your leadership. Give them some assignments and see how they perform. Only the loyal ones should be given a chance. Third brother Yan Yunchang said, not only have your energy arts and cultivation base improved in the Demi Immortal Institute, but also, you've come to understand how to run a clan and a nation. After you went into the Black Corpse Mountains, Father founded the Yang Clan College and appointed the chief elders as the faculty. Tests are being administered in the various counties subsidiary to Yen Haven, and the best and brightest young ones will be brought here to study. The top performers will eventually become government officials, allowing the nation to thrive on the backs of loyal, aristocratic clans. Yang Kai nodded. Excellent plan. I just wonder if the chief elders will do their best to teach the younger ones. If they don't, Yang Zhan said, then for the good of the clan I might just have to institute the death penalty. Although, enticing rewards will also be on the table. Sounds good, Father. By the way, do you have a vessel I could use to separate out some of this life force spring water for the three of you to use later on in your cultivation? By the way, you mustn't allow anyone to know about this water. If word leaked, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Yang Kai gave about 1/5 of the life force spring water to his father. Yang Zhan accepted it with trembling hands. After all, if only one drop of that water had been enough to push 2 of his sons into the life-seizing level, then it could only be imagined how much an entire bottle gourd was worth. Perhaps it would lead to an entire clan of experts. And who knew how far it could push Yang Zhan's cultivation base? And if you use it on the loyal young ones, don't directly give it to them. Water it down first, otherwise, they won't be able to absorb it. With that, he put the bottle gourd away, and went on to discuss other important clan matters with his father and brothers. Sometime later, a deafening rumbling sound could be heard from outside, and a massive beam of sword energy descended on the clan. Apparently, some consummate expert was arriving. Heart-thumping, Yang Kai flew out to the main square in front of the city magistrate's mansion, to find a group of people landing. All of them were life-seizers. For countless generations, the tiny Yen Haven had never been graced by the presence of even a single life-seizer, and yet now, they were showing up left and right. This group was made up of 5 people. 4 were elderly, with bold, powerful demeanors and haughty eyes. Obviously, they were grand elders from a major organization. And yet, most eye-catching of all in this group was a young man who the 4 elders flanked. He appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, younger than Yang Kai. He wore light blue clothing, and even as his feet touched the ground, his eyes locked onto Yang Kai. "Are you Yang Kai from the Demi-Immortal Institute?" he asked. "The one who imprisoned Zhang Lai from the House of Spring and Autumn." "That's right. I'm Yang Kai, elite student from the Demi-Immortal Institute." He examined the group for a moment, then continued, "You must be from the House of Spring and Autumn. Welcome, guests. Please come in and sit down." "There's no need. We're here for punitive purposes, so you can cut the courteous act." "I can't believe that a measly elite student like you would dare to haggle with the House of Spring and Autumn. Let's see how tough you really are." Even as the words left his mouth, the young man attacked Yang Kai. He arrived in a blur, striking out with lightning-like speed, causing swirling snow to fill the air. Unsurprisingly, he was using the Four Seasons swordplay, and with a degree of skill that far surpassed Yang Kai's ability with the technique. Moments ago, they had been surrounded by the heat of summer, but this one move caused clouds to fill the air and a snowstorm to cover Yen Haven. Even more surprising was that he was using a palm strike. This young man's energy arts were profound to say the least. The House of Spring and Autumn had sent a Quinary life-seizer to Yen Haven to deal with Yang Kai, indicating that they intended to crush him. "Cosmic Sunflare," Yang Kai said with a faint smile. A beam of scorching hot sword energy exploded from his palm, which surged forward to meet the young man's attack. At the same time, the image of an enormous sword shot up into the sky, tearing open the cloud cover and allowing a golden stream of sunlight to fall down. Combination of the brilliant sunlight and Yang Kai's cosmic sunflare sword was virtually unstoppable, and caused scorching flames to completely surround him. In the blink of an eye, the young man was surrounded by fiery, raging sword energy. "You've cultivated the cosmic sunflare sword to this level," the young man said, clearly shocked. Never could he have guessed that Yang Kai would have such an incredible technique at his disposal. "You're really only an elite student. You seem more like a conclave student. Watch out, young lord." The 4 old men lunged forward, unleashing their own Four Seasons swordplay to intercept Yang Kai's invincible sword energy, causing innumerable strands of silk to fill the air. Silk Rain of the Spring Silkworm. Yang Kai smiled and casually said, Sunflare illuminates the 9 prefectures. A burning mass of red sword energy appeared behind him, sending bright light out to fill the entire square, and causing the temperature to rise so high that the Silk Rain of the Spring Silkworm was instantly vanquished. Stay your hand, the young man barked. Yang Kai had never been interested in getting in a fight with the House of Spring and Autumn, so as soon as the young man spoke, he reined in his energy arts and said, Young lord, did you have something you wanted to say? The young lord hesitated for a moment, then said, I see now that you are indeed strong enough to make demands of the House of Spring and Autumn. How about this? We'll pay whatever ransom you demand to get back Zhang Lai and the other elders. From the straightforward manner in which he spoke, it was obvious he had been put in his place by Yang Kai. Yang Kai could tell what this young lord wanted to do. Considering that he had no way of handling Yang Kai, he wanted to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. That was why he cut to the chase and clearly stated his demands, in the hopes of avoiding any further embarrassment. Yang Kai's enigmatic energy arts had something to do with it. It didn't matter that this young lord was a Quinary Life Caesar. The burning sun Yang Kai had summoned was simply too much for him. And if Yang Kai had been some ordinary person, perhaps threatening him with the reputation of the House of Spring and Autumn would have been effective. But he was a student from the Demi-Immortal Institute, so that made things different. The Demi-Immortal Institute was the #1 institute in all of the rich lush continent, an organization the House of Spring and Autumn couldn't even compare to. Considering all of that, this young lord really had no choice but to back down. Fine, Yang Kai said. He wasn't interested in throwing his weight around too much. In fact, he was hoping to smooth the situation out. If that's what you want, young lord, then the young clan would be happy to comply. When people show me even an inch of respect, I pay them back with 100 times that. We'll return Zhang Lai and the elders who came with him. Furthermore, we don't ask for a single bit of compensation from the House of Spring and Autumn. Really? The young lord said, his eyes brightening. He had assumed that the Yang clan would demand an exorbitant payment from them to resolve things. For things to play out like this was quite refreshing. All of a sudden, he realized that he liked this Yang Kai. Brother Yang Kai, since you're being so magnanimous, then let's just consider the matter between the House of Spring and Autumn and the Yang clan as having been completely resolved. By the way, Brother Yang, there's no need for you to address me as young lord. I'm just one of many of my father's relatively useless sons. Please, call me Lu Wangxian. Yang Kai nodded, then turned to look at his father and brothers behind him. Eldest brother, second brother, bring out that Zhang Lai. Yes, third brother. Yan Yunchong and Yang Hualong hurried off. Wait, they're all Life Caesars. Lu Wangxian thought, eyes widening a bit. The insignificant Yang clan from Yan Haven has 3 Life Caesars? Talk about big fish in a little pond. Actually, they're more like big sharks in a little pond. Lu Wangxian's impression of this place was changing by the moment. Earlier, he had assumed the people here were just nouveau rich bumpkins, but as it turned out, they were actually a first-tier aristocratic clan. After all, people respected power in these lands. With 3 Life Caesars in the clan, and the enigmatic Yang Kai, who not even a Quinary Life Caesar could deal with, it was clear that the Yang clan would definitely be around for hundreds of years to come. It didn't take long for Yang Yunchong and Yang Hualong to return with Zhang Lai and the other elders he had come with. All of them had their meridians tightly sealed. Yang Kai waved his hands, and popping sounds could be heard as they were freed. Ninth young lord. Zhang Lai blurted. Rushing over, he dropped to his knees and saluted Lu Wangxian. Then, he glared over at Yang Kai and the others from the Yang clan, and said, This puny Yang clan dared to trifle with our House of Spring and Autumn. They should be sentenced to death. Young lord, please carry out the punishment immediately. Otherwise, we'll lose a lot of faith in. Shut your mouth. Lu Wangxian shouted. You good-for-nothing fools are the ones who lost face for the House of Spring and Autumn. I can't believe you dared to come cause trouble here. I just sparred with Brother Yang, and believe me, if he wanted the lot of you dead, he could have done it with the snap of a finger. In fact, you apologized to him immediately. But ninth young lord, the Yang clan is definitely involved with the disappearance of some of our disciples. The entire reason I came here today was to resolve this issue, Lu Wangxian said, his face completely expressionless. It's a matter that involves both the Demi-Immortal Institute and the House of Spring and Autumn, and therefore, you don't qualify to offer your opinion. I'm in charge here, understand? Yes, ninth young lord. Yang Lai said, shivering. He was familiar with how Lu Wangxian operated, and knew that the more expressionless he was, the more dangerous he became. Brother Lu, you're a guest, Yang Kai said. Unfortunately, I don't have much in the way of entertainment here. Why don't we head into my study, and we can talk about the disappearance of those disciples of yours. I can provide a full explanation. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Truth be told, my father did send me here to handle that very issue. If I don't take care of things to his satisfaction, I won't be able to show my face in his presence. and my brothers and sisters would definitely take advantage of the situation to my detriment. Brother Yong Kai, you have no idea the type of things that go on in my family. With that, the two of them went inside, along with the 4 elders who ranked high enough that they qualified to attend the meeting. Yang Lai and the others were left outside. Along the way, Yong Kai contemplated what to do next. Although this Lu Wangxian makes a show of complaining about the situation, the truth is that he really wants to find out what happened to those disciples. He's a young lord from an important sect, but he still has to deal with a lot of competition and infighting. It sounds worse than being an imperial prince. If he doesn't handle his tasks well, he'll come under attack. And if he gets a bad reputation, that would be very difficult to come back from. After sitting down, Lu Wangxian said, Brother Yong Kai, could it be that some useless disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn ended up offending the Yang clan? That's exactly right, Yong Kai said. To the surprise of everyone from the House of Spring and Autumn, he had no intention of hiding the truth. Some time ago, a few disciples from your house tried to wipe out the Yang clan. With that, he went on to give a detailed account of how he had been pillaging the Chen clan when he came across the Chiliokaza mirror, and how some disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn suddenly showed up, demanded the mirror, and then attacked him. He told the entire story, including how he had killed some of the disciples and crippled the others. And that's what happened, Brother Lu. So what do you think? Did I do the right thing? We had no beef with each other, and yet those disciples demanded that we be their slaves. There's no way I could allow my clan to just sit around like a fish on the chopping block. As Lu Wangxian listened to the story, anger began to burn in his eyes. So, that's how things played out. Undisciplined and immoral. I almost can't believe that disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn would act in such a way. Elders, what do you think? Are disciples from our sect really this arrogant nowadays? Ninth young lord, sir, one of the elders said, his expression grave. This kind of thing happens with all large sects. It's really unavoidable. Even righteous and upright organizations, like the Demi-Immortal Institute, will have some bad apples, people who use their power to bully and rob others. That said, such matters should be handled internally. Word got out that outsiders were disciplining our disciples, we would come across as being weak. Reputation is everything when it comes to big sects like ours. Ninth young lord, please consider carefully how you handle this. One of the other elders noticed that Yong Kai's expression was turning grimmer by the moment, so he quickly said, of course, the Yang clan did nothing wrong. You're really in a tough situation, ninth young lord. Yong Kai, please cut us some slack here. We aren't going to blame you, but on the other hand, the ninth young lord has to go back and make a report about the situation. I'm sure we can come to an agreement. After all, our ninth young lord wants to be friends with the Yang clan. Yong Kai's expression softened. I understand. This matter could affect the reputation of the House of Spring and Autumn as a whole. Although our Yang clan was by no means in the wrong, in the interests of righteousness, we couldn't sit back and do nothing. Brother Lu, how about I offer some compensation? Oh, Lu Wangxian said, taken aback. Brother Yang, you're being so magnanimous today that I feel moved to tears. In any case, I have an idea of what to do. Why don't I just go back and say that the missing disciples were set upon by wild beasts and killed, and that it had nothing to do with the Yang clan? About this time, the voices of 2 young women reached their ears. Get your hands off me. Let me go. Your puny Yang clan dared to kill disciples from the House of Spring and Autumn, and then you crippled our energy arts. Your whole clan is going to be exterminated because of this. The door opened, and the 2 young women were shoved in, the very disciples that Yong Kai had crippled. When they realized who was in the room, they were at first stunned, but then began to cry out in loud voices. Ninth young lord, you have to get revenge for us. Exterminate the Yang clan. It was this guy right here who killed our elder brothers. He cut them down. Snorting coldly, Lu Wangxian snapped his fingers to interrupt the young woman, who didn't dare to say another word. Brother Yang, the crimes of these stubborn, moronic disciples are really unforgivable. With no warning whatsoever, Yang Kai reached out, revealing a drop of scintillating liquid floating above his palm. Along with it came a powerful aura that instantly enlivened everyone present. The eyes of both Lu Wangxian and the elders went as wide as saucers. Is that life force spring water? Is that really the fabled life force spring water? That's exactly what it is, Yang Kai replied. Thanks to some meritorious service I performed for the Demi-Immortal Institute, I was rewarded with this drop of life force spring water. It's only a drop, but it should be more than enough to propel someone into the life-seizing level. Perhaps this compensation will be enough to make up for the trouble the House of Spring and Autumn has endured. It took a moment, but Lu Wangxian managed to calm himself. You call an amazing gift like that compensation? I can't accept it. Your virtue knows no bounds, Brother Yong Kai. You have my deepest respect. Snap! Crack! Lu Wangxian's fingers blurred, and 2 screams rang out. Then, the two young women from the House of Spring and Autumn toppled backward onto the ground, dead, gaping holes in their chests. Yang Kai looked on, eyes flashing, fully aware of Lu Wangxian's stance in the matter. Not even death can wipe out the crimes of those two disciples. Undisciplined and immoral robbers is what they were. Elders, considering that they flagrantly violated clan rules, shouldn't they have been sentenced to death? Lu Wangxian looked over at the elders. Yes, one of them said, nodding. Brother Yang Kai, I think matters have been resolved satisfactorily for both of us. I'll return and provide my father with a full report, and I'll even suggest that the House of Spring and Autumn enter a formal alliance with the Yang clan. With that, he rose to his feet. By the way, the House of Shadow Blight has been eyeing your clan recently. If you need our help to deal with them, just say the word. There's no need for that, Yang Kai said, his tone turning cold. The House of Shadow Blight is a vile organization that deserves to be wiped off the map. I'll kill those dogs myself. Unless they send a legendary, they won't be able to deal with me. As Yang Kai spoke, his aura grew more and more powerful, forcing Lu Wangxian and the four elders to back up a few paces, terror flickering in their eyes as they realized how strong Yang Kai was. My God, one of the elders thought, his true energy is so strong. He's as powerful as an octonary or nonary life seizer. Is he just a genius? Or is he actually like the great sages of the distant past, a god from heaven descended into the mortal world? Very impressive, Brother Yang Kai, Lu Wangxian said with a forced laugh. Now I know that you were actually holding back earlier. I'm not even close to being a match for you. Mercy is a virtue after all, Yang Kai said, smiling. Listen, Brother Lu. We became friends at first sight, so for the sake of the future alliance between the Yang clan and the House of Spring and Autumn, why don't we become sworn brothers right here and now? Become sworn brothers? At first, he was stunned, but soon his eyes flickered with delight. Considering that Yang Kai had just demonstrated a bit of his true power, Lu Wangxian knew that he was a pure monster within the life-seizing level. Besides, who wouldn't want to have a friend in the Demi-Immortal Institute, or even better than that, a sworn brother? Okay, he said. You're right. We became friends at first sight, so let's do it. As sworn brothers, we'll live and die together and share in victory and defeat alike. Perfect. Eldest brother. Second brother. Deputy sect leader Lu Wangxian and I are going to become sworn brothers right here and now. Fetch some incense. Of course. Yang Hualong and Yang Yunchang hurried about making all the arrangements. As for the elders, they exchanged glances, but did little more than that. After all, an arrangement like this would be beneficial to them. Considering the level of Yang Kai's cultivation base, he was obviously going to be an important person in the Demi-Immortal Institute. For their ninth young lord to have a sworn brother like that would make it a bit easier for him to deal with his struggles in the House of Spring and Autumn. Sworn brothers were different from friends. Friends were simply strangers that one encountered by chance and ended up having dealings with, but sworn brothers were bound together by a formal ceremony. They swore to live and die together, and to share both glory and dishonor. After the incense was prepared, Yang Kai and Lu Wangxian dropped to their knees, joined voices and said, on this day, we, Lu Wangxian and Yang Kai, hereby swear to become brothers. We will share life and death, glory and dishonor. Although we were not born on the same day, we hope to die together on the same day. If either of us betrays the other, let heaven destroy him and the earth eradicate him, and let him be spurned by mortals and gods alike. With that, they kowtowed 8 times, formalizing the arrangement. Afterward, they burst into delighted laughter. Yang Kai clasped Lu Wangxian on the shoulder and said, very well, brother. Henceforth, the Yang clan and the House of Spring and Autumn advance together and retreat together. If you ever need any help with anything, I'll be there for you. Any problem you have will be a problem for me too. Lu Wangxian clasped hands formally. Excellent. From now on, anything that matters to the Yang clan matters to me too. Your father is my father. Yang Zhang cleared his throat. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept that honor. Yang Kai smiled. Very well, my brother. Take care of that drop of life force, spring water. Once your father finds out about it, he'll definitely admit that you handled matters perfectly. Yeah, getting this life force, spring water will count as a major meritorious service. However, becoming your sworn brother is even more important. By the way, the inter-institutional martial arts competition is coming. Plenty of people from other big sects will be there to observe. I hope you perform well, brother. Considering what you're capable of now, I bet you'll sweep the competition. I hope so too, Yang Kai said. Waving his hand, he used his god devil seal to summon a small piece of true energy that resembled jade. Handing it to Lu Wangxian, he said, brother, this is an animates any true energy seal. If necessary, just crush it to send a message to me. I'll come to aid you as quickly as possible. Zhen Tianchu, Yang Kai's sworn brother from the Sea God Institute, had used a similar technique to create his 4 corners of the earth talisman. Lu Wangxian nodded. Many thanks, brother. Well, the time has come to say farewell. Take this divine talisman from the House of Spring and Autumn. You can use it to find me if you ever need help." With that, he handed over a jade talisman. "Farewell, brother. Until we meet again." Lu Wangxian left in a blast of air, taking with him the elders, the bodies of the disciples he had killed, and Zhang Lai. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Not only had Yang Kai resolved a big grudge, he ended up gaining the 9th young lord of the House of Spring and Autumn as a sworn brother. "You've grown up so much, Kier," Yang Zhen said. Clasping his son on the shoulder, he continued, "For a minute there I thought you were going to be bullheaded and offend the House of Spring and Autumn. It might not have affected you, since you can always go back to the Demi-Immortal Institute, but it could have caused some big problems for us here in Yanhaven. Instead, you turned everything into a big blessing. Having sworn brothers in life can make everything go much more smoothly. You've done something truly incredible, son." "I wouldn't say it's incredible, father. Save that for when my cultivation reaches the point that I can go to the Hanging Mountain and find mother. That would be incredible." At this point, Yang Kai's voice turned serious and decisive. "Father, I benefited greatly from my trip into the Black Corpse Mountains, and now I need to spend some time in seclusion. Afterward, I'll head back to the Demi-Immortal Institute. It won't be long before the big martial arts tournament is here, and I need to do well. If I can attract the attention of the Institute, it will provide an even further measure of safety. The House of Shadowblight definitely won't dare to do anything to our clan in that situation." "I'll follow your lead," Yang Zhen said with a smile. Sometime later, Yang Kai was back in the middle of the energy formation of the Tao of Monarchs, preparing to work with the life force spring water. Using his true energy like a hand, he carefully placed an egg-sized collection of the water into his hellfire crucible. Snap! His true energy immediately began to thrum, and his platinum sage fire grew even purer, to the point where it was nearly transparent. Henceforth, it would be called Cleansing Flame of the Heavenly World. It was now so hot that even a tiny bit of it would be enough to melt the hardest steel. As the egg-sized conglomeration of life force spring water entered him, Yang Kai instantly sensed multiple particles within him beginning to wake, almost as though an entire herd of megamammoths were rising up. Just as he had hoped, the life force spring water was far, far more effective than ordinary life force quintessence. Quinary life seizing. Awaken particles. If I become a Quinary life seizer, then I'll be promoted to conclave student in the institute. Although that will make me more important, there will be downsides. The higher I rise, the more likely I'll come into direct conflict with the Crown Prince Society. Right now, I'm not strong enough to be a threat. But once I'm a conclave student, things could be different. In the end, I have to get stronger. If I can become a legendary, then I can really make a big scene at the competition. But can I actually reach it in time? Unfortunately, I have no way to guarantee that the Golden Imp will always jump out to protect me. If I could be sure, then I wouldn't have to worry about the Crown Prince at all. It only took one move for it to crush Ghost Emperor Yama, a great sage. Oh right, what was it that Ghost Emperor Yama said about the Golden Imp? Something about a God Legion seal? What's that? And what was that Quake Dawn continent he talked about? And why did he say that the rich lush continent is lowly and weak? It looks like I have some research to do after I get back to the institute. As he went about his cultivation, he reviewed his encounter with Ghost Emperor Yama and thought about the many things he had learned. Unfortunately, he had no idea what the God Legion seal or the Quake Dawn continent were. All he did know was that the Golden Imp would take action if it encountered a powerful wretch devil who was trying to harm him. Sadly, he had no idea how to communicate with it, let alone control it. Until he did, the only thing he could truly rely on was his own true energy. I have to break through to Quinary life seizing. Focusing his thoughts, he opened his eyes, and the 81 particles that he had already awakened erupted with boundless energy. A god spirit appeared above his head, an expression of humanoid true energy with an elephantine head and a human body. In the blink of an eye, it shot out of the room and high into the sky, above the sea of clouds, until it was amongst the boundless, deadly winds. As the winds bore down, it lifted its trunk, inhaling the vital energy so quickly that the winds immediately surrounding it vanished. Flame lightning, intense winds, and bane devils then appeared and rushed toward the figure. This creature with the elephantine head and human body was an expression of the nascent divinity that existed in Yang Kai's soul. Now the vital energy of the tribulation that came with Quinary life seizing didn't pause for a moment before attacking it. However, the tribulation couldn't do a single thing to that humanoid true energy. It attacked for 8 hours straight and yet couldn't harm it at all. Instead, the true energy was tempered until it looked like ceramic, like the workmanship of some heavenly grandmaster craftsman. It was a ceramic god spirit with an elephantine head and a human body, standing tall and straight, surrounded by swirling flows of energy. Eventually, the tribulation faded away. The true energy sank back down and entered Yang Kai again. As it did, numerous particles within him awoke, and true energy took root on the various acupoints throughout his body, making him stronger and tougher than ever before. Not even using true energy, he unleashed a fist, strike, and punched a hole in the ground as easily as if it were soft tofu. That was pure fleshly body power. And the ground in this secret room was made of pure steel, the type that the most powerful weapons couldn't even scratch, metal that was as thick as several people standing on each other's shoulders. I'm finally in Quinary life seizing. Now, I have numerous true energy vestiges within my body, all of which can store true energy. My true energy reserves will now be even deeper than before. The true energy vestiges that were inside of him now were linked to him inextricably, and were basically a part of his body on a fundamental level. They existed in his acupoints, almost like new seas of energy unto their own. Furthermore, they could defend themselves. If someone broke past the practitioner's defensive true energy and attacked them internally, the true energy vestiges would instantly fight back. That was one of the main benefits of true energy vestiges. Alright, the time has come to return to the Demi-Immortal Institute. Putting the bottle gourd of life force spring water back into his thumb ring, he rose to his feet. However, in that very moment, his four corners of the earth talisman suddenly trembled.